Chapter 1. The Dark Jiede Ultraman. Chun Shield. The Art of Brain Disintegration. According to the latest reports, a colossal monster has emerged in the eastern part of the city, wreaking havoc. Citizens in the Eastern District are urged to immediately seek refuge in the shelters. The voice of the broadcast echoed repeatedly, stirring Tian from his unconsciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, bewildered and surveying his surroundings. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. The city lay in ruins, engulfed in thick clouds of smoke. Tian was dazed. Just a moment ago, he had been engrossed in a movie. At the most thrilling moment, darkness had enveloped him, causing him to faint. Now, he found himself in this nightmarish place. Was this desolate landscape the result of a bombardment? Everywhere he looked, there were charred buildings and crumbling walls. Alert! Alert! The giant monster is moving towards the city center. All citizens are advised to evacuate immediately and seek refuge in the shelters. The broadcast blared once more, urgency permeating its tone. Tian was utterly perplexed. A giant monster? A shelter? What on earth was happening? Where did such a beast come from on Earth? Had he watched too many Ultraman anime? Was the broadcast truly this unreliable in this day and age? He turned his head. A massive, flame-spewing creature appeared within his line of sight. The monster was merely a few hundred meters away. Tian was instantly petrified, his eyes filled with confusion, shock, and a hint of inexplicable curiosity. What was this? An anime convention? Was this gigantic monster merely a cosplay? No, that couldn't be right. Such a colossal beast, capable of movement and spewing fire. How many people would it take to portray such a creature? Could that flame truly be real? Boom! A gigantic fireball streaked through the sky, hurtling towards Tian. The fireball struck the ground before him, just a few meters away. In an instant, a massive crater formed, flames roaring to life. The scorching shockwave hit him like a freight train, and Tian jolted awake. The scene before him, the monster, it was all real. He had transmigrated. Moreover, he had landed in the world of Ultraman. While others traversed to mystical realms, such as Doa continent or battle through the heavens, he found himself thrust directly into Ultraman's universe, facing a formidable foe right from the start. Furthermore, judging by the appearance of the creature, wasn't this the fusion monster Belial, Gamora, formed from the amalgamation of Gamora and Red King? Then this must be the world of Jiede Ultraman. According to the storyline, Tian should not yet possess the ability to summon Jiede Ultraman. This meant that, in this realm, there was currently not a single Ultraman present. This was disastrous. With the monster looming before him, how could his two legs possibly outrun it? The Gamora seemed to have noticed Tian ahead, its massive foot lifting as it advanced towards him step by step. Each step felt as if it were crushing Tian's heart. Flee! This was the only thought in Tian's mind. He summoned all his strength and sprinted desperately. Damn it! Where is my system? The standard equipment for Transmigrator's system, an external aid, a golden finger Y hasn't arrived yet. Should you fail to arrive soon, I shall meet my demise. As Tian sprinted, he fervently shouted within his mind. The skeletal creature, Gamora, paid no heed to his plight. It opened its cavernous maw and unleashed another fireball. The fireball struck a towering edifice ahead. With a thunderous roar, the building collapsed. Debris rained down from the heavens, accompanied by sparks, obstructing Tian's escape route. His only avenue of salvation had been sealed off. He glanced back, and the skeletal Gamora was advancing at a visibly alarming pace. The stench of death grew ever more potent. Where have all the Ultramen vanished to? How can they not sense such a colossal beast? Tian howled in despair. Wherever Gamora tread, the earth turned to scorched soil, engulfed in flames. Tian found himself with no path left to flee. Now, all he could do was place his hopes upon the light. Damn the light. With so many Ultramen, surely one could make an appearance. Why had none shown up? And what of Ultraman Jiede? Why was it so slow? Boom! Another gigantic fireball, imbued with the power to obliterate all, soared towards Tian. It was utterly over. This time, there was truly nowhere left to hide. Just as the fireball was about to engulf Tian, cling! A melodious chime resonated within Tian's mind. Time seemed to stand still. The fireball hovered in midair, a mere 0.0001 millimeters from Tian. host detected to be at the brink of life and death, awakening Ultraman Assistant System. His system had finally arrived. Lu Tian's heart raced violently. Ultraman Assistant System is designed to cultivate the host into an Ultraman surpassing the enigmatic four. Surpass the enigmatic four? How powerful would that be? Surely, one could obliterate an entire galaxy with but a finger. Shaking his head, Lu Tian realized that now was not the time for such thoughts. He had to escape the imminent peril before contemplating the strongest Ultraman. System, think of something quickly. If you delay any longer, I shall truly perish. Lu Tian urged anxiously. Newbie gift package has been delivered. You have received one genetic lottery draw. Genetic lottery? What is that? Genetics refer to the hereditary factors of Ultraman. Powerful Ultraman genes will give birth to even mightier warriors. Genetic levels are divided into 7 categories: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red is the lowest, while purple is the highest. By merging with the gene, the host can give rise to a brand new Ultraman form. Impressive. Draw now. Lu Tian could hardly contain his excitement, leaving it to fate, drawing randomly. Seconds ticked by, and Lu Tian's heart was lodged in his throat. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the purple gene, Dark Belial Ultraman gene. Dark Belial? After merging, would that not be Ultraman Jiede? Not Ultraman Jiede. Ultraman Jiede is an artificially synthesized product of the Belial gene. This purple gene is a culmination of all Belial's dark powers. What difference does that make? Lu Tian questioned, perplexed. This Ultraman is known as Dark G&D Ultraman. No summoning device is required. The host can merge and transform with mere thought. Dark Belial gene fusion in progress in an instant. Lu Tian felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, as if his blood were igniting and boiling. He let out a cry to the heavens, his body undergoing a violent transformation. His muscles swelled, his bones elongated, and his stature increased dramatically. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have become the Dark G&D Ultraman. As the system's voice faded, the still image shattered instantaneously. A fireball roared towards him, engulfing Lu Tian in flames. The conflagration soared skyward, reducing everything around him to ashes. The skeletal Gamora lifted its colossal paw, poised astride across the sea of flames. Suddenly, a voice resonated, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Dark Jiede Ultraman, Chapter 2. Dark Cross Shockwave vs. Skeleton Ultrasonic Wave. Suddenly, the sky roiled with tempestuous winds and dense clouds. The scene in the city bore an uncanny resemblance to the impact crisis of years past. Panic ensued among the citizens as they fled in all directions. Oh my, what is happening? Why is the sky darkened so suddenly? Could it be the end of the world? This scene, why does it resemble the moments described during the impact crisis? Could Belial have returned? Who is Belial? The one mentioned repeatedly on the posters. That dark Ultraman who destroyed the Earth years ago. What? Does this mean our Earth is truly doomed? No, I haven't even married or found a girlfriend yet. In the underground base, Xiao Lu and Peijia watched the screen, breathless on the display. A towering figure emerged, a dark Ultraman, entirely shrouded in shadows. Its eyes glowed crimson, radiating a fierce, murderous intent. Lame, who is this giant? Xiao Lu gazed at the silhouette of the Ultraman, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity swell within him. Detection complete. Lame's voice echoed through the base. This Ultraman harbors a significant amount of Belial Ultraman's genetic lineage. Xiao Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. What? A flurry of conjectures surged through his mind. Belial Ultraman's genetic lineage. Does that mean he is my brother? Unknown. My system only stores the information that you have inherited Belial Ultraman's genetic traits. Xiao Lu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The unfolding events had completely surpassed his expectations. In a single day, he had not only discovered that his father was Belial, but he had also encountered another individual who shared the same hereditary legacy. At this moment, Lu Tian felt an extraordinary clarity enveloping his vision. His body had grown immense. Filled with boundless power, he acutely sensed the might of the Dark G&D Ultraman. The skeletal Gamora's eyes gleamed with a red light. Within it, Fukuike felt the intense aura of Belial that he lost his composure in an instant. How is this possible? Fukuike's voice was hoarse and frenzied. Who are you? How could one possibly exude the aura of Lord Belial? Lu Tian shifted his body, gradually acclimating to the power of Dark Jiede. Huh? Lu Tian let out a cold chuckle. You need not concern yourself with my identity. He paused. However, you must be aware that you are about to be obliterated by me. Jia. Fuji K emitted a boastful laugh that reverberated across the city skyline. Obliterate me? His tone dripped with disdain. Preposterous. I am the most exceptional heir of Lord Belial. My very being brimming with his genetic legacy. How could a mere impostor like you compare? He declared with a fierce glare. Now, I shall tear you to shreds. Lu Tian scoffed derisively, completely dismissing Fuji K. He raised his hand, making a provocative gesture. Tio, defeat me. You are still 2 millennia too early. Arrogant. Skull Gamora roared. It concentrated its power into the dual horns atop its head, which began to emanate a gruesome crimson glow. With a sudden surge, it charged towards Lu Tian. Come at me. A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. Let me witness your true strength. He leapt into the fray, confronting Skull Gamora. He didn't at that moment. The world's broadcast was live streaming this epic clash. Breaking news, breaking news. The announcer's voice was animated and tense. The giant that recently appeared in the city, reminiscent of the creature from the Impactor Crisis, is engaged in a fierce battle with a monster. He is defending our Earth, our city. The citizens, witnessing the fierce confrontation, began to murmur amongst themselves. What? That Ultraman is actually protecting us. But the malevolence radiating from him and his appearance are terrifying resembles the Ultraman from the poster. Indeed, his visage sends shivers down my spine. Yet, regardless, he is currently safeguarding us. We cannot speak ill of him. Amidst the debate, fear gradually faded from their minds. All eyes were riveted on the unfolding battle. Skull Gamora's horns collided violently with Lu Tian's abdomen. Lu Tian staggered back several steps. Yeah. Skull Gamora laughed triumphantly. Is this all the strength you possess? It taunted. Utterly pathetic. You are unworthy of bearing Lord Belial's essence. I shall crush you. A sharp pain coursed through Lu Tian. System, what is happening? He inwardly fretted. Why can I not unleash the powers of Dark Jiede Ultraman, nor his light abilities? Detection indicates that the host is transforming into Dark Jiede Ultraman for the first time. The dark genes within are not yet fully awakened. Lu Tian's heart sank. What must I do to awaken them? There are 2 methods to unleash the full power of Dark Jiede Ultraman. The first method, slay the monster and absorb their strength. The second type, akin to the luminous Dinah of yore, gathers the light within the hearts of humanity. Though you embody the dark Ultraman Jiede, darkness is merely an attribute and does not signify malevolence. Indeed, Lu Tian mused, contemplating a situation. It was evidently impossible to vanquish the monster now, and his appearance would only instill terror among the citizens. The prejudices within the human heart are, indeed, a formidable mountain. He sighed in resignation. There truly no other way. There is employ the skills you inherently possess, though it will deplete your energy. What skill is that? Lu Tian inquired without hesitation. As long as you can eliminate him now, it suffices. Dark Cross Shockwave. Very well, I shall utilize this technique. Lu Tian's gaze hardened with resolve. He was determined to defeat the skeletal Gamora, cackling. The chilling laughter of skeletal Gamora echoed around him. Cease your futile struggles. Insignificant being, the voice of Fuji K emanated from within the skeletal Gamora. I care not whence you acquired the genes of Lord Belial, for it matters not. Once I absorb you, my power shall ascend to new heights. The skeletal Gamora once more concentrated its power into its horns, preparing to deliver a final blow to Lu Tian. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tian amassed all his strength into his hands. Ridiculous, he uttered coldly. D.O.U. A mere insect, dare to bark before me. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Now, I shall send you back to your origins. Dark Cross Shockwave. Lu Tian roared. Skeleton Super Vibration Wave. Fuji K simultaneously unleashed his attack. Chapter 3. Abstraction. Absorbing the energy of Skeleton Gamora, the atmosphere trembled as beams of light collided, each equally matched. A fierce roar erupted from Lu Tian. his entire being enveloped in a crimson glow, shattering the ground around him. "Break for me." With that thunderous declaration, the Dark Cross shockwave gained dominance, reducing the skeletal vibrational waves to ashes and surged forth towards skeleton Gamora. In an instant, the formidable dark radiance began to disintegrate skeleton Gamora's form, sparks igniting from the fragments. What? How is this possible? I am the most formidable heir of Lord Belial. With a deafening explosion, skeleton Gamora was obliterated, reduced to mere ashes, vanishing into the ether. In Lu Tian's sight, the figure of skeleton Gamora had completely disappeared. He assumed that the Dark Cross shockwave had depleted his power, and he too gradually transformed into a wisp of light, fading from the citizen's view. What? Both Ultraman and the monster have simultaneously vanished. Are you blind? Clearly, Ultraman obliterated the monster and then departed. So, the monster has been eradicated, and we are saved. There is no need to flee. Nonsense. With the monster dead, why would we run? In a shadowy corner devoid of light, a figure clad in a black suit remarked, "How intriguing, truly fascinating. I wonder how many more surprises you can provide me." As the brilliance dissipated, Lu Tian found himself upon the ground. "Host, the power of the defeated skeleton Gamora is suspended in the air. Remember to absorb it." Lu Tian scratched his head, perplexed about how to absorb the energy scattered in the atmosphere. How do I absorb it? The technique swallowing the heavens and earth is akin to the skill tiers of the void used by Yuechu in Fox Spirit Matchmaker. You already possess this ability. Simply open your mouth and take a deep breath. Abstract indeed. Can you tell me if this truly is the world of Ultraman? How do we diverge into Fox Spirit Matchmaker? Regardless, Lu Tian had no time to ponder such matters. He needed to absorb skeleton Gamora's energy immediately. Otherwise, his current strength was woefully inadequate. Lu Tian opened his mouth and inhaled deeply, swallowing the heavens and earth. Instantly, the dispersed energy flowed into Lu Tian's mouth, merging with his being. Moments later, he had absorbed all the energy. Absorbed the energy of skeleton Gamora. 5 of Dark Jiede Ultraman's energy unlocked. Acquiring the skill, Mastery of the Dark Cross Shockwave. Host, Lu Tian. Ultraman Fusion. Dark Jiede Ultraman, Purple Gene. Energy 100. Speed 120. Combat Power 100. Mental Strength 80. Skill Points 2. Fusion Degree 5. Skill, Dark Cross Shockwave. Having absorbed the energy from the skeletal Gamora, Lu Tian's injuries miraculously healed. Just as he momentarily let his guard down, a sword was thrust at him from behind. The blade was a mere 0.001 mm from his neck, nearly sealing his fate. Who dares? As Lu Tian turned around, his gaze was instantly captivated by a woman. She stood gracefully behind him, her figure slender and elegant. In her hand, she wielded a gleaming sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light. Although her attire was not ostentatious, it exuded a refreshing simplicity. From these details, Lu Tian deduced her identity with considerable accuracy. This woman must be Xiao Lu, the one who had nearly been slain by the skeletal Gamora years ago, and who possessed the energy of the Ultra King within her. Just as Lu Tian was about to speak, Xiao Lu lunged forward with her sword once more. After evading her strike, Lu Tian exclaimed, "What on earth? Are you insane? Have I done something to provoke you? Don't think I don't recognize you as that monster from before. I will never forget you. Go to hell and join my parents in their grave." Xiao Lu paid no heed to Lu Tian's words, her focus solely on her relentless swordplay. Goodness, this woman is truly mad. She must be from the island nation. With remarkable reflexes, Lu Tian seized her sword with one hand just as it was about to pierce him, firmly controlling it. Having integrated Belial's genes, Lu Tian's body had undergone unprecedented transformations. A mere sword posed no threat to him. Xiao Lu attempted to strike again, only to realize that her sword was firmly grasped by Lu Tian, leaving her unable to wield it. "What? You caught my sword with one hand?" she exclaimed. "It's just a sword. Why such a fuss?" Lu Tian yanked the sword from her grasp, pulling it towards himself. "Quickly return my sword," Xiao Lu demanded as Lu Tian stepped back several paces, sword in hand. "Hold on. Let me finish speaking before I return it to you." Otherwise, you'll just swing at me like a madwoman again. Seeing that she could not reclaim her sword, Xiao Lu complied, standing still as Lu Tian wished. Now, let us see what you have to say. Lu Tian chuckled helplessly. This foolish girl seemed to have mistaken herself for that earlier monster. It appeared that being a good person was truly a challenging endeavor. The weight of prejudice in the heart of Shuangwen was only increasing. Why do you believe I am that monster? He inquired. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I'm not blind. This is precisely where the monster exploded, and you appeared here. But merely relying on your assumptions to conclude that I am that monster is exceedingly rash. Have you not considered who was responsible for defeating the monster? Xiao Lu found herself slightly swayed by Lu Tian's argument, her previous convictions beginning to waver. It is a giant Ultraman. So, why can't I be that Ultraman? Why am I mistaken for that monster? Am I really that unattractive? Lu Tian swiftly took out his phone to capture a photo of his features, and he appeared to be quite handsome. How could he possibly be that grotesque and repulsive creature? Indeed, the thought processes of those from the island nation are distinctly different. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Nia Tsubaki increasingly felt that his perspective held some validity, and her earlier assumptions seemed rather hasty. You do have a point there. But how can you prove that you are indeed that Ultraman? Lu Tian covered his head, utterly speechless. How on earth could he provide proof? He could only wait for the next monster to appear to validate his claim. Otherwise, if he were to suddenly transform into Dark Jet Ultraman, it would undoubtedly terrify everyone else. Moreover, why should he feel obligated to prove anything to her? There is currently no means of verification. And why should I feel compelled to prove myself to you? Chapter 4. Officially becoming a member of AIB in a fit of rage, Xiao Lu shouted. Then return the sword to me now. Lu Tian deftly evaded Xiao Lu's claws. I can return the sword, but you must promise not to kill me in a frenzy. After a moment of hesitation and careful contemplation, she ceased her movements. Very well, I shall refrain from killing you. However, should I discover that you are the monster, I will ensure your demise regardless. Without a trace of hesitation, Lu Tian replied, agreed. He promptly tossed the sword to her. As she received it, her heart still yearned to slay Lu Tian. Yet, bound by her own words, she reluctantly sheathed the weapon. Just as Lu Tian took a moment to rest, a deep voice called from behind, Excuse me, are you the Dark Ultraman from earlier? The voice, though unfamiliar, carried an imposing presence. Turning to look, Lu Tian saw a man in a suit approaching him. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, Who are you? The man introduced himself. I am Xena, a Shadstar being and the head of AIB. Lu Tian echoed, realizing it was the Earth Defense Force formed by extraterrestrials, led by the Dark Ultraman's transformation. Have you come to seek me for a reason? Xena earnestly replied, I am here to invite you to join AIB. What benefits does joining you entail? Lu Tian asked. Joining us offers numerous advantages, and you need not worry about your living conditions. After considerable thought, Lu Tian recognized his pressing need for a secure refuge. AIB, providing free accommodations and resources, seemed exceedingly suitable. Very well, I shall join AIB, but let me make it clear that no one can compel me to do what I do not wish to do. Xena assured, AIB will not impose any obligations upon you, and your freedom will remain unrestrained. A faint smile graced Lu Tian's lips, revealing his thoughts. Now, I wish to pose a question. Whose Ultraman genes do you inherit? Lu Tian anticipated this inquiry and felt no inclination to conceal the truth. Belial, he declared. Upon hearing the name, Xena did not exhibit surprise. Prior to his arrival, he had confirmed through data analysis that the Dark Ultraman bore over a 90 genetic similarity to Belial, coupled with the malevolent aura, energy, and appearance. He was certain that the Dark Ultraman's genes were indeed inherited from Belial. However, Xena's curiosity was piqued. Wed Belial father's son. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that the individual before him was a living earthling. Yet, it was evidently not the time to dwell on such matters. From the recent skirmish, it appears that this Dark Ultraman poses no threat to the citizens. On the contrary, he seems to be making every effort to protect them. Thus, he is inclined to trust this Dark Ultraman. Xena raised his hand and activated a teleportation array, stepping before Lu Tian. Now, Let me take you on a tour of the AIB base. Just then, Tori Yulai suddenly rushed forward, her tone resolute. I want to go too. Xena regarded her with an expressionless face, yet the atmosphere around them grew subtly tense, tinged with a hint of resistance. Lu Tian discerned Xena's concerns. After all, the AIB is their secret base. If one cannot trust someone implicitly, they would never be invited for a visit. However, observing Tori Yulai's stubborn expression, it seemed she had no intention of backing down. Sigh, he thought, it appears I have entangled myself with a formidable tigress. There's no shaking her off now. Lu Tian sighed helplessly. Let's bring her along. She can be trusted. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Xena found no grounds for refusal and, after a moment of silence, tacitly acquiesced. Immediately, a beam of light descended, enveloping the three of them before they vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the ground opened up, revealing an elevator that slowly ascended. Out of it emerged a person and a beast. They scanned their surroundings, but found no one in sight. Little Lu's face was a mask of confusion. The energy reading had clearly indicated this location. Why was there not a single soul present now? He reached out to touch the enhancer. Lime, you didn't miscalculate the teleportation point, did you? That surge of energy was definitely here. It just vanished into thin air a moment ago. What? So, we come for nothing? Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Little Lu felt a bit exasperated. How unfortunate. He still wanted to inquire about that fellow, who also bore Belial's genes. Sigh. Little Lu, there's no one here. We should leave. It could be dangerous if that monster reappears. Little Lu nodded in agreement with Pega's sentiment, and they departed from the area. Lu Tian followed Xena to the AIB base. As he surveyed the surroundings, he was struck by the abundance of high-tech apparatus and the diverse array of extraterrestrial beings. Monitors floated in mid-air, and weapons glimmered with an eerie light. The technological prowess of the Shad Star people was indeed as formidable as rumored. You didn't bring me here merely for a tour of this base, did you? Indeed, there is a specific matter that requires your assistance. What is it? Xena approached a computer and spoke to a nearby staff member. Retrieve the data on that colossal monster. As soon as he finished speaking, the image and data analysis of Skull Gamora materialized in midair. Xena pointed at the image and began his analysis. The creature first emerged the day before yesterday, and our database holds no information regarding it. Consequently, we conducted an examination and discovered that this monster is a fusion of Gamora and King Red. Lu Tian nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that Xena was indeed correct. However, he was curious about what this had to do with him. Well, what now? Xena pointed to the black strobe light at the center of the skeletal Gamora and the pervasive aura of malevolence surrounding it. Yet, merely fusing these two monsters cannot account for such formidable power. We have detected an exceptionally potent and sinister force within it, but we remain unaware of the true nature of this power. So why have you summoned me? What is it that you wish for me to do? Lu Tian inquired. Sensing the implication, I suspect that this overwhelming malevolent force may be linked to Belial, hence we wish to conduct a genetic matching. Lu Tian seemed to grasp Xena's intent, asking with a tone of incredulity, Matching? You mean you intend to draw my blood? Precisely, that is indeed the case. Chapter 5. Pure absurdity with a syringe meant for pigs. He punctured his own artery. Good heavens, it's no wonder they recruited him into AIB, lavishly showering him with benefits. It turns out he was merely a pawn in their scheme. A true talent, indeed. He had unwittingly fallen into Xena's trap. Could I refuse? What do you think? Now that you have joined AIB, you must contribute in some way. Moreover, aren't you curious about the connection between skeleton brother Gamora and Belial? Not curious at all. Aren't you at least intrigued that Belial is still alive? Not curious. A subtle shift occurred in Xena's expression as he gazed at him with exasperation. Observing Lu Tian's nonchalant demeanor, Xena fell into contemplation. He must be unwell. He is undoubtedly unwell. Xena, wishing to avoid further verbal sparring, directly addressed the matter at hand. In brief, this experiment cannot be completed without you. Consider it a contribution to humanity. Lu Tian pondered. After all, it was merely a blood draw, nothing too daunting. In his youth, he had selflessly donated blood countless times for a few academic credits. Losing count of how many times he had done so, his constitution was robust. Unlike others who measured time in seconds, he measured it in hours. A few drops of blood were of no consequence to him. In an instant, Tian adopted a selfless demeanor. For the sake of all humanity on Earth, I am willing to offer my blood. Xena watched Tian's performance with a sense of resignation. A thought taking root in his mind. Recruiting him into AIB may have been a mistake. What possessed him to bring such a fool into their ranks? Quickly now, I don't have time to waste. Draw my blood at once. Tian rolled up his sleeve, revealing his prominent veins. Xena, holding his head in exasperation, approached him, grabbing a syringe designed for pigs, disregarding all else, and without concern for Tian's pain, inserted it directly. Goodness, how brutal! Tian exclaimed. What kind of needle is this meant for pigs? No, this is my first time. Ah! Xena promptly muted the sound, ignoring Tian's cries, only observing him flail about. It was confirmed. He was indeed unwell. With a swift motion, the syringe filled with blood was extracted. Xena showing no concern for Tian's discomfort as he pulled it free. Unable to contain his pain, Tian let out a yelp. Is this how you draw blood? Are you extracting it from a human or a pig? Xena paid him no mind, clutching the filled syringe as he dashed to the laboratory to commence testing, leaving Tian alone, clutching the wound. Did he just disregard me? Nearby, Niayu chuckled softly, remarking with a hint of amusement, Humph, it seems he doesn't hold you in high regard either. Tian remained silent, merely casting her a glance. That look seemed to convey a message. Speak less. No one regards you as invisible. However, Yi Si, unfazed by his gaze, returned the look as a matter of courtesy. Tian discerned the implication in her eyes, which seemed to say, You are unwell. Well. How audacious of this woman to cast such a glance. Once he recovered, she would have her reckoning. Alas, the pain was excruciating. Tian glanced down at the injection site and exclaimed in disbelief, What on earth? Why is blood spurting out? The sight was shocking. He had inadvertently struck a major artery. Goodness. A day later, as Tian regained consciousness, he found himself reclined in a chair. Surveying his surroundings, he realized, to his dismay, that he was still within the AIB base. Gradually, he rose to his feet and approached Xena. With a tone devoid of enthusiasm, Tian inquired, So, have the test results come in? Xena, brimming with confidence, replied, Indeed. My hypothesis was correct. This dark energy originates from Belial. The test report indicates that the similarity of this dark energy to your genes exceeds 90. A wry smile crept onto Tian's face. Did Xena truly believe he was unaware of this? Ding! Limited mission issued. Within 10 days, eliminate 10 monsters of any kind, gender, or appearance. Mission reward. Acquire the dusk weapon of Belial. To his astonishment, the system had a mission. He had thought it merely a lifeless machine. 10 days to slay 10 monsters, somewhat challenging, yet manageable. Turning to Xena, Tian remarked, Even if you know this dark power comes from Belial, what does it matter? Upon hearing this, Xena clutched his head. After a moment's contemplation, he realized there seemed to be no significance. Wait, how could that be? This was a question he had posed. It must hold some importance. It certainly must. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, and he understood its relevance. Ahem. Of course it is useful. Knowing that this dark power derives from Belial proves he is still alive. Tian gazed at him incredulously, as if to say, Do I appear foolish? If this dark power is indeed akin to Belial, how could it not originate from him? Xena again held his head, pondering the implications. Indeed, this did not conclusively prove that Belial was still alive. In an instant, the atmosphere became awkward, with neither party daring to utter another word. Meanwhile, from a secluded corner, Fu Jing emerged, one hand gripping a dark ascension device, while the other held a monster capsule. The cooldown period is over. I feel invigorated. Allow me to enhance it further. King Ale, Assassin of Ice, merge and upgrade. Lend me your power. Lightning Assassin, a white monster adorned with lightning materialized in the heart of the city, a sanctuary of refuge. The tail of the lightning killer unleashed a formidable current. laying waste to the urban landscape. Ah, another colossal beast has emerged. But wasn't he the previous one, just vanquished? This one is unlike the last. Why are there so many monsters here? No, no, do not come any closer, please do not approach. As the people beheld the lightning killer, chaos engulfed them, leading them to seek shelter in every conceivable direction. At this moment, the creature opened its maw and bellowed, "Come forth, come forth, come forth." The surging currents transformed the area into a veritable hell on Earth. The alarm at the AIB base blared ominously. Warning, warning. A giant monster has appeared in the city center. A giant monster has appeared. Zenar was engulfed in panic, astonished by the creature's rapid return. What? How could it have come back so swiftly? Only Tian smirked slightly, a wicked glint in his eye, and remarked, "At last, you have arrived." Chapter 6. The Debut of Ultraman J&D. In the subterranean base, Lime promptly received information regarding the monster and projected data about the lightning killer onto the screen. The lightning killer, a fusion beast of Belial, formed by the amalgamation of Alien Ray and Ace Killer, is infused with electrical currents throughout its body, particularly in its double horns and tail, which harbor a significant amount of electricity. Xiao Lu observed that the location of the lightning killer coincided with the refuge, where the store manager and others were situated. "Xiao Lu, do you wish to fuse and ascend?" "Yes, Lime. Teleport me to the monster's position." Xiao Lu stepped into the underground elevator, awaiting his transport in silence. During the teleportation, the destination was set to the city center. The elevator sped towards the city center at the speed of light, arriving shortly thereafter. Upon emerging, he witnessed the lightning killer wreaking havoc, turning the city into a blazing inferno. "Kiki, come out! Come out!" The lightning killer seemed to be searching for something, roaring loudly. At this moment, Xiao Lu disregarded all else and grasped the ascension device. "Xiao Lu, please name the ascension device." Without hesitation, Xiao Lu declared, "Let it be known as the J&D ascension device, for this is Ultraman J&D." "Very well, let us proceed. We cannot remain passive in the face of adversity. Fusion, join me, and let us battle together." The first Ultraman, Belial Ultraman. Ultraman J&D, in his original form. A giant of light manifested before the lightning killer in the city center. Tian had just arrived and caught sight of Ultraman J&D, a faint smile gracing his lips. He too yearned to discern the extent of Ultraman J&D's strength at that moment. The broadcast resumed, directing attention to the confrontation between Ultraman J&D and the lightning killer. Emergency notification. An additional giant has appeared in the city center, resembling yesterday's giant, albeit with a different hue. What? Another Ultraman has emerged? Could it be that Ultramen have twins? Twins? Are you jesting? Do Ultramen truly have twins? Indeed, this Ultraman appears far more agreeable than the previous one. That one looked too sinister, too malevolent. Is this what Ultraman is? Is this Ultraman J&D? Xiao Lu repeated to himself, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he could vanquish anything. The lightning killer emitted a chilling laugh. "Kiki, I am not searching for you, so be gone." Xiao Lu steadied himself and resolutely proclaimed, "You vile monster, today I shall eradicate you. Your audacity amuses me, mere child. How dare you act so brazenly before me?" With a sudden shift, Xiao Lu was hurled away, crashing into a skyscraper. The lightning killer extended its tail, ensnaring Xiao Lu tightly, depriving him of any opportunity to breathe or retaliate. Cackling with derision, the lightning killer taunted, "With such feeble strength, you dare to boast before me? You are courting death." Little Lu found himself ensnared by the lightning killer's tail, which crackled with potent electricity, rendering him utterly immobile. A series of anguished cries echoed throughout the city, reverberating in the hearts of its citizens, who were gripped by terror upon hearing the pitiful wails. Through the live broadcast, they could clearly see Ultraman ensnared by the monster, clearly at a disadvantage and on the brink of defeat. Panic engulfed them. What should we do? Ultraman is about to be killed by the monster. What do we do now? They lamented. Why is this Ultraman so weak? He is no match for that beast. Where's that black Ultraman? Please, hurry and come save us. They recalled his name, Dark Jiede Ultraman. Yes, that's it. Dark Jiede Ultraman, come forth and rescue us. At that moment, A red light began to blink on little Lu's chest, beeping insistently. He was perplexed, feeling an overwhelming fatigue and depletion of energy. Mom, what is happening? It appears that Jed Ultraman's energy is rapidly diminishing. At this rate, he can only maintain his form for another 10 seconds before reverting, Lime reported. Panic seized Pega at the thought. If they were to revert under these circumstances, little Lu would be electrocuted without mercy. What if little Lu reverts? How will he withstand this formidable current? The countdown began. Little Lu summoned every ounce of his strength to attempt an escape. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the lightning killer's tail. Cackling with glee, the lightning killer declared, "Now is your time to die. I shall slay you first and then him. In doing so, I will become the strongest heir of Lord Belial." The lightning killer unleashed a surge of high-voltage electricity, aiming to deliver the final blow to little Lu. Meanwhile, Tian had been observing this farce unfold. Indeed, little Lu was far too weak. As he had anticipated, it was time for him to intervene personally. A wave of black light radiated from Tian, instantly engulfing the arena in a swirling mist. As the smoke cleared, a dark crimson Ultraman materialized before the crowd. "I am Dark Jiede, Dark Jiede Ultraman," he proclaimed. The citizens erupted in jubilation, their fear dissipating as they beheld Tian as their savior. "Dark Jiede Ultraman, you have finally arrived to save us." They cheered. The atmosphere transformed, with the earlier dread replaced by admiration for Tian. Little Lu gazed at the Ultraman before him, recognizing him as the one from yesterday who, like him, bore the genes of Belial. He reached out as if to point at him. It was firmly ensnared by the grasp of the lightning killer. The lightning killer let out 3 resounding laughs, each reverberating with malevolence. "At long last you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for an eternity." He cackled, he. Tian extended his left hand, boldly directing his finger at him. "My presence here signifies the imminent end of your life." With a powerful jolt of electricity, the lightning killer struck Lu back to his original form, yet refrained from further assault, instead charging directly toward Tian. "How audacious of you! Today, I shall unveil the true extent of my power." After reverting to his original state, Lu fell weakly to the ground, his eyes fixed on the unfolding duel. Chapter 7. The Notion of Martial Virtue? "Absurd! You beast! I can hardly be bothered to converse with you. You are unworthy of my words. Do not presume that I am unaware of your identity, lurking within that monstrous facade, believing you can evade consequence." With a swift flying kick, Tian propelled the lightning killer several hundred meters away. "Is this all the strength you possess? Come at me again." The lightning killer raised a claw in a provocative gesture, attempting to incite Tian's wrath. "Your fate shall mirror that of Skull Brother Gamora. I shall eradicate you." Tian raised both hands, channeling all his dark energy into them. Dark cross shockwave. Waves of dark energy surged toward the lightning killer, sweeping over him. The lightning killer, caught off guard, braced himself and took the full brunt of the dark cross shockwave. "Goodness, do you have no principles? You resort to a finishing move right from the start." Tian intensified his output, offering the lightning killer no respite. "Ridiculous. Why should I abide by principles with a beast like you? If I have a lethal move, why not use it? Am I a fool?" The dark cross shockwave firmly confined the lightning killer in place. He dared not move, knowing that any misstep could lead to his obliteration. Reflecting on his previous encounter, where he had defeated Skull Brother Gamora with the dark cross shockwave, he realized that he had transformed back immediately afterward. This time, he doubted he could withstand the move for long. If he could just hold out a little longer, victory would be his. As this thought crossed his mind, a sinister smile crept across his face. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Tian concluded one thing. He was insane, on the verge of being crushed. He still found time to laugh. Was this not the epitome of absurdity? Thus, Tian escalated his assault. Ultimate Dark Cross Shockwave. The energy of the dark rays intensified relentlessly, building in power, and the lightning killer began to falter. "Damn you, you dishonorable scoundrel. Martial virtue? Absurd. You beast. I can hardly be bothered to converse with you. Perish." With a furious roar, Tian unleashed the peak of the dark cross shockwave. shattering the body of the lightning killer. What? This cannot be. I have only just emerged, and yet. Do not destroy me. I will return. A mournful wail erupted as the lightning killer exploded on the spot, reduced to ashes, leaving only wisps of smoke behind. The energy from the smoke flowed into Lu Tian's body with the wind. Notification: Lightning Killer defeated. Mission completion 110. Notification: Absorbed Lightning Killer's energy. Dark Jiede Ultraman's energy unlocked 8. All attributes increased by 200. Host: Lu Tian. Fusion Ultraman. Dark Jiede Ultraman. Purple Gene. Energy: 300. Speed: 320. Combat power: 300. Mental strength: 280. Skill points: 5. Fusion degree: 8. Skill: Dark Cross Shockwave. It was astonishingly effortless to vanquish a beast. Lu Tian took off from the ground and vanished into the heavens. Xiao Lu witnessed their battle in its entirety, feeling a pang of inadequacy. Lu Tian was undeniably formidable. As Xiao Lu was lost in thought, Lu Tian approached him. When Lu Tian drew near, Xiao Lu sensed a familiar aura and turned to see him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the warmth emanated from Lu Tian himself. Indeed, it was the same aura he possessed, Belial's essence. Xiao Lu felt a surge of excitement and rushed over, exclaiming, "Are you the Ultraman from earlier?" Lu Tian nodded and smiled faintly, a playful idea sparking in his mind. Indeed, Xiao Lu gazed at Lu Tian with curious eyes, displaying an intense fascination. "How do you possess Belial's genes?" Lu Tian's eyes brightened, and his lips curled into a smirk. "That is because I am your elder brother. Hence, we share the same genes." Xiao Lu was taken aback, visibly astonished. "What? You're my brother? How is that possible? I had no idea." Lu Tian playfully struck him on the head, then began to tease. "It's rather obvious that you are unaware of many things. For instance, did you know you were an alien? No. Did you know you were an Ultraman? No. Did you know you were the son of Belial? No." Xiao Lu repeated these phrases like a robot. Loss of comprehension etched on his face. Lu Tian struggled to contain his laughter, continuing his jest. "See, you are oblivious to everything, which is why you do not know I am your brother." Xiao Lu found it hard to believe, his mind racing with thoughts. "Could it be that you truly are my brother?" Lu Tian gestured for him to come closer. "Indeed, come, call me brother." Xiao Lu, feeling a bit embarrassed, hesitantly uttered, "Brother, brother." Instantly, he regretted it, astonished that he had encountered a long-lost sibling so unexpectedly. How fantastical. Yes, indeed. Now, what was that lackluster battle you had? It was rather pathetic. Ah, but I did my best. That monster was too strong. What? Are you joking? That monster? I dispatched it with a single beam. But, no buts. You were utterly incompetent, beyond my imagination. Xiao Lu wanted to argue, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately succumbing to Lu Tian's critique. What s with that defiant expression? Are you challenging me? I am your brother. Is this how you regard your brother? No, I'm not. Well, as long as you're not. Xiao Lu sighed in relief when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Lame's voice. "Xiao Lu, are you all right? I just detected that you forcibly disengaged your transformation." "Raimu, I am fine. I'm heading back now." Indeed, the underground elevator is en route. Moments later, an underground elevator materialized, and Lu Tian glanced at it, realizing it was destined for the underground base. "Brother, this is where I reside. Would you like to take a look?" "Well, since you insist, I certainly must. Let's go." Lu Tian stepped inside without hesitation, with Xiao Lu closely following, leaving one to wonder who was returning home and who was the guest. Destination: underground base. Progressing. A mechanical voice resonated, and Lu Tian recognized it as Raimu's. The voice is quite pleasant indeed. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Peijia darted forward. Lu Tian, upon seeing Peijia's visage, swiftly delivered a punch that sent her flying. What on earth is this? Chapter 8 unfolds with an unexpected incident. Peijia collided directly with the wall and stumbled to her feet. Who struck me? Who struck me? It hurts. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Lu dashed over with remarkable swiftness, aiding Peijia in her recovery. Peijia, are you all right? She lamented, covering her eyes in anguish. Do I appear unscathed to you, Xiao Lu? It hurts. Who is he? Xiao Lu hesitantly replied, "He is my brother." "What? He is your brother? How was I unaware of this? Aren't you an orphan?" Tian couldn't help but chuckle, unable to contain his amusement. "What a true friend you are," he remarked, striking at his wounded pride. Xiao Lu, looking bewildered, responded, "I'm not entirely certain either, but we both possess the genes of Belial, so it must be the case." "Ah, I see," Peijia said, moving closer to Tian and casting a glance at him. "Since you are Xiao Lu's elder brother, I shall forgive that punch you threw earlier." Tian smiled wryly, thinking to himself that even if she did not forgive him, there was little she could do. Among all things within this underground base, Tian found the entity known as Lime to be of utmost interest. Everything else held little appeal for him. Nonetheless, this place could serve as a temporary refuge, particularly given the occasional appearances of monsters outside. Here, one could swiftly respond to any monster sightings. Xiao Lu approached Tian, eager to call him brother, yet feeling a touch awkward. However, when he attempted to utter his name, he realized he did not yet know what it was. "By the way, I still don't know your name." "I am Tian." "Tian? My name also contains Lu." "Huh. Doesn't that further confirm that I am indeed your brother?" "I suppose that makes sense," Xiao Lu mused, although he felt something was amiss without knowing precisely what it was. "Brother Tian, where do you reside now?" "I have just arrived here and have yet to find a place to stay." "In that case, why not reside here? You could also teach me how to fight. I feel utterly inadequate at the moment." "Since you put it that way, I shall reluctantly agree." Tian then began to assess the base, and to his astonishment, he was taken aback by its disheveled state. "This is utterly filthy, akin to a dog-esque den." He recalled that the base was generated according to Lime's consciousness. If that were the case, could he not simply command Lime to transform this untidy space? He approached Lime and declared, "Lime, I now command you to alter this place to reflect the images in my mind." As he spoke, an infrared beam scanned Tian's body, detecting the identity of the command issuer. "Genetic traces of Belial Ultraman detected within your being, thereby granting you authority to command me." Scanning the images in your mind, generating. In an instant, a dramatic transformation occurred. The interior became immaculate, filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. The room had transformed, no longer resembling the disheveled state it once was. Tian surveyed the space, breathing a sigh of relief. This was indeed a room fit for human habitation. "I must say, Lime, do you possess such capabilities?" he inquired. "Indeed, this base can adapt according to the host's consciousness," came the response. At that moment, little Lu was further convinced that Tian was indeed his brother. Just as Tian prepared to rest, his phone rang. He picked it up, glancing at the unfamiliar number. "Must be a nuisance call," he mused. Sure enough, the incessant calls were relentless, even in a world akin to Ultraman's. Without hesitation, Tian ended the call. Almost instantaneously, the same number called again. How persistent, he thought. Upon answering, he was about to express his irritation when a voice interrupted him. "Tian, where have you been?" Tian was bewildered, unable to recognize who was on the other end. "Who are you?" he replied, bewildered. The voice took on a darker tone, tinged with a hint of menace. "What do you think?" The tone and cadence were eerily reminiscent of Nia Yulia. No, it couldn't be. This voice belonged to her. But how did she acquire his phone number? Oddly enough, he was certain he had not shared it. "Where did you get my number?" he queried. "AIB provided it." She replied, "Goodness, how could AIB have accessed my number? Do they not understand the concept of privacy?" Nia Yulia pressed forward, directly asking, "Where are you now?" Tian recalled that she had arrived in this city, without a place to stay and devoid of funds. She must be wandering the streets, and her call was likely a plea for assistance. Nia Yulia hesitated, struggling to articulate her situation. Where are you?" Tian understood her unspoken words. "I'm at a store in the city center." "All right, wait for me there," he instructed before hanging up and making his way to the underground elevator. "Lime, take me to the city center." In a brief moment, Tian arrived at the bustling heart of the city, locating the store where Nia Yulia waited. He teased her with a hint of mischief. "Cough, cough. What is the matter? How did you end up on the streets?" Her expression instantly morphed into one of indignation. She hadn't anticipated such humiliation from Tian. Just as she turned to leave, he grasped her arm and said, Don't go. I was merely jesting. I understand you've come to this city without a roof over your head. I can offer you shelter, but at 1 TB without conditions. Nia Yulia pondered for a considerable time. Indeed, she had nowhere else to turn. In this city, Lu Tian was her only acquaintance. All right, what would you like me to do? She asked. Lu Tian approached her, leaning close to her ear, whispering with a hint of meaning. Of course, to Nia you blushed, hastily pushing him away. All right, where's your home? Lu Tian snapped his fingers, and an elevator appeared out of thin air. Let us go. Below is my residence. Nia Yu, taken aback, stepped inside, astonished by the underground dwelling. The elevator plummeted at lightning speed, arriving directly at the base. As Nia Yu exited the elevator, she stumbled and felt a wave of nausea. This is too fast. I can't handle it. Lu Tian, who is she? Xiao Lu inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar Nia Yu as she approached Lu Tian. A friend of mine. From now on, she will reside here. All right. Exhausted, Lu Tian returned to his room to sleep. The next morning, as Lu Tian groggily awakened, he felt an unusual weight upon him. Someone was pressing down. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a woman beside him. Nia Yu, what are you doing in my room in my bed? Chapter 9. Dark Lopus Sero. Nia Yulia delivered a swift kick to Lu Tian, swiftly donning her attire and brandishing a sword, which she poised threateningly against his throat. Lu Tian gazed at her, utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for the situation. Pray tell, dear sister, this is his room, his bed. What do you mean? This is my bed. You're sleeping here while pointing a sword at me. What does it signify? Nia Yulia cast a glance around, her memory a blank slate. Utterly unaware of how she had arrived in this place. Her mind was a tumult of confusion, a chaotic hum. How had she ended up here? Her head throbbed painfully, and she could not recall how she came to be in this predicament. In a flurry, she dashed out, leaving Lu Tian in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Sigh. Perhaps I shall return to slumber. A pleasant dream, so rudely interrupted by him. How disappointing. In the library, Fuzhou Chushirke was engrossed in a book. He could hardly fathom the sudden emergence of the Dark Ultraman and the revelation that it possessed the genetic legacy of Lord Belial. How could this be? Only Asakura Lu had been created using Lord Belial's genetic material. What, then, was the nature of this Ultraman? Fuzhou Chushirke slowly closed his eyes, plunging into profound contemplation. His brainwaves connected to the depths of the cosmos, where a chasm revealed a powerful and malevolent aura. My lord, I have arrived. The chasm widened incrementally, and a sinister voice emanated from within. It was the voice of that lord. What brings you here? Have you completed the tasks I set for you? My lord, a flaw has appeared in your plan. Currently, there is another Ultraman on Earth possessing your genetic legacy. What? How can this be? The chasm suddenly threatened to rupture. Moments later, an evil, maniacal laughter echoed from within, causing the entire abyss to tremble. Interesting, interesting. Go capture him and bring him to me. Do you understand? Yes, I assure you I shall accomplish the task. Fuzhou Chushirke emerged from the sea of consciousness, slowly opening his eyes and setting the book aside. He approached the window, gazing out at the tranquil cityscape. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Next, the show shall commence. Fuzhou Chushirke produced the dark sublimation device and the dark capsule. Since you can vanquish monsters, let Ultraman contend with you. Relish the grand gift I bestow upon you. Dark Lopus Sero. A black Ultraman materialized in the heart of the city, cloaked in darkness and exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Its entire form was crafted from metal, emitting a chilling resonance. Fujimide K did not hesitate. He swiftly retrieved a capsule from the dark luminosity device and procured another. Dark Lopus Sero. Dark Lopus Sero. Instantly, 3 dark Lopus Seros materialized in the heart of the city, standing motionless. The sudden appearance of these dark figures startled the citizens, but their initial fear dissipated upon recognizing the black giants. Goodness, that nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought they were monsters, only to discover they are Ultramen. The sight of 3 identical Ultramen, particularly the intimidating dark form, left them in awe. What about that Dark Jet Ultraman? One should not judge solely by appearances. It is rather superficial. True, But what could their sudden appearance signify? Where are the monsters? How should I know? The citizens pointed at the still, dark Lopos Seros, engaged in lively speculation. In the underground base, the images of the dark Lopos Seros appeared on the screen. Xiao Lu initially mistook them for monsters, but upon closer inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that scared me. I thought they were monsters, but they're Ultramen. Lame interjected. No, Xiao Lu, they're not Ultramen. Confused by Lame's statement, Xiao Lu replied, but they look just like Ultramen, albeit entirely black. They are robots created by aliens, designed in the likeness of Sero Ultraman. They are known as Dark Lopos Sero. Dark Lopos Sero, created by aliens? So, their presence here is for. System analysis indicated that their intentions mirrored those of the monsters. Xiao Lu gasped, staring at the Dark Lopos Seros. What? The citizens are in danger. Alarmed, he resolved to act swiftly. At that moment, Lame's voice resonated again. Xiao Lu, system analysis reveals that your chances of defeating the Dark Lopos Sero are less than 10%. Less than 10%? Doesn't that imply certain defeat? Peijia urgently grasped Xiao Lu's hand, attempting to dissuade him. Xiao Lu, going in like that will only lead to your demise. What should we do? Allow them to ravage the city? Before Peijia could respond, the sound of a door opening interrupted them. Tian emerged from his bedroom, approaching the screen and gazing at the three dark Ultramen. Isn't that Dark Lopos Sero? I didn't expect Fujimide K to release them so soon. Xiao Lu alone is not nearly enough to confront them. I will join as well. It will be a perfect opportunity to gauge the capabilities of these robotic Ultramen. Excellent. With Brother Tian here, we shall surely triumph over them. Thus, they descended in the underground elevator, heading directly toward the city center. In a library, Fu Jing glanced at the time and, with an enigmatic smile, proclaimed, "The moment has arrived. Dark Lopos Sero, commence the operation." Suddenly, their eyes glowed crimson, revealing a palpable aura of bloodlust. The mechanical sounds reverberated, and they began to move. Behold, the three Ultramen have awakened. What could their intentions be? There are no monsters present. Their eyes appeared terrifying. All at once, Dark Lopos Sero unleashed a beam of light, obliterating the surrounding structures. The skyscraper shattered, debris plummeting to the ground, striking the unsuspecting citizens below. What? What is happening? Ultramen are attacking us. Panic ensued. Run. These Ultramen are akin to those monsters. They are here to annihilate us. No. Please save me. I do not wish to die. At that moment, Xiao Lu and Tian descended to the ground, witnessing the chaos unleashed by Dark Lopos Sero. Xiao Lu, observe closely this time, and witness what true battle entails. Chapter 10. Brother Tian, please return swiftly. The Dark Jiede Ultraman. The Jiede Ultraman, in its primordial form, two Ultramen materialized in the heart of the city, confronting the Dark Lopos Sero. Your adversary is me. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian charged forward, landing a powerful punch on the Dark Lopos Sero. Upon contact, a wave of pain surged through him. Is this made of steel? How incredibly hard. Curse it. Does this fellow dine on steel plates? Tian staggered back a few paces, bewildered by their formidable resilience. Although he understood that the Dark Lopos Sero was a machine, he had not anticipated such astounding hardness. At that moment, Fushi Chuck, observing them, erupted into maniacal laughter. At last, you have arrived. This time, none of you shall escape. He then produced the Dark Ascension device, retrieving 2 capsules. Dark Lopos Sero. Dark Lopos Sero. 2 Dark Lopos Seros materialized around Tian, encircling him and Xiao Lu with 5 in total. Xiao Lu hastened to Tian's side, speaking urgently, Brother Tian, what shall we do now? We are surrounded. Surrounded? By them? How absurd! Tian replied dismissively as he charged toward one of the Dark Lopos Seros. The timer on the chest of the Dark Lopos Sero began to grow larger, revealing a device reminiscent of a black hole, which started to accumulate energy. Tian met it head-on, showing no inclination to evade. A tremendously potent beam of dark energy surged toward Tian, whipping up a tempestuous storm. By the heavens, they are unleashing their full power, Tian exclaimed, as he was engulfed by the dark energy, yet remained steadfast, refusing to budge. How laughable! Do they believe this move can vanquish me? Such delusions. With determination, Tian braced against the dark energy, gradually regaining his stance. He concentrated his power, channeling it into his hands. Dark Cross Shockwave. A beam of deep, dark energy erupted, shattering the surroundings as it clashed with the beam emitted by the Dark Lopus Sero. Moments later, Tian gained the upper hand, the Dark Cross Shockwave inching toward the Dark Lopus Sero. Just as victory seemed imminent, the other two Dark Lopus Seros hurled their head projectiles, dispersing the impending Dark Cross Shockwave. What? They have shattered my Dark Cross Shockwave! Tian exclaimed, astonished. No one had ever managed to disrupt his attack before. It appeared that this opponent was indeed formidable. Turning to glance at Xiao Lu, he found him being mercilessly battered into the ground by the Dark Lopus Sero. So strong. This body is so resilient, I can hardly land a blow. Xiao Lu cried out, struggling against the relentless assault. Yet at that moment, Tian's mind was consumed with the imminent threat of the three Dark Lopus Seros before him. As Fuzue Chuck gazed upon the scene, his eyes brimmed with disdain. Ha ha ha! This time, your defeat is inevitable. I shall prove to Lord Belial that I am the strongest. All of you, charge forth and seize them. Upon receiving Fuzue Chuck's command, the Dark Lopus Sero became increasingly irritable, emanating an even more sinister power. Tian, witnessing the Dark Lopus Sero before him, unleashed a torrent of curses upon Fuzue Chuck's ancestors. Damn it, how'd I end up fighting a horde of robots? He pondered, system. Is there any way to combat these iron clumps? They are impervious to my strikes. Detected that the host is currently at a disadvantage, and the Dark Lopus Sero is constructed entirely of metal. Transforming into the dark burning form will enable you to triumph over them. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a surge of excitement. Then hurry up. What are we waiting for? If this continues, my hand will be ruined. Detected that the host's energy is insufficient. You require the energy of one more monster to upgrade to the dark burning form. Tian, how on earth am I supposed to achieve that? Though he had nearly dispatched one moment ago, he had been interrupted. Now, they would undoubtedly be on high alert. So, what do you suggest I do now? I have no idea. The host must devise a solution independently. Just as Tian was about to express his frustration, he caught sight of the small Lu being pinned and rubbed against the ground. A thought sparked in his mind. The reason he struggled to eliminate them was due to the presence of other Dark Lopus Seros. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, he was confident he could vanquish one. With that in mind, he resolved not to spare the small Lu. Tian sprang into action, leaping to the side of small Lu and delivering a flying kick that sent two Dark Lopus Seros sprawling, thereby rescuing small Lu. Panting heavily, small Lu exclaimed, Brother Tian, what shall we do now? Be patient. I have devised a plan to deal with them, but I need your assistance. Please, Brother Tian, tell me. I need you to hold them off for 1 minute. Without a moment's hesitation, small Lu agreed. All right, Brother Tian. Tian then charged towards one of the Dark Lopus Seros, grappling with it as he moved away. Meanwhile, small Lu held back the others, declaring, Your opponent is me. Chapter 11. The Dark Ignition Form, 1v4, as long as one has hands. Fu Jing observed K, noticing Xiao Lu standing alone against 4 Dark Lopus Seros. A sinister smile gracing his lips. Self-destruction awaits. Attack, bring him down. The 4 Dark Lopus Seros shifted their focus entirely onto Xiao Lu, encircling him. Xiao Lu, you are surrounded by 4 Dark Lopus Seros. This is exceedingly perilous. It is advisable for you to retreat. Nay, I have pledged to Brother Tian to hold them off for a minute. I must honor my word. Confronted with adversity, one must not simply sit idly by. Xiao Lu charged towards them. At that moment, Tian executed a flying kick, toppling a Dark Lopus Sero to the ground. This time, let us see who can save you. Tian stood before him, the air around vibrating with intensity. Dark Cross Shockwave. The Dark Lopus Sero attempted to unleash a beam of light to counter. However, Lu Tian suddenly concentrated all his power into the Dark Cross shockwave, striking him at superluminal speed. With a resounding boom, the Dark Lopus Sero was obliterated by the light, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Energy from the surroundings converged towards Lu Tian, flowing into his being. Ding! Absorb Dark Lopus Sero. Mission accomplished. Eliminate 10 monsters. 210 completed. Successfully absorbed energy from Dark Lopus Sero. Evolution point reached. Upgrade to Dark Ignition form is available. Shall the host proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Lu Tian declared, upgrade. Upgrading, please do not turn off. Suddenly, a black radiance emanated from Lu Tian, causing a disruption in the heavens and earth. With a thunderous crash, citizens turned their gaze towards Lu Tian. Look, the Dark Jiede Ultraman has vanquished that city-destroying fiend. He is truly our savior. Yet, amidst the citizens' jubilation, one remarked, what is happening to Dark Jiede Ultraman? Why is he glowing? Is it not obvious? Have you ever seen a great hero not shining? This is entirely normal. And so it was. Moments later, the black glow dissipated, revealing significant transformations in Lu Tian's physique. His entire body exhibited a metallic sheen, becoming robust and immense, with the most prominent feature being the dark-colored headpiece. With a whoosh, steam began to emanate from him. At that moment, Lu Tian felt an infinite surge of power coursing through him, as if clad in armor. Upgrade complete. The host is now Dark Jiede Ultraman, Ignition form. Host, Lu Tian. Merged Ultraman, Dark Jiede Ultraman, Purple Gene. Energy, 300. Speed, 320. Combat power, 300. Mental strength, 280. Skill points, 5. Fusion degree, 8. Skill, Dark Cross Shockwave. In the form of Dark Ignite, Lu Tian leapt into the air, propelled with determination towards Little Lu. The citizens erupted in fervent excitement, chanting for the Dark Jiede Ultraman to triumph over his foes. They expressed their unwavering faith in him, urging him to safeguard their lives, while some even proclaimed their desire to marry him and bear little Ultraman. In the vastness of outer space, a black hole suddenly appeared beside Earth, from which a beam of light surged forth. It was Sero Ultraman, adorned in his ultimate armor, emerging into this realm, a testament to the sacrifice made by the King of Ultra to save this world. Sero Ultraman could distinctly sense the faint energy of the King of Ultra lingering on this planet. It seemed that only by entering the planet could he truly discern the source of this energy. Without hesitation, Sero Ultraman pierced through the cosmos and dove into the heart of the planet. Within the abyss of the universe, an ominous voice echoed with sinister laughter. Sero Ultraman, you have finally arrived. Meanwhile, on Earth, Little Lu found himself utterly overpowered by the Dark Lopus Sero, his chest countdown light flickering ominously. Fuzue Chuk watched with glee as Little Lu faced imminent defeat. Now finish him, commanded Fuzue, as 4 Dark Lopus Sero leapt back, channeling their dark energy into a single concentrated force. Weak and breathless, Little Lu gazed at the impending doom, desperate to rise and resist. Yet he discovered he lacked even the strength to stand. Little Lu, you cannot withstand this blow. Please evade. Yet, how could he escape when he was reduced to a mere punching bag? Gritting his teeth, he resolved to make one final stand. Very well now, end him, Fuzue ordered, unleashing 4 beams of dark energy aimed directly at Little Lu. The energy surged, stirring the very air around them into chaos. Curse it, curse it! Little Lu stared helplessly as the beams approached, resigned to his fate, gradually closing his eyes. Just as the rays were about to strike him, a dark spear sliced through the sky, shattering the beams mid-flight. Lu Tian descended from above, landing protectively in front of Little Lu. Now, your opponent is me. Grasping the black spear firmly, Lu Tian's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. Fuzue Chuk, confident of victory, regarded Lu Tian with a mocking gaze. One is death. 2 are the same. Take them both down. The Dark Lopus Sero also readied their spears, advancing menacingly towards Lu Tian. With an exhilarating sense of purpose, Lu Tian charged forward, delivering a swift strike that severed the hand of a Dark Lopus Sero in an instant. Indeed, the sharpness of the weapon made a remarkable difference. A subtle smile graced Lu Tian's lips as he offered no respite, launching into a flurry of strikes that swiftly dispatched another Dark Lopus Sero. Slain Dark Lopus Sero. Completing the limited task. Eliminate 10 monsters. Progress. 310. Casting a glance at the remaining Dark Lopus Seros, an aura of lethal intent radiated from him. Now, it is your turn. None shall escape. You may approach one by one, but the outcome remains unchanged. To eradicate you is a trivial matter, as long as I possess my hands. Chapter 12. Sero's Flying Kick versus Dark Jied's Flying Kick in the blink of an eye. All the Dark Lopus Seros were vanquished by Lu Tian, who stood before them, emanating a dark aura from his arms. Dark Cross Shockwave. A beam of darkness erupted, obliterating them into mere iron fragments. The resounding explosion echoed throughout the city. Fu Jing Chu Kei, witnessing the spectacle from the library, was consumed with rage, his anger boiling over. How infuriating! A bunch of useless fools, unable to defeat even one of them. It seems I must intervene myself to feel assured. Moments latte. He departed the scene. Following the explosion of the Dark Lopus Seros, an energy surged, hovering in the air. Lu Tian swiftly absorbed the dissipating energy. Congratulations, host, for slaying 4 Dark Lopus Seros. You require the elimination of 4 more monsters to complete the task. Energy quota achieved. You may randomly acquire 1 ability from Dark Jet Ultraman. Lu Tian's heart raced at the prospect of gaining a new skill. He was weary of the Dark Cross Shockwave. Let's draw now. Random selection in progress. Success. Quickly, reveal what skill I have obtained. Lu Tian inquired eagerly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Ultra Claw Slash from Dark Jet Ultraman. Ultra Claw Slash. Quite impressive. This undoubtedly provided Lu Tian with an additional ability. He then turned his attention to the citizens, who were now joyously cheering, completely devoid of fear. Ding! You have received heartfelt blessings from the citizens. Acquiring Dark Light Energy 999. Dark Light Energy? What is that? The greater the amount of Dark Light Energy, the stronger the host's dark powers will become, enhancing your own strength. Host, Lu Tian. Fusion Ultraman, Dark Jiede Ultraman, Purple Gene, Energy, 800. Speed, 520. Combat Power, 600. Mental Strength, 380. Skill Points, 10. Fusion Degree, 12. Skills, Dark Cross Shockwave, Ultra Claw Slash. Form, Dark Burning Form. At this moment, little Lu, enveloped in a radiant light, reverted from his transformation and collapsed once more onto the ground. Lu Tian gazed at him, shaking his head in exasperation. Alas, this little Lu is woefully inadequate. With such meager strength, he is utterly unworthy of Belial's gene. Just as he contemplated this, a fiery meteor descended from the sky, striking directly at Lu Tian. He was caught off guard, receiving a solid kick that sent him retreating several meters, relying on the weight of his dark burning form to stabilize himself. Damn it! Which blind fool dares to kick me? The fire crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of smoke that obscured the figure within. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a voice emerged from within. I am Sero, Ultraman Sero. As the words fell, the smoke cleared, revealing Sero's figure before Lu Tian. Lu Tian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, an aura of bloodlust enveloping him. Sero, infuriated, thought to himself, how dare he kick me? Yet, this flying kick pales in comparison to Leo's. Lu Tian then erupted in a torrent of curses. Sero, you audacious fool. How dare you kick me? Oh, I forgot. You don't have a mother. How about your father? Sero had sensed Belial's presence from the skies above Earth. Gazing at the Ultraman before him, he immediately identified him as Belial. However, he wondered why his appearance had changed. Examining closely, Sero mused, Belial is a fickle creature, always changing his visage. This must be him. With an air of arrogance, Sero pointed at Lu Tian, declaring, Belial, I've sought you for a long time. Let us settle our grievances. Belial? How absurd, Lu Tian thought. This rebellious brat has mistaken himself for Belial. Yet, judging by his current appearance, it's not entirely unfitting, since a confrontation was inevitable. He was eager to witness the prowess of Ultraman Zero. Black flames ignited across Lu Tian's body. Zero regarded his form, recognizing the familiar energy. What? This is the power of my father and my master. The enhancer is in his hands. Belial, you thief, return the enhancer. Lu Tian extended his hand, making a gesture as if calling a dog. If you have the courage, come and take it yourself. Curse you, Belial. Prepare to meet your end. Zero launched a flaming flying kick directly at Lu Tian. Unfazed, Lu Tian countered with a black flame kick, meeting Zero head-on. The flames clashed and held for 3 seconds before Lu Tian gained the upper hand, sending the black flames crashing into Zero, retaliating for the previous assault. Zero was knocked to the ground, supporting himself on one knee. Damn it! Lu Tian, following the flying kick, moved behind him and began to taunt. Come on, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why don't you continue being so bold? Zero, covering the spot where he was kicked, muttered his grievances. Oof. Had I not traversed through time and space, exhausting a great deal of energy, I wouldn't have been struck by him. At that moment, he realized that engaging in a direct confrontation would yield no benefits. It would be wise to retreat for now. Belial, don't get too smug. Once my injuries heal, I shall return to find you. With that, Zero transformed into a beam of light and vanished before Lu Tian. Lu Tian exhaled in relief. Zero had finally departed. After the fierce battle, his own energy reserves were critically low. If he continued to tangle with Zero, he risked being caught off guard by Fushi, who could exploit any opening for a surprise attack. That would spell his doom. Subsequently, Lu Tian also faded from sight. At this moment, Lu Tian approached Xiao Lu, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to his severe injuries. Lu Tian promptly called for Lime. Lime, quickly take Xiao Lu back. In the next instant, an underground elevator materialized before him, and Lu Tian unceremoniously placed Xiao Lu inside. All right, now send him back. Understood. The elevator doors swiftly closed, descending into the subterranean depths. Lu Tian then departed from the scene, intent on locating an individual. He was aware that Sero Ultraman would attach himself to Ling Ren, and all he needed to do was find Ling Ren's residence. He would patiently await the opportunity for him to present himself. However, the exact location of Ling Ren eluded his memory. Yet, there was undoubtedly someone who could provide the answer. Having already taken his blood, it was entirely reasonable to enlist his aid in finding someone. In an instant, Lu Tian arrived at AIB. Chapter 13. I have come to collect a debt. Are you not aware? Lu Tian entered the AIB base, but found no trace of Xena. He then shouted, Xena, come out quickly. I have a matter that requires your assistance. Xena appeared before him, looking inquisitively. Lu Tian, what can I assist you with? I need you to look up someone else's address. Look someone up? Lu Tian, we are a legitimate organization. We do not indiscriminately acquire information, as it would violate international regulations. Legitimate organization? Surely you jest. The AIB, I presume, lacks the proper permits. Moreover, you can effortlessly track your own calls. Is my information not worthy of the same consideration? Frustration welled within him at this thought. Xena, are you joking? I've already provided you with a substantial amount of my blood. Is this trivial request too much to ask? Xena regarded Lu Tian thoughtfully. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally responded, Very well, I can assist you in this regard, but you must not speak of it outside. Understood. Let's proceed swiftly. I am quite pressed for time. Xena moved towards the control center, with Lu Tian closely following. Whose address are you seeking? What is the name? Lu Tian replied without hesitation, IGA Kiririn. Xena entered the name, and in an instant, all pertinent information about Kiririn appeared before his eyes. Xena promptly transmitted Kiririn's details to Lu Tian's phone, who smiled with satisfaction. Just as Lu Tian was about to leave the AIB, Xena called out to him. Lu Tian, in a few days, I shall require your assistance with a matter. I hope you'll be able to come. Noticing Xena's serious demeanor, Lu Tian understood that it must be something of great importance. He waved his hand and replied, We shall discuss it then. With that, Lu Tian departed from the AIB. The reason for his inquiry about Kiririn was due to the presence of Ultraman Zero within him. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am a person of integrity. Following the information on his phone, he made his way to Kiririn's residence. If memory served him correctly, Kiririn was a working professional, while his wife, Rumi, stayed at home to care for their daughter. However, it was daytime, and Kiririn would undoubtedly not be home. Their daughter would be at school. This meant that Rumi was alone in the house. Wait, no, that cannot be right. He was here for a serious matter. Why were such thoughts occupying his mind? Suddenly, he pondered how he might find a reason to visit their home. If he simply showed up, he would likely be mistaken for a thief, prompting Rumi to call the authorities. That would result in a significant hassle, and he was not one to welcome complications. He needed a foolproof plan, one that would allow him to remain at their home until Kiririn returned without arousing Rumi's suspicions. After a moment's reflection, Tian found himself at a loss for a suitable approach. His mind felt as though it might explode with frustration. How vexing it was. This Kiririn neither gambled, nor engaged in illicit activities, nor sought out companions, nor incurred debts. Wait a moment. As the topic of debt arose, Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had devised a plan. All he needed to do was assert that someone owed him a substantial amount of money, with today being the final deadline. If they refused to answer his calls, he would simply wait for them at their residence. Yes. This reasoning was indeed quite sound. He would proceed with it. Tian retrieved his phone, took a moment to examine his reflection, and casually styled his hair, transforming his demeanor into one of fierce intimidation. He made his way to her doorstep, banging on the door with fervor. Open up. I know you're hiding inside. Don't think I can't find you. Hurry and unlock the door. If you don't, I'll kick it down. His hands collided forcefully with the door, producing a cacophony of sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The vigorous knocking immediately drew the attention of onlookers, who gathered outside Lumena's home, eager to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, Lumena opened the door, only to find Tian standing there, looking utterly perplexed. She had never encountered this individual before. Why was he knocking on their door? Could he be mistaken? Or perhaps he was a friend to someone. In a soft, tentative voice, Lumena inquired, "Who are you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tian blurted out, "I'm here to collect a debt." A debt? Lumena's mind raced, turning into a chaotic blur in an instant. A debt? What debt? She had never owed anyone money, nor did she possess any such obligation. Could it be that someone she knew was in debt? Her voice softened as she asked, "What debt are you referring to?" Chapter 14, Extension. It is possible, but Tian, appearing rather disheveled, cursed and exclaimed, "What? Are you unaware? Your husband owes us money, and the deadline has long passed. He hasn't repaid us and now refuses to answer his phone. Otherwise, why would I come to his home in search of him? Hurry and summon him to repay his debts." Lumena found it hard to believe that such an honest person as Lingren could possibly owe anyone money. The behavior of the man before her, who had come to her home, suggested he was indeed in deep financial trouble. But how could it be? Lingren, such a straightforward individual, could not possibly be in debt. The man's demeanor clearly revealed that he was not to be trusted. How could Lingren owe him anything? What connection could they possibly have? A myriad of questions flooded Lumena's mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. "You claim Lingren owes you money? How can that be?" Tian continued to display his acting prowess. Fully aware of Lumena's character, having observed her extensively, he believed that by intimidating her and leveraging her husband's name, she would become compliant. "What? Hasn't Lingren informed you of his debts? Or are you feigning ignorance, hoping to evade repayment?" Lumena, with an innocent and naive expression, replied, "No, that is not what I meant. Lingren hasn't mentioned anything about owing money, and I am unaware of the truth of your claims. Are you insinuating that I am here to create trouble?" Upon finishing his words, Tian produced a loan agreement, displaying it for her to see. "Look, is this not a loan agreement? Is this not your husband's ID, photograph, and a fingerprint?" Lumena scrutinized the document meticulously, reading each word, and confirmed its authenticity. The amount Lingren purportedly owed was staggering. Even if she were sold, she could not repay such a sum. A subtle smile appeared on Tian's lips. He had anticipated that Lumena would doubt his words, and thus, presenting tangible evidence was essential. Fortunately, He had the foresight to enlist the help of a forger to create this document. Utilizing information from his phone, he crafted a counterfeit loan agreement that incorporated Lingren's genuine details, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Moreover, as a woman, Lu Mei would likely lack the knowledge to discern its legitimacy. At that moment, Lu Mei felt a wave of despair wash over her, disbelief clouding her eyes. The chilling words of Lu Tian pierced her heart like a dagger, a profound insult that left her feeling powerless, especially given the substantial sum Lingren owed. Yet, Lu Tian stood too close for her comfort, instilling fear within her, prompting her to push him away. What? What do you mean? What do you intend to do? Lu Tian took a few steps back, regarding her with a calculated gaze. I have no ulterior motives. I merely seek the repayment of the debt. Surely, you do not wish to default on it? Lu Mei was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond or what to say. Her mind was a muddle, and her thoughts were in disarray. Observing that Lu Mei had fallen for his ruse, Lu Tian decided to embellish the situation further. Oh my, everyone come and see. Is there no sense of justice left? Is there no law? Owing money and refusing to repay? What kind of reasoning is this? Instantly, the neighbors began to murmur among themselves, casting aspersions upon Lu Mei. That fellow seems rather honest. How could he owe so much? Honest? I chuckled. If he were truly honest, he wouldn't be in this much debt, nor would he force the debt collectors to confront him at home. Indeed, that fellow. Sigh, I truly don't know what to say. Lu Mei, marrying him must be the result of some terrible misfortune. You say he doesn't answer his phone, nor returns home, allowing the creditors to seek him out. Could it be that he has collateralized Lu Mei? Goodness, is it truly that explosive? Lu Mei heard their chatter, feeling at a loss for how to respond. In that moment, she was engulfed in helplessness and despair. Faced with the neighbors' pointed remarks, her dignity crumbled. As the neighbors grew more fervent in their discussions, the words became increasingly harsh. With no recourse, Lu Mei grasped Lu Tian's arm and retreated into the house, shutting the door behind them. The neighbors, witnessing the closed door, began speculating anew. Wow, they went straight inside. What could they be up to? With him not home. It's just the two of them. How scandalous. Why did she close the door? How can I continue to eavesdrop now? Hearing the neighbors' comments, Lu Mei's face flushed with embarrassment. Glancing at Lu Tian inside the house only heightened her awkwardness, leaving her unsure of what to do. What is happening? Why did I pull him inside? What should I do now? With so much debt hanging over them. Even if all the money in the house and the house itself were surrendered, it would still be insufficient to repay him. What should I do? The atmosphere thickened with palpable awkwardness, silence reigning. Observing Lu Mei's discomfort and expression, Lu Tian knew his plan had succeeded. It appeared that Lu Mei was completely convinced. Indeed, I am a genius, a master of deception. I could act this convincingly. Lu Mei is easily swayed, as long as I grasp their bottom line. I can control her entirely. My extensive observations have not been in vain. Truth has rewarded me. As the tension reached its peak, Lu Tian spoke up. Today is the final day. You must repay the debts, or I shall see to it that your husband and your entire family end up in prison. At the mention of imprisonment, Lu Mei panicked. She still had a daughter to care for. What would happen to her if they all went to jail? No, they cannot go to prison. It must not happen. Suddenly, Lu Tian felt a sense of confusion. The words he had just spoken felt eerily familiar. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. You neither wish to repay the debt nor to face imprisonment. How can you be so naive? I do not mean it that way. I have a daughter, and she's just a few years old. What will happen to her if I end up in prison? Lu Tian's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp as he looked at her, akin to a tiger fixating on a small rabbit. That is beyond my concern. Regardless, you owe me money, and it must be repaid. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Lu Mei was thoroughly intimidated by Lu Tian, unsure of how to respond. Her voice trembling as she pleaded, "My family cannot possibly gather such a large sum at once. Could we have a little more time? I will find a way to repay you." Lu Tian bellowed loudly, "More time? Impossible. I have already granted you ample grace. You seek to evade payment, do you?" Terrified by his response, Lu Mei could no longer maintain her composure. her eyes glistening with tears that began to fall. Just give me a little more time. I will do anything. I beg you. Lu Tian scrutinized her carefully, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips, revealing a glimmer of greed as he stepped closer. With a decisive click, the door shut. 2 hours later, there was another click as the door swung open. Chapter 15 Confrontation 2 hours later. A crisp sound echoed as the tightly shut door gradually swung open. Lu Tian emerged alone, his steps slightly heavy. Instinctively, he turned back to glance. Seeing Lu Mena peacefully asleep, her breathing steady and gentle, as if she had entered a realm of sweet dreams. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, Lu Tian felt a swell of emotion within him. Surely, it was this very exhaustion that had lulled Lu Mena into her deep slumber. With this thought, Lu Tian gently shook his head, then turned to close the door behind him, making every effort to minimize the sound, lest he disturb the slumbering Lu Mena. Having completed this, he approached the sofa in the living room and sank into it. Lu Tian retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, taking one out and igniting it, inhaling deeply. The smoke curled upwards, enveloping the room in a hazy ambience. He sat in silence on the sofa, exhaling the smoke while quietly awaiting the arrival of the one who was to come. As time ticked by, just as Lu Tian was beginning to feel a sense of impatience, a faint sound interrupted the stillness. The front door creaked open once more. Upon entering, the newcomer was taken aback to find a stranger seated in the home. "Who are you? How did you get into my house?" Lu Tian rose slowly, stepping forward to meet the intruder. "I am here to find you." "No, more precisely, I am here to seek out the Ultraman Sero who is attached to you." The intruder looked astonished. How could he possibly know that Sero was within him just hours prior? "What? How do you know?" Lu Tian replied bluntly. "Don't concern yourself with how I know. Ultraman Sero, come forth." Suddenly, the intruder's hand involuntarily reached up, removing his glasses. In an instant, he transformed, shedding his earlier naivety, his tone now grave. "Who are you? How do you know I am possessed by him? And how do you know my name?" Lu Tian let out a cold chuckle and, in that moment, released the aura of Belial from within him. Instantly, Ultraman Sero sensed that presence, the aura of Belial. He became alert, prepared for battle, fixing his gaze on Lu Tian. "You are Belial." Lu Tian grinned playfully. "Me? Of course, I'm not Belial, but I do know where he is. What do you desire?" Sero, agitated, seized Lu Tian's collar, demanding fiercely, "What? You know where Belial is? Speak." With a swift motion, Lu Tian pushed him back, brushing off his clothes. "Why should I? What is your purpose here? What do you think?" Sero pointed at him, roaring loudly. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Lu Tianping spoke. "If you wish to know the whereabouts of Belial and why I bear his essence, then challenge me to a duel. Should you emerge victorious, I shall divulge the truth." "Very well, but not at this moment. Let us engage in battle tomorrow," came a response. "Agreed. I shall be at your service at the very location of your appearance today." With that, Lu Tian departed, casting a meaningful glance back at the bedroom, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His demeanor was one of provocation, his gaze imbued with a sense of triumph. After donning his spectacles, Sero found himself in control of his body. "Sero, are you not going to confront him?" But for him to defeat me is a matter that lies 2 millennia ahead." "Ah, that is reassuring," replied the other, somewhat timidly. Placing his bag upon the sofa, he noticed the absence of Lu Mena. Thus, he began searching and called out, Lu Mena." Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, he opened the door to find Lu Mena peacefully sleeping. Cautiously, he closed the door and took a seat on the sofa. Chapter 16. Sero. How did it become a pasture on one's head? At this moment, Sero, through his consciousness, witnessed how a pasture had inexplicably formed atop someone's head. What could this phenomenon possibly signify? Could it be an inherent trait of humanity? Truly remarkable. Achoo! The individual sneezed, sensing that someone was speaking about him. Lu Tian descended the stairs, calling out for Lime. "Lime, are you there?" "Present," came the reply. "Please teleport me back." "Understood. The underground elevator is currently in transit." In an instant, an elevator materialized before Lu Tian. He stepped inside, the doors closing automatically as it began its descent. Destination, underground base. Moments later, upon arrival, Lu Tian emerged and surveyed his surroundings. Only Niao Yulai was present. He did not see Xiao Lu or Pei Jia. Niao Yulai, where have they gone? Hearing Lu Tian's voice, Niao Yulai turned to him, her expression filled with resentment. As soon as he returned, he fainted and is now resting. Oh, I see. Lu Tian approached and found a spot to sit. After a brief hesitation, Niao Yulai made her way to Lu Tian. Lu Tian, you promised to help me find the mastermind behind the fusion monsters. Lu Tian appraised her and replied teasingly, I know, I won't deceive you, but not at this moment. Right now, you must focus on your own duties, clean this place up, and tend to my needs. Niao Yulai's heart burned with fury. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. Lu Tian, however, was not the type to cower. He maintained a firm stance with her. What do you mean? If you wish to find him, you must follow my instructions. Niao Yulai turned away, intent on her tasks, unwilling to engage further. Lu Tian, too, was preoccupied, his thoughts consumed by the forthcoming battle. The outcome against Sero remained uncertain, yet he recognized this as the opportune moment. Sero had expended a considerable amount of energy due to the temporal displacement. The ultimate Sero armor was no longer at his disposal, nor could he utilize his radiant form. This moment presented the best chance to defeat him. Nevertheless, Lu Tian needed to prepare thoroughly. During their duel, Fu Jingquke would undoubtedly attempt to interfere. However, he was aware that reaping the benefits of this situation would not come easily. Moreover, he could absorb the energy of monsters, and, scientifically speaking, the energy of Ultraman should also be assimilable. If he could absorb Sero's energy, vanquishing the current Fu Jingquke would be a mere trifling task. System. Can I absorb Sero's energy? Yes, Ultraman possesses a similar energy core, allowing for an exchange of energy, much like how Belial absorbed Jed's energy in the past. You can indeed absorb Sero's energy. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian was still somewhat perplexed, and he promptly inquired, how should I absorb it? I cannot possibly consume Ultraman Jiede like Belial does. Not at all. Unlike Belial, the host merely needs to incapacitate Sero until he flashes a red light, thus enabling the absorption of his energy, which will then be transformed into your own. Ah, I see. That simplifies matters considerably. As long as I follow this course of action. A sinister chuckle escaped Lu Tian's lips as he reveled in his newfound understanding. Hearing this chilling laughter, Nia came out to investigate, only to find Lu Tian grinning to himself. She pondered, what is wrong with Lu Tian? Is he unwell? Sensing her gaze, Lu Tian turned to face Nia, his piercing look startling her. In a huff, Nia stormed off, returning to her room. There is no doubt about it. Lu Tian is definitely unwell, and quite seriously so. Meanwhile, in the dwelling of Fujikido-Kei, he was deep in meditation, preparing himself thoroughly for what was to come. That insufferable brat, repeatedly thwarting my plans. I shall not let this slide. This time, you will witness my true power. However, before that, he needed to gather the star of Litru. It seemed the time for action had come. In the blink of an eye, Fujikido-Kei vanished from sight. The following day, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating its brilliance. Ling Rein stood bewildered, utterly confused. The previous night, he had intended to spend time with Rumi, only to find himself unceremoniously ejected from her presence. He had spent the night outside, grappling with the perplexity of it all. Rumi had always been gentle, never displaying such volatility or casting him out. His thoughts were muddled, trapped in a quagmire of confusion. At that moment, Sero's voice broke through his reverie. Ling Rein, it is time for our appointment. Very well, Sero. Without further contemplation, Ling Ren stepped outside. In the heart of the city, Lu Tian had arrived early, awaiting Ling Ren's arrival. Moments later, Ling Ren rushed to the location, removing his glasses as Sero possessed him. Lu Tian regarded him with a commanding tone. At long last, you have arrived. I was beginning to think you had fled. Chapter 17. Dark Jiede Ultraman vs. Sero. Ultraman Sero erupted into a boisterous laugh, declaring, Run? How absurd. I am Sero Ultraman. How could I possibly flee? Lu Tian, overwhelmed by a sense of inevitability, shook his head, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. Arrogance, unaccompanied by self-awareness, is a perilous folly, Sero. Your hubris shall exact a heavy toll. Sero raised 2 fingers towards him, retorting, "Make me pay? You are 2 millennia too early for that." Tian scoffed, resolved not to engage in further trivial banter with Sero. "Dark Jiede Ultraman," he commanded, transforming into Dark Jiede Ultraman, who materialized in the heart of the city. Upon observing his form, Sero's face twisted into a scornful sneer. "So it is you. This time, I shall ensure you pay dearly." Sero produced a summoning device and pressed it against his own eyes. With a sudden surge, Sero grew to a colossal size, assuming a brazen stance before Tian. The emergence of Dark Jiede Ultraman and Sero Ultraman in the city center instantly captivated the attention of the citizens. This is a report from the island nation. According to live coverage, 2 Ultramen have appeared in the city center. One is our protector, Dark Jiede Ultraman, while the identity of the other remains uncertain, though its appearance closely resembles that of the Ultraman who attacked the city 2 days prior. At that moment, their figures graced the screens. The citizens beheld Dark Jiede Ultraman with delight, devoid of any fright. However, upon seeing Sero Ultraman, some gasped in terror, exclaiming, "Isn't that the Ultraman with the headpiece who assaulted the city just 2 days ago? Indeed, don't think I wouldn't recognize him merely because he has changed color. It is unmistakably him. Indeed, aside from their differing colors, the resemblance is uncanny. Dark Jiede Ultraman, rally forth and vanquish this vile Ultraman." Meanwhile, in the subterranean base, Lime projected the scene from the city center onto the screen. What is happening? Niao Yulai Yavandirit, Perpliet, questioning how Tian had transformed into Dark Jiede Ultraman without a monster present. "I am unsure," Lime replied. Niao Yulai then inquired, "And who is that opposing Ultraman?" "Searching now. This Ultraman is known as Sero Ultraman, the son of 7 Ultraman, born in the M78 Nebula. He was once expelled from the Ultraman lineage for attempting to harness the energy of the Plasma Spark Tower, but later trained under the Ultra King. Years ago, he defeated Belial and saved the M78 Nebula, becoming a celebrated hero among Ultramen. Upon hearing this, Niao Yulai felt a foreboding sensation stir within. Is he here to eliminate Belial? Uncertain, but the likelihood is substantial. And what of Tian? How could he? In that moment, Niao Yulai fell into deep contemplation, grappling with the unfolding events. In a secluded corner of the city center, Fuzhou Ke beheld the 2 of them. Ah, how intriguing, how fascinating. A wicked smile crept upon Fuzhou Ke's face, accompanied by a sinister laugh that echoed around him. Tian gazed at Sero, his eyes brimming with a palpable aura of menace. "Today, you shall pay the price. Dare to make me pay? Let us see you try," Tian retorted, launching a flying kick directly at Sero. Unfazed, Sero met the attack head-on. Once again, their kicks collided, suspending them in midair, evenly matched. "How vexing. This brat's kick is remarkably on par with my own." Sero grumbled internally, astonished by the turn of events. His kick was, after all, a direct inheritance from Leo. I believe all are familiar with Leo's prowess in kicking. Tian then began to mock. "What is this? The illustrious Sero Ultraman possesses such feeble strength?" Before Sero could finish his retort, Tian transformed into the dark flame form, instantly enveloping his legs in dark flames. "What the? This is against the code of combat." Sero, caught off guard, was struck by the dark flames. Seizing the moment, Tian executed a flaming kick that sent Sero tumbling several meters away, crashing beneath a towering building. Tian erupted into laughter, taunting the code of combat. "I know not what that is." Sero, filled with rage, stood up, seething with fury. Pointing at Tian, his voice thundered like a tempest. "Tian, I shall not spare you. You will pay dearly for this. Make me pay. You'd better have true skill." Tian's eyes turned blood red, and the air around him began to ripple. He extended his hands, gathering energy, amassing it within his claws. Super Claw Slash. Countless streaks of claw marks tore through the air, bombarding Sero with relentless force. Such trivial attacks I need not evade. Sero resolved to confront it head-on, channeling energy into his hands. Sero's converging beam. The claws and beam collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated the surrounding structures. The blast generated powerful shockwaves that surged toward both Tian and Sero. Just as Sero, still reeling from the previous impact, failed to notice. He was caught in the aftermath of the explosion, sent flying. Meanwhile, Tian, anticipating the shockwave's approach, retreated several steps. He bent low, gathering all his energy, utilizing the pressure of the air to propel himself upward. Dark Cross Shockwave. Chapter 18. Sero has been exhausted. Rendered in a vegetative state, the Dark Cross Shockwave dispersed the residual energy, leaving Tian unscathed. How infuriating! Sero, weak and trembling, managed to rise from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury, vowing to make Tian pay dearly. Meanwhile, Fu Jing, observing from the sidelines, wore a despicable grin. Continue fighting. Once you both reach a state of mutual destruction, you shall all perish, he cackled, holding the dark sublimation device and 2 monster capsules, radiating an aura of malevolence. Fight on. The more fiercely you clash, the more my delight grows. The robust Sero, enveloped in flames, summoned a massive fiery fist that surged toward Tian. Come forth. Let me witness your true capabilities. In his darkened form, Tian felt no fear of matching Sero's strength. The blazing black flames encased his fist as it surged forward. The fiery fist collided with the dark flame fist, unleashing a cataclysmic spectacle. The earth trembled, crumbled, and thunder roared. Sero's roar echoed through the air. You dare to confront me head-on? You are far too arrogant. Tian, dismissive, retorted, is it my arrogance or yours? In that moment of stalemate, the citizens began to rally, cheering for Tian. Dark Jiede Ultraman, defeat this villain, annihilate this scoundrel, obliterate this city-wrecking, murderous Ultraman. The fervent cheers of the crowd coalesced into waves of energy, converging at Tian's chest. Ding! Acquired Citizens Dark Light Energy 999 Dark Energy Upgrade. With a slight smile, Tian welcomed the influx. Instantly, an aura of darkness enveloped him, deep crimson intensifying, becoming more sanguinary. At that moment, Tian's black flame fist, infused with abyssal darkness, had the power to consume all. In mere moments, Sero's fiery punch was gradually eroded and extinguished. What is this? How can it absorb my flames? This is impossible. Such formidable dark energy, akin to Belial. No, perhaps even more sinister. Within 3 seconds, the flames were entirely devoured by Tian. He did not retract his fist, but delivered a crushing blow directly onto Sero's energy timer. The black flames began to gnaw at Sero's energy, slowly siphoning it from his very being. Tian's sinister laughter echoed ominously around them. Moments latte. Sero's timer began to flash red, emitting a frantic alarm. His face was a mask of disbelief. Tian was indeed absorbing his energy. How could this be? What have you done to me? My energy, it is vanishing. What do you say? What do you think I'm doing right now? Tian unleashes dark energy, hastening the absorption of Sero's light energy. At this moment, bit by bit, the light energy flows into Tian's body, transforming into dark energy autonomously. Sero, your energy now belongs to me. Indeed, as expected from Sero, the energy contained within is truly formidable. Sero feels his energy dwindling, his body growing increasingly feeble. Cursed be you, wicked Ultraman. How could you wield such malevolent power? Tian remains unfazed. After all, it was Sero who first provoked him. Curse away, for soon you shall be rendered speechless. Beep beep. The red light on Sero's chest timer flickers, growing weaker and more frantic. Cursed, cursed. Despite Sero's desperate struggles, he cannot break free from the dark energy. At this moment, he feels an unusual change within his body, an inexplicable discomfort. Sero, Sero. What is happening? Why do I feel my body growing weaker? Sero remains silent, seething with rage. If he does not act soon, all will be lost. What to do? What to do? Yet, in this dire moment, Sero conceives a plan. He will merge his soul with Ling Run, ensuring that even if his physical form is destroyed, he shall not perish. Indeed, this shall be the course of action. With a furious roar, Sero channels all his soul into Ling Run. Ling Ren, perplexed, continues to call out for Sero. Sero, what is happening? Did you not say it would take 20,000 years to defeat you? What is the situation now? Sero. Despite Ling Ren's frantic calls, no response comes. Lu Tian, who is absorbing Sero's energy, feels a sense of surprise. Why is Sero not resisting? Is he allowing the energy to be absorbed willingly? No, something is amiss. Lu Tian observes closely, sensing that Sero's soul is gradually dissipating elsewhere. How intriguing. Is this a strategic retreat? If so, then all the energy within you shall belong to me. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Tian begins to voraciously consume Sero's energy. Beep, beep, beep. With a piercing sound, Sero's timer ceases to function, and his body erupts in a magnificent explosion, shrouding the area in smoke. A beam of light slowly descends to the ground, where Ling Run lies, breathless and unconscious. Lu Tian understands that Sero's soul has not dissipated. It lingers within Ling Run. However, Sero now poses no threat, and he can remain on Earth to witness his own demise. At this moment, the eagerly awaiting Fukichu, K, reveals a sinister laugh that echoes around them. The mighty Ultraman Zero has been vanquished, and he must have sustained considerable injuries. At this moment, none of you shall escape. Subsequently, Fubuki K directly inserted a capsule. Arise, Galactron. A colossal mechanical beast materialized in the heart of the city. Immediately thereafter, Fubuki K produced 2 additional monster capsules and inserted them without hesitation. Now it is my turn. Lord Belial, grant me strength. Gamora, Red King, Belial Ultraman. The skeletal Gamora re-emerged within the city, unleashing a thunderous roar that dispersed the surrounding smoke. This time, I shall undoubtedly obliterate you. At this juncture, Lu Tian wore a slight, sinister smile, a look of malevolence gracing his features. He turned to face the skeletal Gamora and Galactron, his eyes gleaming with avarice and triumph. You wish to engage in a struggle, hoping to benefit from the conflict, yet little do you realize that I am the mantis stalking the cicada, with the aureole poised behind. At last, this great fish has taken a bait. Chapter 19. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird waits. You are now at your wit's end, yet you persist in your bravado. Watch as I bring you down, and then we shall see how defiant you remain. Galactron's eyes gleamed with a crimson hue as the mechanical life within him was activated, stirring to life. Galactron, advance, Lu Tian commanded, deftly withdrawing the head spear and grasping it firmly in his hand. Do you truly believe that a mere mechanical beast can defeat me, Fujing Chuck K? You underestimate me gravely. Standing still, Fujing Chuck K emitted a series of furious roars. Arrogance shall meet its end. I will extinguish your hubris now. Lu Tian surged forward in a swift charge towards Galactron, who met him head-on. Indeed, a mechanical monster is devoid of intellect. Having just absorbed the energy of Sero, his strength had surged dramatically. Dealing with Galactron was nothing short of effortless. He could feel Sero's energy seamlessly merging with his own, rendering him terrifyingly powerful. Galactron unleashed a barrage of destructive beams aimed directly at Lu Tian. Unfazed, Lu Tian hurled the head spear into the air. It spun gracefully, slicing through the destructive beams with ease and redirecting them harmlessly to the sides. The spear then soared through the air, cleaving towards Galactron. Warning, warning! Danger, danger! Eliminate danger! Eliminate danger! Galactron activated his energy shield, enveloping himself in a defensive barrier to withstand the spear. A subtle smile crept upon Lu Tian's lips. He would not grant Galactron the luxury of defense. Channeling his strength, he emanated an aura of malevolence, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. Dark Cross Shockwave. A torrent of dark energy surged towards Galactron, consuming all in its path. Galactron's mechanical voice echoed as he intensified his energy shield. Defend! Defend! The Dark Cross Shockwave collided with the head spear, which instantaneously raced with superluminal speed towards the energy shield. Within a heartbeat, it shattered the shield and plunged directly into Galactron's mechanical heart. In an instant, Galactron's body began to fracture, culminating in a thunderous explosion that scattered him into scrap metal. Ding! Killed Galatron. Mission complete. Defeat 10 monsters. 8-10. The energy remnants of Galatron drifted through the air, gradually flowing into Lu Tian's being. Ding! Successfully absorbed Galatron's energy. Just then, little Lu communicated with Lu Tian through a distant link. Brother Lu Tian, you have just endured a fierce battle. Allow me to handle this. You should rest for a moment. Fierce battle? Rest? The recent skirmish had scarcely drained his energy. There was no need for respite. Lu Tian scoffed, replying, No, none of you may intervene. He is mine. Upon hearing this, little Lu fell silent. Lu Tian turned to face Fuji Chuki, utterly astonished by the earlier spectacle. Doubts swirled within him, his expression a mask of disbelief. No, this cannot be. How could you possibly vanquish Galatron with a single strike? How could you possess such strength? Lu Tian addressed Fuji Chuki. Humph. Now it is your turn. You underestimate me, and I shall make you pay the price. Skull Brother Mora charged forward, his dual horns radiating malevolent energy. This time, I shall sever your horns and see if you survive. With a swift motion, Lu Tian retrieved the spearhead that was embedded in the ground. Flames of infernal intensity engulfed him, akin to the dark flames of the 9 underworlds, enveloping his entire being. Leaping into the air, Lu Tian brandished the spearhead wreathed in black flames, aiming at Skull Brother Mora's horns. He descended with precision, severing one horn cleanly in two. Ah! Skull Brother Mora emitted a horrific scream, crimson liquid oozing from the stump of his horn. Without granting him a moment's respite, Lu Tian struck again, decapitating the other horn. Ah! Skull Brother Mora crumpled to the ground, unable to endure the agony. Lu Tian then began to mock him mercilessly. Look at you now, bald and hornless. You dare to insult me? Fuji Chuki, like a furious wolf, roared at Lu Tian. Humph! Not only shall I insult you, but I shall also obliterate you. Skull Brother Mora, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise. You will pay for this. Skull Ultra Vibration Wave. Fuji Chuki attempted to unleash his ultimate move to annihilate Lu Tian, but in the next moment, he was left bewildered. Why can't I execute my skill? Skull Ultra Vibration Wave. Still, nothing happened. Fuji Chuki was engulfed in confusion. Skull. Stop it with the skulls and the Ultra Vibration Wave. You can't even feel your own missing horn. How can you use it? This was truly laughable. What? Fuji Chuki, bewildered, touched his head, falling deeper into confusion. Just watch me now. I shall send you back home. Dark Cross Shockwave. A violent beam of dark energy surged towards Fuji Chuki. In an instant, Skull Brother Mora's body began to shatter, accompanied by wails of anguish. No, no, no. How is this possible? I cannot lose again. This cannot be. I am the strongest heir of Lord Belial. No, I cannot lose. With a thunderous explosion, Skull Brother Mora's body erupted into a myriad of energy fragments, suspended in the air, which then automatically entered Lu Tian's body. Ding! Defeated Skull Brother Mora completed the limited task. Eliminate 10 monsters, 9-10. Ding! Successfully absorbed the energy of the skeletal Gamora, resulting in an enhancement of the Dark Jiede Ultraman's power. The attributes of Dark Jiede Ultraman have been comprehensively elevated, and he has acquired the skill, Dark Solar Burst Ray. The degree of genetic fusion with Belial Ultraman has increased. Host, Lu Tian. Fused Ultraman, Dark Jiede Ultraman, Purple Gene. Energy, 1000. Speed, 820. Combat Power, 1000. Mental Strength, 680. Skill Points, 15. Fusion Degree, 18. Skills, Dark Cross Shockwave, Ultra Claw / Dark Solar Burst Ray. Form, Dark Blaze Form. Goodness, this monster is unexpectedly valuable. Chapter 20. Thank you so much, Lu Tian. In an instant, Lu Tian transformed into a streak of black light and vanished in the heart of the city. The Dark Jiede Ultraman has once again saved us. He truly is our savior. I wish to place the image of Dark Jiede Ultraman in my home, to cherish it as a talisman for a lifetime. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to send our savior away? At that moment, as the citizens gathered around, they discovered the unconscious Ling Run. Quick, call an ambulance. Someone has been knocked out by a monster. Thus, Ling Ren was successfully transported to the hospital. Inside the hospital, Lu Mena received a call from the doctors. Doctor, what is wrong with him? Why isn't he woken up? The doctor cleared his throat and pointed to the test report. According to this report, Mr. Ling has suffered severe brain damage. He may never awaken. Lu Mena could hardly believe her ears. What? Never awaken? Does that mean he is dead? Not quite dead. Mr. Ling's vital signs are still present, but he is in a deep coma akin to a vegetative state. What? Lu Mena was in disbelief, unable to accept this grim reality. Does that mean Ling Ren will never wake up? What will his family do? Overwhelmed by despair, she sat on the floor and began to weep. Number 88. Please settle the hospitalization fee. Just then, the nurse's voice shattered the atmosphere of sorrow. Lu Mena felt a wave of despair wash over her. Their family had very little money as it was. The funds they had barely covered the hospital expenses, and she could not possibly afford the treatment costs. As she thought of this, her tears flowed more freely, cascading down her cheeks. In that moment, she seemed less like a devoted wife and mother, and more like a helpless girl. I will cover his medical expenses. How much is it? A voice broke through the somber scene. Lu Mena looked up to see Lu Tian approaching her, standing before her. He took the bill, glanced at it, and promptly made the payment via his phone. Lu Tian thought to himself, thank goodness I joined AIB. Otherwise, where would I find such a large sum of money? Why are you here? I cannot accept your money. If you refuse my help, do you have the means to pay right now? If not, he may not make it. Lu Tian stepped closer to Lu Mena, gently wiping away the tears from her face. Lu Mena wanted to push him away, but then remembered the substantial debt she owed him and that he was now assisting with the hospitalization fee. Yet, her expression bore no trace of joy, only deep sorrow. Seeing her distress, Lu Tian felt a pang of unhappiness and inquired, what is wrong? Fearing his anger, Lu Mena hastily replied, no, that is not what I meant. As the scene shifted, Lu Tian continued, as long as that is clear, now tell me, what shall we do? Lu Mena found herself momentarily bewildered, akin to a naive little rabbit, unsure of what Lu Tian was referring to. What should she do? Now, it appeared her husband might not survive. He was unlikely to awaken, as she pondered who would repay her debts. I will repay you, she insisted, and you mentioned granting me an extension. Indeed, I did offer an extension, but I never specified its duration. Now that your husband is incapacitated, how do you intend to repay me? Do you possess any funds? Lu Tian's words pierced her heart like a chilling dagger, leaving her in distress. I. In truth, their household relied entirely on him. With him now in a vegetative state, how could she possibly repay such a large sum? I spoke of granting you an extension, not an indefinite one. With sadness in her voice, Lu Mena confessed, I have no money. No money? That is of no concern to me. You owe me a considerable amount. Are you attempting to evade your obligations? No, I would never default. Then how do you plan to repay me? Lu Mena found herself engulfed in despair, utterly at a loss regarding how to repay such an overwhelming debt. Tears streamed down her face as she contemplated her predicament. At that moment, a faint smile played upon Lu Tian's lips. He had successfully achieved his desired effect. I offer you a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Lu Mena fell silent, fully aware of Lu Tian's intentions for being there. Yet, she found herself devoid of any options. Was it truly necessary for her to? Now that your husband is incapacitated, you must consider not only yourself but also your daughter. Lu Tian recognized that her daughter was her Achilles heel. Once he seized upon this vulnerability, he had the upper hand. A smug smile spread across Lu Tian's face. The mere mention of her daughter shattered her composure. She still had her daughter. The image of her child's face flooded her mind. After wrestling with her emotions for what felt like an eternity, Lu Mena suppressed her sorrow and nodded in resignation. Very well, I agree to your terms. Now you're thinking clearly. Some content has been redacted. My apologies. Chapter 21. The Star of Litru. The Three-Faced Monster. Det 820. Lu Tian gazed at her and then spoke. I've already settled the hospital fees, and I have arranged for a caregiver. You can return home to take care of your daughter without worry. I cannot accept any more of your financial assistance. You have already. Mei Nai felt a bit embarrassed to continue receiving Lu Tian's help, as he had already given so much. To me, it is of no consequence. As long as you behave, you shall not lack for anything, Lu Tian replied, turning to wave his hand as he departed. Ding! Main quest unlocked. Obtain the Heart of Litru. Absorb the energy of Ultraman attached to the Star of Litru. For each Star of Litru absorbed, all attributes will increase by 1,000. Upon acquiring 2 Stars of Litru, 1 random skill will be drawn. The Star of Litru, originating from the King of Ultraman. It was the result of the Earth being reconstructed by the King after Belial's destruction of the planet. During this process, some individuals gained the powers of Ultraman. This ability is known as the Star of Litru. However, he recalled that only little Lu could obtain the Star of Litru. Lu Tian felt a twinge of surprise and then inquired, "How do I absorb their Stars of Litru?" It is quite simple. Just like Ultraman J&D, find the bearer of the Star of Litru and earn their heartfelt blessing, and you will absorb the energy of the star. Came the response. So, once I absorb the Star of Litru, will it transform into an Ultraman capsule? Not at all. When the Star of Litru enters your body, you will absorb the energy of the Heart of Litru and acquire the abilities of that Ultraman. Wow, that's impressive. Lu Tian had been concerned that if the Star of Litru turned into a capsule, it would be useless to him without a summoning device. Now, it directly converted into his own energy, granting him the powers of Ultraman. What could be better? He remembered that there were numerous Stars of Litru scattered throughout the city. Furthermore, Niao Yulai Yi possessed a Star of Litru infused with the energy of the King of Ultraman. However, he knew he must not rush. After all, the King of Ultraman was formidable. He decided to proceed gradually, beginning with the first Ultraman, the bearer of the Star of Litru associated with Leo Ultraman. He recalled that the first Star of Litru was held by a little girl named Ellie, who was currently at the shelter in the city center with the store manager. Since he had some free time, he resolved to secure the first Heart of Litru. Otherwise, if little Lu got there first, he would be at a disadvantage. With that, Lu Tian made his way toward the shelter. At the shelter, "Sister, what has happened to Ellie? How is it that her palm can emit fire so effortlessly?" The store manager inquired of Ellie's mother. "I do not know. It started with just a warm sensation in her palm, but now she can actually shoot flames from it. This cannot be delayed any longer. I must find the time to visit the hospital and ascertain what has befallen Ellie. For now, let us settle here and wait for this period to pass." The store manager glanced around, reassured by the security of the warehouse, and spoke confidently. "Indeed, while this place may be modest, it is relatively safe, hidden from prying eyes." Just as he finished speaking, anguished screams echoed from outside. The store manager and others were filled with dread as they looked ahead. "Brother, what is happening?" "Stay with Ellie. I will investigate," he replied, picking up a wooden stick from the ground and cautiously advancing towards the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the door, he slowly opened it and peered outside, only to find it eerily empty. However, his gaze fell upon a figure lying motionless on the ground, barely clinging to life. Panic surged within him as he rushed to the person's side, desperate to understand their condition. Just as he approached, a figure emerged behind him, brandishing a radiation gun, and fired without hesitation. "You are..." The store manager's words were cut short as the radiation beam struck him, sending him collapsing to the ground with a piercing scream. Inside, Ellie's mother, startled by her son's cries, sprang to her feet and dashed outside. As she reached the threshold, a beam of radiation struck her, rendering her unconscious. The assailant, cloaked in a black mask, stepped inside, his eyes gleaming with avarice at the energy radiating from Ellie. "At last, I have found you. The energy you possess is mine." Ellie had already risen, cowering in a corner, stammering, "Who are you? What have you done to my mother?" "Do not worry. You shall see her soon," he replied, advancing toward her with an insatiable hunger in his eyes. "Stay back. Don't come any closer." Ellie retreated step by step until she reached the wall, with nowhere left to escape. "Run then. I shall see where you flee. Stay put, or face my wrath," he sneered, closing the distance between them. Just as he reached out to seize her, Ellie extended her hand and unleashed a torrent of searing flames, engulfing him in fire. He screamed in agony as the flames consumed him, revealing his true form, a grotesque alien with an oversized head. You dare to burn me? You shall pay dearly for this. Ellie, horrified by his appearance, trembled with fear. Who are you? Why do you want to capture me? I am the infamous three-faced monstrosity. Dead at 8:20, he cackled. Chapter 22. A claw rends the three-faced monster in half. What manner of creature is this three-faced monstrosity? Do not approach me, or I shall burn you alive. The flames that seared him earlier elicited a wretched scream, revealing his current grotesque visage. It became evident to Ellie that her fire could indeed harm this abomination. The three-faced monster let out a derisive laugh, step by step advancing towards her. You cannot possibly believe that such feeble flames could defeat me. How utterly foolish. When Ellie attempted to unleash her flames once more, she found herself unable to do so. Fear began to envelop her, yet the more frightened she grew, the more she found herself incapacitated. Now, you belong to me. Just as the three-faced monster sought to seize Ellie, a resounding voice interrupted his advance. You foul creature, release your filthy claws. The monster turned to the source of the voice and beheld Lu Tian, who had forcefully kicked open the door, standing before him. Ah, yet another ignorant earthling who dares to command me. How delightful. The three-faced monster fired a beam from his radiation gun. Lu Tian smirked slightly and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from the monster's sight. Where'd he go? The three-faced monster scanned the surroundings, puzzled by the absence of Lu Tian. You coward! Do you only boast with your words? Just then, a deep voice resonated beside him. Oh, I'm right behind you, did you not see? As the three-faced monster turned, Lu Tian's fist connected squarely with his face, sending him hurtling away. The monster soared through the air for a few seconds before crashing to the ground. Pathetic. Is one punch enough to keep you down? Thanks to the influence of the Belial gene, his current physique was terrifyingly powerful. The strength of his body had been witnessed by both Lamina and others. Lu Tian then pointed at the three-faced monster, continuing his taunts. You, an insignificant grotesque, dare to covet the heart of Litru? Such delusions are laughable. Upon hearing the earthling's derision, the three-faced monster could no longer contain his fury, unleashing the pent-up rage that surged within him. How dare you underestimate me? I shall make you pay dearly. Despite this, Lu Tian remained unfazed. Countless individuals have threatened me with consequences, yet those who uttered such words have already met their end, and you shall not be the exception. Moreover, how dare a wretched alien like you flaunt your power before me? You have tread upon the path to your own demise. Lu Tian shielded Ellie behind him, standing defiantly before the three-faced monster. The creature was consumed with rage, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. How infuriating! A mere earthling speaks so brazenly. I shall make you pay in blood. Let me pay the price in blood. Do you truly deserve it? Earthling, you have gone too far. I shall end your life. Ah! With a thunderous roar, the three-faced monster transformed, enlarging its form and reducing the entire warehouse to rubble, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Lu Tian promptly shielded AI Li, ensuring she sustained no harm. As the smoke cleared, AI Li beheld the now colossal three-faced creature, terror seizing her heart. Ah, a monster, a monster! Fear etched upon AI Li's face as she cowered behind Lu Tian, clutching him and tremblingly imploring, Big brother, what shall we do? Fear not, this alien is utterly feeble. Leave it to me. Lu Tian gently nudged her to a safe location before confronting the extraterrestrial being. The three-faced monster, brandishing a radiation gun, sneered at Lu Tian, declaring, You pathetic ants of Earth shall pay the price. Behold my form and tremble, be filled with panic. With a nonchalant smile, Lu Tian regarded him with disdain, utterly unimpressed. A grotesque creature remains grotesque, regardless of its size. Your ugliness cannot be concealed. Now, I shall send you back to your origins. Dark Jiede Ultraman, channeling his thoughts, he transformed into Dark Jiede Ultraman, standing boldly before the three-faced monster. Upon witnessing Lu Tian's transformation, AI Li's fear evaporated, replaced by awe. It turned out that her big brother was indeed Dark Jiede Ultraman. The emergence of Dark Jiede Ultraman startled the three-faced monster, its expression shifting to one of shock. What? You are Dark G&D Ultraman? Panic surged within the creature. It was fully aware of the previous battle. Now, it realized it was no match for Tian. However, as a member of the three-faced species, it could not falter in the face of adversity. It was the strongest among its kind. How could it possibly be outmatched by a mere Ultraman? Tian observed the creature's countenance and let out a scoff. What is this? Are you frightened, panicked, and paralyzed upon seeing me? Do not think that your transformation intimidates me. The three-faced monster, suppressing its fear beneath a veil of reckless bravado, aimed its radiation gun and unleashed a barrage. Such feeble attacks require no evasion. With a single strike, I can obliterate you. Radiation wave. Streams of radiant energy surged toward Tian, brimming with devouring light, a relentless assault. A faint smile graced Tian's lips as he scoffed. How absurd. Super Claw Slash. Two quantum beams materialized as lethal claws, shimmering with a deadly aura. Tian charged at the three-faced monster, slicing through the incoming rays, reducing them to fragments that scattered around. What? How is this possible? You cannot shatter my radiation wave. It is impossible. I cannot believe it. The enraged, three-faced creature intensified the energy output of its radiation wave, concentrating all of its power into the beam and unleashing it in a direct assault. Absurd. It thought that amplifying the energy output would make it my adversary. With a swift strike, Tian effortlessly cleaved the beam in twain. In an instant, he stood before his foe, instilling a profound terror in the three-faced creature. What? How can this be? With claws piercing into the heart of the three-faced creature, he yanked, tearing its body apart piece by piece. With a cry of anguish, the creature was rent asunder by Tian, its blood cascading from the sky like raindrops. Chapter 23. Acquiring the Litra Star of Leo Ultraman, the grotesque creature, utterly powerless, was nothing but a mere waste. The energy scattered by the three-faced monster gradually flowed into Tian's body. Ding! You have slain the three-faced monster. Limited task completed. Kill 10 monsters. Completion 100. Reward for completing the limited task. Belial's Twilight. Absorbing the energy of the three-faced monster enhances the dark energy of Dark G&D Ultraman. Seeing the three-faced monster vanquished by Tian, Ellie rushed to an open area, calling out, Big brother, thank you for saving me. Thank you. In the next moment, a radiant light appeared on Ellie's chest, transforming into orbs of light that soared towards Tian. As the brilliance faded from her chest, Ellie felt her body cool down. Subsequently, as the orbs entered Tian's body, they morphed into a dark hue, merging with him. Ding! You have acquired the Litra Star of Leo Ultraman, gaining all abilities of Leo Ultraman. Leo Ultraman? His most formidable and renowned technique is the Leo Flying Kick. If combined with his blazing form, the power would surely be tremendous. Fuji K watched as the Litra Star integrated into Tian's being, feeling a mix of elation and fury. The Litra Star had finally appeared. However, why was it him again? Who exactly was he? Fuji K hesitated, fearing that emerging now would yield results akin to the last encounter. Yet, as the heir of Lord Belial, how could he submit to him? Fuji K retrieved the Dark Transcendence device and inserted the capsule. Golden Ancient Bridge. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Stop. Now is not the time to deal with him. Leave him to me. I shall personally absorb his energy. Yes, Lord Belial. Fuji K set down the Dark Transcendence device, a slight smirk playing on his lips. This time you are fortunate. Next time, I will surely annihilate you. With that, Fuji K departed the scene in a cloud of dust. With a whoosh, the figure of Dark G&D Ultraman vanished without a trace. Big brother, thank you for saving me. Thank you, Ellie exclaimed, waving her hand at the fading silhouette of Dark G&D Ultraman. Soon, Tian descended to the ground. Just then, a female voice called out to him. Tian. Turning to the source of the voice, Tian beheld a woman with a charming presence, radiating warmth and beauty. Standing not far away, curiosity piqued, he realized he did not recognize her. He had never encountered her before. Who are you? I'm a member of AIB. My name is Izaki Moya. Lu Tian cast a glance and realized it was Izaki Moya, little Lu's childhood friend and also a member of AIB. Her presence here must be a result of a command from Xena. Ah, I see. You've come to find me for some matter? Under the directive of Xena, I have come to your side. To his side? Lu Tian felt perplexed. Could it be that Xena did not trust him and sent Izaki Moya to monitor him? This Xena truly has a convoluted mind. However, if he were to dismiss Izaki Moya now, Xena would undoubtedly find someone else to keep watch over him. At that point, the surveillance would not remain overt, but would shift to a more clandestine approach. He would soon find himself utterly vexed. Given this predicament, it might be wiser to allow the foolish girl before him to observe him. Well, Xena has sent you to my side for a specific purpose, hasn't he? Izaki Moya pondered, realizing that her presence was indeed to keep an eye on him. After all, Lu Tian possessed the genetic lineage of Belial, the very entity that instigated the Parker crisis. As long as Lu Tian was related to Belial, he posed a threat to the Earth. Therefore, his every action must be under our scrutiny to guard against this unknown peril. Lord Xena instructed me to assist you. Considering you have just joined AIB and are still unfamiliar with many matters, she explained. Lu Tian regarded Izaki Moya with a knowing glance, teasingly replying, "Oh, so that's it. And how does Xena expect you to assist me? A close partnership, perhaps?" At this remark, Izaki Moya blushed, her face suffused with shyness. She quickly stammered, "Not that kind of assistance, it's just..." Momentarily a loss for words, she found herself utterly flustered by Lu Tian's playful banter. "All right, I shan't jest any longer. Since it is Xena's request, follow me," Lu Tian said. "Okay," Izaki Moya nodded, promptly trailing behind him. As Lu Tian continued forward, curiosity piqued her interest. "Lu Tian, where are you headed?" "Home." Casting a glance at her, he replied, "Yes, there is someone you should know." "Who?" Izaki Moya inquired, intrigued by the prospect of knowing someone Lu Tian was acquainted with, especially since they had only just met. "You'll find out when we arrive." "Lime. Summon the underground elevator to my current location." "Understood, Master." In an instant, the underground elevator appeared before Lu Tian. The sudden emergence startled Izaki Moya. Where did this elevator come from? Lu Tian stepped inside and beckoned. "Come in. My home is below." With a hint of curiosity, Izaki Moya entered. As soon as she did, the elevator doors shut, and they descended into the depths. "Lu Tian, is your home underground?" she asked. "Yes," he casually replied. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their destination. As Lu Tian led her out of the elevator, Izaki Moya was astounded by the opulence before her. The lavishness of the subterranean space was nothing short of astonishing. Just as she became enraptured by her surroundings, a voice called out to her. "Moya, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing Izaki Moya, she exclaimed, "Isn't this little Lu? Little Lu, do you reside here?" Chapter 24. Izaki Moya elucidates the mysteries of the Litru star, while Lu Tian quietly observes her from the side. Izaki Moya takes a moment to assess Xiao Lu, having not seen him for quite some time. "So, the person Lu Tian mentioned, whom I am acquainted with, is indeed you, Xiao Lu." "Moya, I never anticipated encountering you here," Xiao Lu exclaimed with fervor as he approached her with great enthusiasm. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Izaki Moya promptly inquired, "By the way, what brings you here? Moreover, what is your relationship with Lu Tian that you reside together?" "Well, how should I put it? Lu Tian is in fact my elder brother, which is why we live together," Xiao Lu replied. The revelation that Lu Tian was Xiao Lu's elder brother struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily bewildered. She distinctly recalled that Xiao Lu was an orphan. How could he possibly have an elder brother? Furthermore, if Lu Tian was an extraterrestrial, did that imply that Xiao Lu was also from another world? Izaki Moya swiftly probed, "What? Lu Tian is your elder brother?" Xiao Lu nodded and explained, "Yes. We only met a few days ago, and due to certain circumstances, I confirmed that Lu Tian is indeed my brother." "So, Xiao Lu, are you also an extraterrestrial?" Izaki Moya pressed. Xiao Lu fell silent, merely nodding, his demeanor becoming subdued. He feared that Izaki Moya might recoil in fear upon discovering his otherworldly origins. A hint of sadness crossed his face, which did not escape Izaki Moya's notice. In response, she adopted a playful demeanor and said, Xiao Lu, after all these years, you never told me you were an extraterrestrial. Moya, you won't be afraid, will you? After all, I am different from you. I am an alien, he replied. How could I be afraid? You will always be my little brother, she reassured him, gently patting his shoulder while gazing at him with unwavering sincerity. Indeed, Xiao Lu replied, his excitement palpable. Just as they were sharing a moment of joy, Lu Tian approached, clearing his throat. Moya, have you come here merely for nostalgia? He inquired. Izaki Moya rubbed her head and replied, well, not exactly. By the way, Xiao Lu, since Lu Tian is Ultraman, does that mean you're also Ultraman? In the face of Izaki Moya's question, Xiao Lu did not shy away from the truth. Yes. So you're the other Ultraman that appeared in the city a few days ago? Indeed. Ah, I see. So this is your base, then? Izaki Moya deduced. Correct. This is our base controlled by Lime, Xiao Lu confirmed. Izaki Moya's understanding blossomed. No wonder the Ultraman emerged to thwart the monsters. They were situated beneath this very city. With this elevator, they could traverse anywhere they wished. Now it makes sense why you could respond so swiftly to the monsters, she remarked, while Xiao Lu awkwardly scratched his head, his gaze wandering. I currently feel utterly inadequate, relying heavily on my elder brother to vanquish the monsters. If it weren't for his presence, I fear I would stand no chance against them. Upon noticing Xiao Lu's expression of embarrassment, Izaki Moya refrained from further comments. As she spotted Lu Tian, a thought struck her, and she quickly inquired, Lu Tian, do you know what that beam of light that entered your body today signifies? Lu Tian let out a derisive snort. He was well aware it was the star of Litru. However, expressing this knowledge might incite suspicion from AIB. He merely shook his head, opting for silence as he observed her intently. Xiao Lu, bewildered by their conversation, interjected, what are you two discussing? Izaki Moya promptly retrieved her phone and projected the information onto the screen ahead. The star of Litru is merely our nomenclature for it. In reality, it is a form of energy. At present, we are unable to analyze its composition. Yet those who possess this energy acquire certain abilities. These abilities are diverse and peculiar. For instance, some individuals can breathe fire, create defensive shields, or traverse dimensions. Listening to Izaki Moya's explanation, Xiao Lu felt astonished. He had not anticipated that others on Earth shared his experience of possessing extraordinary phenomena. Is it truly so miraculous? He pondered. Indeed, we have discovered that the monsters appearing in the city these past few days seem to be in search of the star of Litru. Xiao Lu appeared utterly astonished. What? Consequently, we must locate them before they do and ensure their protection. Lu Tian remained silent, continuing to watch them intently. When Ryukeo overheard their dialogue, she instinctively placed a hand over her chest, feeling an unusual warmth radiating from that area, leaving her perplexed. However, she did not dwell on it. In a CAF, two men clad in suits were engaged in conversation over coffee. Fuji-K, what troubles you? One inquired. Suddenly, Fuji-K opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp. Startling the other, he lifted his coffee cup, took a sip, and coldly replied, just now I was connecting with outer space, traversing its vastness and sensing the energy of this world. This statement left his companion in a state of profound bewilderment. What do you mean, Fuji-K? Fuji-K averted his gaze, his eyes turning a shade of crimson as he looked into the distance. At that moment, a radiant beam of light pierced the sky before him. It has finally appeared. Rising from his seat, Fuji-K declared, do you know what is the most fascinating aspect of this world? His words rendered his companion once again bewildered. Today, Fuji-K seemed peculiarly unhinged. Before his companion could react, Fuji-K strode forward, exclaiming, Fuji-K, will you still attend this week's report meeting? Upon concluding his words, Fuji-K swiftly vanished from sight. He boldly stepped onto the street, retrieving the Dark Ascension device as he walked. Now, it is my turn to bring this game to an end. Kinkbashi Jet 1, relinquish all your dark powers to me. Belial Ultraman, Pedanium Jet 1. Suddenly, a colossal monster materialized within the city streets, descending upon the urban landscape. Hee today, I shall eliminate each of you, one by one. Underground base. Alert! Alert! A gigantic monster has emerged in the city center. Pedanium Jet 1. A fusion beast formed from Kinkbashi and Jet 1. What? He has appeared so swiftly. Chapter 25. So you are the Dark Jiede Ultraman. Upon witnessing the emergence of a monstrous entity within the city, Tian and Xiao Lu promptly descended via the underground elevator to the site of the creature's appearance. Upon reaching the surface, Tian observed that the monster was not wreaking havoc upon the city, but rather seemed to be in search of something. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. The creature must be seeking the Litru star, and thus, the one possessing it must be nearby. With this realization, he resolved to locate the bearer of the Litru star first. Xiao Lu, upon sighting the beast, disregarded all caution and transformed, charging forward. Jiede Ultraman, in his primordial form, descended into the city with a resounding whoosh. Tian, watching Xiao Lu rush into the fray, contemplated that this might afford him the necessary time to find the individual who possessed the Litru star. He silently hoped that Xiao Lu could hold out a little longer. Fuji K, eyeing Xiao Lu, began to mock him. "Huh, a defeated foe dares to present himself before me, courting his own demise." Xiao Lu, incensed, felt rage boiling within him. "Last time, I was careless, but this time I shall eliminate each one of you wretches without fail." Fuji K extended his hand in a taunting gesture. "If you possess the courage, come and try." Infuriated by the contempt, Xiao Lu charged at him, and the two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Tian followed the monster's path. If the sequence held true, the current bearer of the Litru star was a young boy, the very essence of the Litru star being the energy of 7 Ultraman. Tian arrived at a makeshift shelter overflowing with terrified citizens who were desperately hiding. Upon seeing the multitude, his mind became clouded. How could he possibly locate one individual among so many? Searching for a solitary person amidst such chaos was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. He certainly could not shout for the boy to reveal himself. Frustration swelled within him. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a fireball launched by Pedanium J&D struck the shelter, causing it to begin collapsing, crumbling piece by piece. The frightened individuals inside began to panic, pushing and shoving one another in a frenzy to escape. Amidst this tumultuous sea of humanity, Tian found it increasingly difficult to locate the bearer of the Litru star. "Damn that monster for thwarting my efforts." He cursed silently. "Just wait a moment longer. I shall ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Justice will descend upon you." With determination, Tian broke free from the throng. However, at that moment, debris from a towering building began to plummet, and beneath it stood a small child. Tian's heart raced. Could this be the very boy who possessed the Litru star? Indeed, it was he. Yet, Tian refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe how the boy would wield the power of the Litru star. As the stone was about to strike him, he extended his hand, and a barrier materialized around him. This shield repelled the stone, which shattered into fragments the moment it collided with the barrier, dissipating into the air. Indeed, this must be the Ultra Barrier, a skill of the Ultra 6 brothers. Thus, this energy emanated from Ultraman 7. At this moment, he required such a defensive skill, for his offensive capabilities were sufficient, yet his defense still left much to be desired. However, it was merely a matter of minor wear and tear. Primarily, it was to fulfill his mission. If his memory served him correctly, this young boy aspired to be a great hero like the Shining Knight, destined to save the world. If that were the case, he would indulge him just this once. Without hesitation, Tian strode directly toward him, standing before him. "Do you know why you possess this power?" The boy regarded the peculiar figure before him with a wary expression. "Who are you?" Tian shook his head and replied, "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is, do you wish to know why you possess this power?" The boy shouted defiantly, "What is it to you?" "Goodness, children these days are truly rebellious," Tian mused. It seemed that without experiencing some hardship, the boy would not comply. The boy activated his energy shield, attempting to isolate Tian. Observing the shield that had appeared beside him, Tian let out a cold laugh. "This meager energy is utterly feeble. Do you really think this tiny barrier can keep me at bay?" The boy was taken aback. "What? You can see my shield?" "Humph. Not only can I see it, but I can also shatter it. Lu Tian gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch against the shield. Break. With a resounding crash, the barrier was forcefully shattered, transforming into intangible energy that floated around them. The shockwave from the explosion knocked the boy to the ground. What? You actually broke my shield? Lu Tian waved his hand dismissively and approached him, towering over him with an air of royal authority. It was merely a trivial barrier. Before me, it is utterly worthless. Now, can you listen to me properly? As the boy rose from the ground, he no longer appeared as rebellious as before. Noticing his newfound docility, Lu Tian allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, then began to weave his tale. The reason you possess this power is that you have been chosen by the light. The boy, though somewhat confused, felt a sense of intrigue. Chosen by the light? Yes. Much like an Ultraman Tiga, where in the end, everyone transformed into light and fought alongside Ultraman Tiga. Upon hearing Tiga's name, the boy could hardly contain his excitement. He eagerly inquired, "Is that true? Can I also fight alongside Ultraman like Tiga?" Sensing that he had hooked the boy, Lu Tian began to embellish his story. Indeed, that is correct. However, if you wish to engage in battle alongside Ultraman Tiga, it must be a heartfelt endeavor, a genuine prayer to the Ultraman warriors. Very well, I shall now commit myself to this cause. I will fight alongside the Ultraman warriors to vanquish all those monsters. Lu Tian pondered a question. What if he were to bestow the prayer for the Litra star upon young Lu? He then began to speak. So, you wish to battle alongside that Ultraman warrior? The young boy did not hesitate and replied straightforwardly, I want to fight alongside Dark Jet Ultraman, to eliminate these monsters one by one. Upon hearing this, the heavy stone that had been lodged in Lu Tian's heart finally fell away. Very well, you may begin your prayer now. With those words, he commenced his heartfelt supplication. Soon after, a radiant light began to manifest from his chest, gradually enveloping him. He gazed in awe as the light steadily entered his being. It dawned upon him, you are indeed Dark Jed Ultraman. Chapter 26, A Contest of Skills. You are merely a sandbag. Lu Tian nodded silently, as the Litru Star had fully integrated into his being. Ding! You have acquired the Litru Star imbued with the energy of Ultraman 7, unlocking the abilities of Ultraman 7. Ding! You have obtained 2 Litru Stars, granting you a chance to randomly draw one exclusive skill of Dark Jed Ultraman. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Lu Tian, unable to contain his excitement, promptly replied, Yes, let us draw now. Randomly drawing, fate awaits. 3 seconds later, a voice resonated within Lu Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the exclusive skill of Dark Jed Ultraman, Dark Ultrasonic Roar. Host, Lu Tian. Fused Ultraman, Dark Jed Ultraman, Purple Gene. Energy, 1200. Speed, 1020. Combat Power, 1200. Mental Strength, 1080. Skill Points, 19. Fusion Degree, 21. Skills, Dark Cross Shockwave, Ultra Claw Slash. Dark Solar Burst Ray, Dark Ultrasonic Roar. Form, Dark Ignition Form. Weapon, Belial's Dusk. With a thunderous crash, young Lu was once again pressed to the ground by the monster, utterly powerless to resist. A dark energy sphere struck young Lu, inflicting severe damage throughout his body. Damn it, how can I be losing again? This is impossible. As young Lu lamented, he endured the relentless assault of the beast. Cackling, the monster taunted, You, a mere child, dare to challenge me? Utterly foolish. Today, I shall vanquish you. Subsequently, the core of Pedanium Jed began to gather formidable energy, preparing to deliver a final blow to young Lu. Stumbling to his feet, young Lu found himself unable to evade the impending attack. Big brother, Ultraman is going to lose. What should we do? Lu Tian snickered, then declared, He will not lose. Leave this to me. Just watch as I shatter this monster. With a decisive step, Lu Tian transformed into Dark Jed Ultraman. Go, big brother. Annihilate this beast. Lu Tian then sprinted forth, as swift as lightning, a whirlwind in motion, executing a backflip. He soared into the air, extending his right leg to descend upon Fuzue Chuck. Black Flame Flying Kick. His right leg ignited with roaring black flames. tearing through the sky and striking the monster directly. Fuzue Chuck bore the brunt of the blow, sent crashing to the ground. Now, your opponent is me. Fuzue Chuck, enduring the pain of the kick, rose defiantly, radiating fury as he charged at Lu Tian. Damn it! You again, boy. This time, even if it means defying Lord Belial's orders, I shall destroy you. Eliminate me? Surely you have yet to awaken from your daydreams. Today, I shall use you as a practice target. I hope you can endure a little longer. Fujing Chu Kei swiftly unleashed a barrage of fireballs, bombarding him relentlessly. The sky was filled with fireballs, plummeting towards Lu Tian like shooting stars. How fortunate! Lu Tian stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade. He extended his hands and conjured a dark barrier. The dark barrier. It enveloped Lu Tian completely, sealing him off from all harm. As the fireballs struck the barrier, they were absorbed, leaving not a trace behind. What? You managed to absorb all my attacks? Fujing Chu Kei was taken aback. All his efforts had been futile, failing to inflict any damage upon Lu Tian. Is this all the strength you possess? If this is your limit, then I shall take the offensive. Lu Tian flung the dark barrier aside, extending his arms in fury as he gathered energy within his throat. Dark supersonic roar. Waves of sound rippled through the earth, causing the ground to tremble and the air to vibrate, launching directly towards Fujing Chu Kei. Witnessing this, Fujing Chu Kei immediately extended his Jiduan barrier. However, the sound waves disregarded the barrier, crashing through it. Once again, Fujing Chu Kei was sent flying, crashing to the ground, causing the earth to shatter. Confusion marred his face as he shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? You despicable wretch! What sorcery have you employed? Ridiculous! You consider yourself a villain? Unable to prevail, you resort to childish screams? You have utterly disgraced the villainous image. You dare to insult me again? At this moment, Fujing Chu Kei was thoroughly enraged, his fury erupting like molten lava. Consumed by rage, he immediately rose, unleashing a formidable dark power. Now, this is more like it. If that is the case, I shall take this seriously. The Dark Jiede Ultraman, now, in his ignited form. Instantly, flames of darkness engulfed Lu Tian, wrapping him in their embrace. As the dark flames receded, Lu Tian appeared before him in the ignited form. Fujing Chu Kei, completely dominated by his wrath, bellowed fiercely. Come, let us engage in a battle to the death. You think you are worthy of such a clash? You have yet to earn that right. Fujing Chu Kei concentrated all his energy, channeling it into a singular point at his core. Pidanium Jiduan Ray. Lu Tian scoffed. Prepare to meet him blow for blow. Flames of darkness ignited in Lu Tian's hands, gathering into a singular point. Dark Solaburst Ray. When the two beams collided, they summoned a phenomenon that shook the heavens and the earth, conjuring a storm of death. Within the tempest, a rift resembling a black hole emerged, gradually enlarging. Lu Tian cast a glance, surprised to find that when the light of Paydani Midgetone collided with his own, it created a rift in space. However, his strength was not limited to this. In an instant, the dark Solibus light gained the upper hand and struck directly at Fujikido Kei within 3 seconds. The destructive force of the light stirred a cloud of smoke. From within the haze, the anguished cries of Fujikido Kei emerged, sweeping forth. Do not presume this will defeat me. I have yet to be vanquished. Lu Tian stood unmoved, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. The only reason you have not been defeated yet is that I wish to test the potency of these skills. Otherwise, you would have been obliterated long ago. However, you have now lost all value to me, and it is time for you to perish. Beelzebub Tveiloit. Chapter 27. Once again at Lumini's residence, the ominous aura of Belial's twilight permeated the air, its sword blade dark and exuding a mysterious essence, shimmering with a chilling light. In Lu Tian's grasp, Belial's twilight emanated a formidable presence. Fujikatsu Kei stared in astonishment at the weapon in Lu Tian's hand, recognizing the head that adorned it as none other than that of Lord Belial. What is that weapon you hold? Why does it bear the head of Lord Belial? What is it to you? Lu Tian retorted with disdain. Now, I I shall send you back to your ancestral home. Gripping Belial's twilight tightly, he charged directly at Fujikatsuke, the blade's energy slicing through the air and shattering the form of Pedanium Jaden into fragments. A harrowing scream pierced the silence, followed by an explosive demise of Pedanium Jaden's body. Subsequently, the swirling energy in the atmosphere seamlessly entered Lu Tian, augmenting his strength. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed the energy of Pedanium Jaden. The sinister laughter of Belial's twilight echoed ominously around them. The sound was disconcerting to Lu Tian, who could no longer contain himself and retorted, "Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? What? You dare tell me to be quiet? Do you seek death?" Came the response, laced with malice. "Understand this. I am the weapon, and you are but the master." Lu Tian tightened his grip on Belial's twilight, channeling dark energy to assert control over it. Despite its attempts to resist, Belial's twilight found itself ensnared by this dark force, unable to break free from its bindings. Observing the weapon's futile struggle, Lu Tian wore a triumphant smile and softly threatened, "If you ever speak to me in such a tone again, I shall render you powerless." Under the weight of this threat, Belial's twilight gradually ceased its resistance. "Is this acceptable?" Lu Tian declared, triumphantly cleaving through the remnants of the surrounding ruins with Belial's twilight. Indeed, it proved to be a most formidable weapon. In an instant, Lu Tian transformed into a shadowy light and vanished within the city. He soon stood before Xiao Lu, who cast a bashful glance at Lu Tian, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. "Brother, I have lost again. Why is it that I cannot defeat the monsters?" Suppressing a chuckle, Lu Tian responded with paternal warmth, "Fear not. Remember, failure is the mother of success. Edison conducted thousands of experiments before perfecting the light bulb. After being defeated by monsters countless times, you too shall conquer them." Xiao Lu absorbed Lu Tian's words, finding them insightful, yet sensed an underlying discord he could not articulate. "Do any of you here perceive the incongruity?" I understand now, brother. I will strive to improve." Lu Tian nodded approvingly, his gaze towards Xiao Lu filled with paternal affection. Indeed, a worthy pupil. In that moment, Xiao Lu saw in Lu Tian the reflection of his father. At this moment, he yearned to call Lu Tian father, yet his reason restrained his desire, preventing the words from escaping his lips. Lu Tian patted Xiao Lu gently and remarked, "Well, you should return home and rest well. I have matters to attend to, so I must be on my way." With that, Lu Tian vanished from Xiao Lu's sight, embarking towards the residence of Lu Mena. Coincidentally, it was Sunday, and her daughter happened to be home as well. Her daughter was one of the chosen ones of the leader star, possessing the remarkable ability of space traversal akin to that of Sero Ultraman. The power to traverse space could alleviate numerous troubles. Thus, Lu Tian hurried towards Lu Mena's abode. Upon arriving at Lu Mena's doorstep, he was spotted by her neighbors. "Come and see, the collector is back again. It seems they still haven't repaid their debts. But didn't he say that last time was the final deadline? Could it be that they failed to settle their dues, and he intends to let them off the hook? You are truly naive. With the two of them alone in a room, how could nothing happen? Oh, so that's it. She must be wearing quite the green hat now. Considering she is practically a vegetable, it's only natural for her to have a hint of green atop her head." This line of reasoning seemed plausible. But why dwell on it? Let's merely enjoy the spectacle. Before Lu Tian could knock, Lu Mena was drawn to the murmurs outside and opened the door. Upon seeing Lu Tian, her eyes widened in surprise. "What brings you here?" Before Lu Tian could respond, the onlookers resumed their chatter. "Of course, he is here for you. Otherwise, why would he come to your house? Am I right?" "Ha ha!" Not wishing to hear another word from them, Lu Mena decisively pulled Lu Tian inside and locked the door. "I have something important to discuss today." Observing Lu Tian's serious demeanor made her question whether this was indeed the same Lu Tian she knew. What important matter could it be? Lu Tian glanced around, noticing the absence of Ling Run, and inquired curiously, "Where is Ling Run? Still at the hospital?" Upon hearing that Lu Tian was looking for Ling Run, Lu Mena's surprise dissipated, as she assumed Lu Tian was there to demand repayment. "Why do you want to know about Ling Run? You said you and T make us pay back the money. How can you go back on your word?" Lu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Pondering how poor his image must be in Lu Meina's eyes that she would jump to such conclusions. Although the means by which he obtained her attention were somewhat questionable, must one be overly concerned with the process? Don't you agree? Lu Tian then spoke earnestly. How could you perceive me as that kind of person? Chapter 28. The star of the little cocoon. Lu Mei tightly clenched her hands, cautiously articulating her thoughts. But you deceived me last time. Indeed, it was a deception. Or perhaps not. How could one label it as such? It was merely a matter of intellect. In any case, now that the individual had been rendered a vegetable, no one would discern the authenticity of that promissory note. Then, Lu Tian spoke. That was merely a misunderstanding on your part. One cannot claim that I deceived you. Now, answer my question. Is Lingren still in the hospital? With a tone laced with concern, Lu Mei replied, Yes, he remains in the hospital, still unconscious. Are you here to see him? See him? What nonsense. Why would I seek out a grown man? He's not my type. Moreover, to all the brothers out there, if one seeks companionship, one should head to Chengdu. Observing the terror etched across Liu Mei's face, a mixture of fear and anxiety, Lu Tian sought to reassure her. I merely inquired. There is no need for such fright. I keep my word. You need not repay that money. Then what brings you here? My daughter is at home. If she sees you, it could lead to trouble. Her daughter's presence at home meant that today was not in vain. I came here seeking your daughter. What? Lu Tian, what do you intend to do? Liu Mei's emotions surged, her eyes reddening instantly, her voice quivering with the threat of tears, her body trembling slightly. Lu Tian's expression became complex. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Lu Tian, do not overstep. Liu Mei's voice had grown hoarse, tears streaming down her face. She had not anticipated such a turn of events from Lu Tian. If you dare to, I swear, even if it costs me my life, I will not let you off. Lu Tian covered his head, feigning innocence. Alas, this person surely overthinks matters. Witnessing Liu Mei's anguish, Lu Tian promptly sought to clarify. I must insist, you are overthinking. I am a person of principles. Hearing this, Liu Mei exhaled in relief, yet her guard remained intact. Then, what is your purpose regarding my daughter? Lu Tian approached her, gently wiping away her tears. Tell me, has your daughter experienced any peculiar occurrences of late? Something beyond comprehension? Liu Mei inhaled deeply, the tears in her eyes ceasing, though her voice remained raspy. Peculiar occurrences? What do you mean? Lu Tian regarded Liu Mei, realizing her naivete. It seemed she required explicit clarification to grasp the situation. It is as if your daughter has suddenly vanished without a trace. Vanished suddenly? Liu Mei fell into contemplation, reflecting on the past few days. Indeed, her daughter seemed to have inexplicably disappeared, only to reappear shortly thereafter. Yet, amidst the recent tumultuous events, she had not paid it much heed. Upon further reflection, it was indeed quite peculiar. She lamented. How could she have been so careless? Her daughter was her lifeblood. If anything were to happen to Xiao Jie, how could she possibly endure such a loss? Right? Lu Tian's inquiry suggested he must know something. Without hesitation, Lu Meina grasped Lu Tian's hand tightly, her eyes filled with yearning as she gazed at him. Lu Tian, how do you know? Xiao Jie has indeed vanished abruptly and then reappeared. I am perplexed. Do you have any insights? Yes, I am aware of the situation. I came here today to address this matter, Lu Tian responded. Upon hearing that Lu Tian had a solution, Lu Meina clutched his hand even more firmly, their fingers interlocking. Is that true? Lu Tian, can you truly resolve this? You're not deceiving me again, are you? Why would he resort to trickery? He had never deceived anyone before. Clearing his throat, Lu Tian replied, I would never mislead you. Otherwise, why do you think I am here today? I misunderstood you, thinking you had come for something else entirely. It seems I was overly suspicious, my apologies. That's all right, I bear you no ill will. By the way, where is your daughter now? Lu Meina glanced towards Xiao Jie's bedroom, recalling that she had just fallen asleep. Xiao Jie is currently resting. We can only address this tomorrow. Lu Meina hesitated, unsure what else to say. The issue surrounding Xiao Jie needed resolution. Otherwise, what if one day she truly could not find her? After a moment's contemplation, an idea suddenly struck her. Lu Tian, Perhaps we should postpone this until tomorrow. For tonight, why don't you stay here? For the night? Chapter 29. The Disappearance of Little Cocoon? A crisis strikes once more. The following day, Lu Mena rose early, and Lu Tian soon followed suit. At dawn, Lu Mena was eager to awaken Little Cocoon and allow Lu Tian to discern the situation. She approached Little Cocoon's door and called out, "Little Cocoon, it's time to get up for breakfast." However, after a prolonged silence, no response emanated from within. Initially, Lu Mena assumed that Little Cocoon was merely indulging in a late slumber, so she called again, "Little Cocoon, the sun is about to shine on your backside. Hurry up and get up for breakfast." Yet, despite her entreaties, there was still no reply or any sign of movement. The eerie silence within Little Cocoon's room filled Lu Mena with a sense of dread. In a flurry of anxiety, she pushed open the door and rushed inside, scanning the bed, only to find it empty. A glance around the room revealed no trace of Little Cocoon. An ominous premonition gripped her heart, instilling a profound fear. She cried out, Little Cocoon, where are you hiding? Don't play hide and seek with your mother. Come out for breakfast." But her calls echoed back to her, met with an unsettling silence. Her heart plunged into an abyss of terror, her imagination spiraling into thoughts of danger befalling Little Cocoon. "Little Cocoon, please come out. Don't frighten your mother." Again and again, her pleas went unanswered. At that moment, Lu Tian heard Lu Mena's frantic cries and hurried towards Little Cocoon's room. Upon witnessing Lu Mena in a state of distress, he rushed to her side and gently inquired, "What is wrong? What has happened?" Seeing Lu Tian was akin to encountering a savior, she grasped his hand tightly. Lu Tian, my daughter has disappeared. I can't find her anywhere in the bedroom. Please help me think of a way to find Little Cocoon. She is my only daughter. If anything were to happen to her, how could I possibly go on?" Lu Mena wept bitterly, tears streaming down her face in torrents. Lu Tian comforted her, placing a reassuring hand on her head, speaking softly, "Do not worry. I will certainly bring Little Cocoon back." Yet, Lu Mena's anxiety deepened as she lamented. "But where could we search? Little Cocoon could be anywhere, or perhaps she has encountered some misfortune." "No, that is impossible. How could she?" At that moment, Lu Mena was overwhelmed with fear and confusion. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Tian understood that they must find Little Cocoon immediately. Otherwise, Lu Mena might spiral into madness. "Rest assured, I have a plan. Don't panic. Little Cocoon must have inadvertently used spatial travel and is likely somewhere in the city." As Lu Mena processed Lu Tian's words, a flicker of hope ignited within her. But upon hearing that Little Cocoon might be in some part of the city, her fear resurfaced. Somewhere in the city? Where could that be? It's so vast. Where do we even begin to search? "Do not worry. Leave this to me," Lu Tian assured her. Lu Tian gently caressed her head, attempting to soothe her anxious spirit. However, he found himself at a loss for methods to locate Xiao Jiao. Yet, an idea struck him. Xiao Jiao possessed the Litru star, which set her apart from ordinary individuals. Perhaps he could utilize the Litru star to find her. Moreover, it was imperative to locate Xiao Jiao swiftly, for that nefarious character, Fujing Chuck, had the ability to detect the Litru star. System, is there a way for me to locate the Litru star? Indeed, there is a way, for the host has absorbed 2 Litru stars, and there exists a connection between them. The Litru star within you will guide you to find the others. This was indeed logical. Yet Lu Tian remained uncertain about how to proceed. How can I sense the other Litru stars? When you meditate, a connection will form between the Litru stars, allowing you to clearly see the radiance they emit. So that was the key. With newfound confidence, Lu Tian positioned Lu Mena before him. "Rest assured, with me here, Xiao Jiao will be safe from harm." He then closed his eyes, entering a deep state of meditation. At that moment, a dark luminescence emanated from him, gradually brightening. Lu Mena was taken aback by this sight. Nevertheless, the priority was to find Xiao Jiao, and she quickly shook off her fear, gazing at Lu Tian with hopeful anticipation, wishing for his success in locating her. At length, Lu Tian slowly opened his eyes, and before him, a beam of light soared into the heavens, manifesting within his sight. "I found it." "What? You found it? Where is it?" However, Upon closer inspection, Lu Tian discerned an ominous aura surrounding this light. Suddenly, he understood the situation. This familiar presence belonged to Fu Jingchuk. To his astonishment, he had set his sights on Xiao Jiao so swiftly. Lu Tian needed to reach her before him. Lu Tian, why are you silent? Have you found Xiao Jiao? Seeing Lu Mena flustered, Lu Tian realized that bringing her along would only exacerbate the danger and complications. Stay home and remain safe. I promise to bring Xiao Jiao back unharmed. Lu Mena was reluctant to allow Lu Tian to search alone. She wished to accompany him. But before she could finish her thought, Lu Tian interrupted her. There are no buts. Leave this to me. Trust me, I will bring Xiao Jiao back. Recognizing Lu Tian's resolute demeanor, Lu Mena knew she would not be able to leave. Very well, but you must promise me that you will return Xiao Jiao safely. Yes. Rest assured, I will not deceive you. With that, Lu Tian leaped from the window, startling Lu Mena, who feared he might fall. In a rush, she hurried to the window, calling out an alarm. Lu Tian, however, when she lowered her head to look, she discovered that Lu Tian had safely landed on the ground and was swiftly dashing forward. This sight startled Lu Mena. What had she witnessed? Lu Tian had leapt from the building, yet remained unscathed, moving with such remarkable speed. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. All that mattered was that Lu Tian could bring back Xiao Jiao. In the park, Xiao Jiao was playing alone, utterly oblivious to the danger lurking behind. He, at last, I have arrived. This time, the star of Litru will surely be mine. Chapter 30, Crisis. The formidable Yama beast, Galatron King. Fu Jingchuk emerged stealthily behind Xiao Jie, advancing toward her step by step. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Jie was blissfully engrossed in her play, entirely oblivious to the impending peril. At that moment, a dark aura began to emanate from Fu Jingchuk's hand, inching closer to Xiao Jie. As the glittering star of Litru drew near, a glint of greed illuminated Fu Jingchuk's countenance. Just as he was about to reach her, a piercing voice shattered the stillness. Stop, right there. Dare to lay a finger on her, and I shall sever your essence. Upon hearing the voice, Fu Jingchuk turned to see Lu Tian, sensing the familiar aura radiating from him. In an instant, he recognized the individual before him and lunged toward Xiao Jie like a ravenous beast. Who are you? Xiao Jie gasped, turning to behold a grotesque figure lunging toward her. Startled, her feet froze in place, rendering her motionless. In a flash, Fu Jingchuk seized her, holding her captive. You're mine now. Move again, and I shall end you. Fu Jingchuk declared with an evil, twisted grin, his gaze fixated on Xiao Jie like a deranged predator. Under the threat of Fu Jingchuk, Xiao Jie was rendered speechless, tears streaming down her face, reminiscent of Lu Mena. When Lu Tian arrived, he found Xiao Jie already ensnared by Fu Jingchuk, and he couldn't help but sigh. Damn, I arrived too late. If anything befalls Xiao Jie, what will become of the Litru star, and how shall I explain it to Lu Mena? Fu Jingchuk sneered at Lu Tian's presence. This is our first encounter in such a manner, Dark Jiede Ultraman. Lu Tian responded, Fu Jingchuk, I never anticipated meeting you here today. Kid, do you know who I am? You dare to repeatedly thwart my plans. Are you seeking death? Fu Jingchuk taunted. Lu Tian scoffed, dismissing him entirely. You? Merely a Strumian, a test subject of Belial. What audacity do you possess? Upon hearing this, Fu Jingchuk was utterly flabbergasted. How could this person before him know such intimate details of his existence? It was utterly inconceivable. How do you know everything? How else? I saw it on television. Lu Tian replied, momentarily embodying the essence of General Duanmu, exuding an aura of malevolence. I have no time for your prattle. You are unworthy of my words. I offer you a single chance. Surrender Xiao Jie to me safely, and I shall let you go this time. Otherwise, I will obliterate you without hesitation. Fu Jingchuk tightened his grip on Xiao Jie, his tone brimming with arrogance. Arrogance? You've merely been fortunate to defeat me a few times. And now you flaunt such bravado. Lu Tian chuckled derisively, his eyes radiating disdain. Ho and pi ho, mia look. It is laughable. I am not Xiaoyan. The strength I possess allows me to obliterate you, and if I can vanquish you once, I can do so innumerable times. Having never endured such humiliation, Fujin Shutsuke is consumed by rage. You have gone too far. I shall annihilate you. Annihilate me? You may attempt it. Fujin Shutsuke, incensed by Lu Tian, has lost his sanity, radiating an aura of fury. In a fit of rage, he brandishes the dark sublimation device and inserts a monster capsule. Arise, Saigoku. With a dark beam shooting forth, a slender creature emerges, its form a blend of crimson and azure. Its back is adorned with spiny protrusions. Its head hosts multiple eyes and 3 horns, and it possesses a club-like right arm and a saw-like tail, confronting Lu Tian. Lu Tian gazes upon it, recognizing it as the Hell Demon B Saigoku, a formidable antagonist from the series Ultraman X. Unlike other monsters, it presents a challenging foe. So be it. The stronger the adversary, the greater his intrigue and resolve for battle. Fujin Shutsuke roars, taunting Lu Tian. Dare to fight? Boy, do you dare to engage with the Hell Demon B Saigoku? Laughable, what is there to fear? It is merely a larger insect, hardly worthy of such arrogance. Lu Tian steps forward, transforming into a colossal figure as Dark Jiede Ultraman appears before Saigoku. Ha ha! Saigoku bellows defiantly, its eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a mere glance, Lu Tian suppresses its malice, revealing his own murderous aura. What are you shouting for? Patience. Soon I shall extinguish you. Lu Tian brandishes the Belial dusk, its blade dark as night, imbued with potent malevolence and oppressive force. Sensing Lu Tian's murderous intent, Fujin Shutsuke is suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Upon seeing the Belial dusk, a sense of foreboding washes over him. This adversary's power appears to have intensified, and that weapon seems even more formidable than before. Relying solely on Saigoku may not suffice. If he fails this time, Lord Belial shall surely lose faith in him. No, this cannot be allowed to transpire. I absolutely must not lose. Please, spare me. I must find my mother. Little Cocoon cries in fear, bound by Fujin Shutsuke, unable to break free. Kik. Upon seeing Little Cocoon, a dark thought crosses Fujin Shutsuke's mind. He lifts his gaze toward Lu Tian. This time, I shall surely eradicate you. Lord Belial, bestow upon me the power of darkness. Fujin Shutsuke seizes Little Cocoon, absorbing the Litris star within her. You shall join me. Subsequently, Fujin Shutsuke retrieves the dark sublimation device once more, and with his other hand, he produces 2 monster capsules. Gallantland King Gunjio, contribute all your dark energy to me. Belial Ultraman, Gallantland King. With a thunderous roar, a colossal creature resembling Galactron materialized before Lu Tian, shattering the ground around it and unleashing an overwhelming aura of combat. Lu Tian recalled that this was Belial's fused monster, Galactron King. The right half and the luminous chest of Galactron King exhibited the characteristics of the ancient bridge, while its head and left half retained the features of Galactron. With a furious roar, Fuxing unleashed a blast of light from Galactron King, directed straight at Lu Tian. This time, I shall surely vanquish you. Lu Tian, with a single hand, conjured a dark barrier to deflect the beam. He then looked upon his adversary with disdain and remarked, Vanquish me? By all means, give it a try. Chapter 31. 1 against 4. What have I to fear? The death ray of Galactron. Suddenly, a powerful electromagnetic force emanated from the eyes of King Galactron, unleashing a destructive beam of light that surged forth. Lu Tian promptly harnessed the might of Ultraman 7, conjuring a dark barrier to instantly shield himself from the lethal ray. With a mocking tone, he began to taunt, Is this all the strength you possess? Sego, come forth and deal with him. With a menacing roar, Sego advanced, his presence filled with lethal intent, causing the very ground to tremble with each step. As he approached, flames erupted from his chest, and his mouth unleashed a hellish beam of crimson darkness, transforming the earth beneath into molten lava, sweeping across the battlefield. The dark barrier, under the onslaught of the ray, gradually crystallized into solid form, only to be shattered by Galactron's death ray. The unexpected turn of events left Tian momentarily astounded. What? It can solidify my barrier? Seizing the advantage, Fukui K began to boast shamelessly, cackling, "Now, let us see how you evade and defend yourself." Yet, Tian regarded this feeble energy with utter disdain. Evade? Why should I? If I cannot defend, I shall not. Allow me to demonstrate what true offense entails. In a flash, he transformed into the Dark Jiede Ultraman's dark burning form, flames igniting around him. Aimer and beam. Tian positioned his fingers in a precise manner upon his forehead, unleashing a vibrant green ray. The beam struck Seigo's eyes, momentarily blinding him. Ugh! Seigo stood frozen, enduring the pain inflicted by the light. Observing this, Fukui K gathered all his energy, channeling it into his eyes. Galatron Destruction Ray. Dark Solarburst Beam. The two beams collided, erupting in sparks that rained down upon the city, causing a cascade of natural phenomena in their wake. With a thunderous roar, Tian intensified the Dark Solarburst Beam, forcing Galatron's destruction ray back inch by inch. The turbulence of energy wreaked havoc above the city, shattering nearby skyscrapers with the shockwaves. Just as the Dark Solarburst Beam was poised to strike King Galatron, Fukui K exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible." Activating his defenses, the mechanical parts of his body flickered with a sinister red light. "Kage Baiyi, do you think you can withstand my light? How absurd." As Tian's voice faded, the raging energy obliterated the barrier before King Galatron, the ray striking him directly. King Galatron was hurled backward, stumbling numerous steps before a resounding explosion erupted. After the explosion, a thick plume of smoke enveloped the area. At this moment, Saigoku's vision had returned, and he unleashed several spikes towards Tian. These spikes, resembling meteors, bombarded Tian mercilessly. With a swift leap, Tian evaded the onslaught. The cunning Saigoku dared to launch a surprise attack against me. I shall eradicate you now. Yet suddenly, the spikes detonated, revealing two monstrous beings, Andanra and Flame Golzin. As Tian beheld them, he recalled that the spikes behind Saigoku could transform into beasts. Saigoku let out a fierce cry, and it seemed as though they were commanded to assault Tian. Goodness, there are countless insects. It appears I must resolve this swiftly, lest the entire city is overrun by monsters. In the underground base, the monstrous forms appeared on the screen. Little Lu, intrigued by the creatures birthed from the spikes, inquired, "Lame, were these two suddenly appearing monsters?" Andanra, known as the magnet monster, resembles a massive rhinoceros beetle, with an exoskeleton that not only withstands attacks, but also reflects light. Flame Golzin, an upgraded form of Golzin infused with lava energy, is enveloped in a tough, coarse exterior, adorned with patterns reminiscent of flowing magma. Their emergence is a result of the demon beast Saigoku, with each spike behind him representing a distinct monster. What? Little Lu and the others were taken aback. If each spike on Saigoku signifies a monster, then with so many spikes behind him, Little Lu could hardly fathom the sudden appearance of such a multitude of beasts in the city. Would this not transform the area into a sanctuary for monsters? What shall we do? If so many monsters appear simultaneously, what then? Lame continued, every time Saigoku launches spikes to summon monsters, there's a charging period. Therefore, if you can eliminate him within this time frame, you can avert disaster. Then, Lame, take me to the monster's location. Little Lu, your transformation cooldown has not yet expired. You cannot merge to become Ultraman J&D. What? In his haste, Little Lu had momentarily forgotten that the time for transformation had not yet arrived. However, he was astonished to see the Dark Ultraman J&D on the screen. Lame, why can my brother summon continuously, seemingly without cooldown? I do not know. I cannot explain this matter. Little Lu felt even more bewildered. This was the first time Lame was unable to provide an answer. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. He also wondered why, despite sharing the same genetic lineage, he was so weak while his brother Tian was extraordinarily powerful. He gazed at the screen, staring blankly at Tian. No matter how many monsters you summon, they shall merely fuel my strength. With a mighty leap, Tian ignited his legs in fierce black flames. Dark Flying Kick. With a swift kick, he sent the flame Gorzen sprawling. The creature emitted a series of anguished cries, echoing through the air. Antanra lunged forward, bearing its formidable fangs, aiming to ambush Lu Tian. Yet, did it not consider its own appearance? Lu Tian did not flinch. He seized the two massive teeth and wrenched them apart, extracting them with raw force. With a resounding crack, the colossal fangs were uprooted, blood cascading into the sky. Antanra staggered weakly to the side of the flame Gorzen, enduring excruciating pain. Pathetic and defenseless, daring to expose itself in such humiliation. Now, I shall eradicate each one of you, one by one. Chapter 32. Ensnared in chains, crisis looming. The dark cross shockwave. The dark rays directly struck Antanra and the flame Gorzen, instantly detonating with a resounding explosion, leaving nothing but a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Subsequently, waves of energy surged into Lu Tian's body, transforming into his own power. Come on, unleash more monsters. These insignificant minions are merely fodder for me, Lu Tian taunted, making a provocative gesture with disdain. Sero Gu seemed to understand Lu Tian's challenge, becoming exceedingly enraged and bellowing at him. Go ahead and shout. Soon you won't be able to utter a sound. Ding. The system detects that the host's dark energy has reached a threshold, allowing transformation into Dark G&D Ultraman. In a dark brave form. Dark brave form? Lu Tian mused, surprised. He recalled that after G&D Ultraman's initial transformation, it should have been the brave form. Was the system mistaken? Because the host is not G&D Ultraman, but Dark G&D Ultraman, there is no need to follow the same path. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's confusion dissipated completely. Very well, let me see what powers the dark brave form possesses. In an instant, a formidable magnetic field enveloped the surroundings, gradually dimming the sky. Dark brave form. A powerful electric shock coursed through Lu Tian, heralding a cataclysmic transformation. Before one's eyes, Lu Tian transformed into a figure dominated by black hues, accented by blue and red across his limbs, with silver interspersed around his chest and armor. This was Dark G&D Ultraman in the dark brave form. Now it is time to send you back home, Lu Tian proclaimed, stamping his foot with such force that the very ground trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. Sero Gu, unfazed, launched fireballs toward him. Lu Tian extended a hand, conjuring a black shield that deflected every fireball with ease. Is that all you have? Is this the so-called Yama beast, Sero Gu? Utterly disappointing. Lu Tian charged forward, exuding en indomitable. Though the fireballs struck him, they inflicted no harm. The dark brave form was renowned for its defensive prowess. In a mere 3 seconds, he stood before Sero Gu, channeling all his energy into his hands, where dark electric shocks crackled ominously. Million explosive fists, countless punches rained upon Sero Gu, creating a dazzling spectacle that obscured the sheer number of blows delivered. Sero Gu's anguished screams echoed through the air. Under the relentless barrage, Sero Gu was pummeled to death, his flesh reduced to a mere pulp before Lu Tian finally ceased his assault. Gradually, Sero Gu's energy flowed into Lu Tian, converting into his own power. Lu Tian let out a slight sigh of relief, as a thought nagged at him. What had he forgotten? Yes, the little cocoon. Lu Tian turned his head, and beams of light struck directly at his Ultraman heart, ensnaring him tightly. What? That scoundrel Fujikawa K, how is he still alive? The King Galatron reappeared before Lu Tian once more. Although the previous attack had inflicted severe damage upon him, the energy from the literal star enabled King Galatron to recover swiftly and reach the pinnacle of his power. He cackled, this time, I shall surely annihilate you and shatter your arrogant spirit. King Galatron unleashed the Galatron Death Ray, ensnaring Lu Tian completely. Damn, I was careless, thinking I had vanquished him earlier. I never anticipated this fiend would resort to a sneak attack. How infuriating. How can this ray possess such formidable energy? And why can't I move? Fujikawa K advanced slowly towards Lu Tian, emitting a repulsive sound. This time, you shall not escape. I have absorbed the energy of the literal star. I am now invincible. Upon hearing about the literal star, Lu Tian instantly lost his composure. Xiao Jiao was currently within King Galatron's body. Lingering there for even a moment longer would inflict grave harm upon her. Moreover, he had promised Mena that he would return Xiao Jiao safely. Damn, it seems I must swiftly break free from this shackling hold. Fujikawa Kei let out a maniacal laugh as he approached Lu Tian. Despair, fear, panic. Rest assured, I shall torment you bit by bit, rendering you worse than dead, before finally handing you over to Lord Belial. Lu Tian promptly called upon the system. System, think of a solution quickly. If this drags on, I will be doomed. Ding dong. Chapter 33. Do you know what it means to wish for death? Such a trivial amount of dark power. How could it possibly confine the host? The host can simply utilize the shadow barrier to dispel the control. What distinguishes the shadow barrier from the dark barrier? Lu Tian was perplexed. The difference was merely one character. Yet what could it possibly signify? The shadow barrier is an evolution of a light barrier, derived from a valiant form of Ultraman J&D. Given your affinity for the utmost darkness, it has transformed into the shadow barrier. Listening to the system's explanation, Lu Tian felt a flicker of curiosity and inquired, what purpose does the shadow barrier serve? It shatters all forms of control, restrictions, and shackles. Incredible. At this moment, am I not ensnared by Galatron's death ray? Thus, this is the perfect opportunity. With that, Lu Tian gradually gathered his energy. Shadow barrier. Suddenly, shadows enveloped Lu Tian completely, expanding in all directions and drawing Fujikido Kei into an endless void of darkness. What is this? Fujikido Kei's vision instantly became obscured, rendering the surroundings indistinct. At this moment, he was ensnared by darkness, pulled into an abyss without end. The death ray from Galatron was swiftly devoured by the shadows. The light gradually eroded away. Wait, isn't the shadow barrier supposed to be a defensive skill? How does it possess such formidable offensive power? Host, have you never heard that the best defense is a good offense? Shattering an opponent's attack is the finest form of defense. Indeed, you're absolutely correct. I have no rebuttal, no counterargument. All right, you have won. All your assertions hold true. Lu Tian silently scoffed and redirected all his focus onto Fujikido Kei. You insidious insect, daring to ambush me. I shall make you pay dearly, so you may understand the consequences of your treachery. At this moment, although Fujikido Kei heard Lu Tian's voice, he could not see him. Trapped within the shadow barrier, he could not escape, facing only boundless darkness. Now, let me show you what it feels like to be ambushed. Lu Tian gathered his strength, stepping forward until he stood directly before Fujikido Kei, gazing intently at him. Fujikido Kei truly experienced what genuine strength feels like. With a single punch, a 1,000,000-ton strike crashed into Galatron King, rendering his mechanical body utterly wrecked. Alert! Severe damage detected. Severe damage detected. How dare you release me? Why not confront me openly in a fair fight? How absurd. Am I not facing you directly, fighting you openly? Another 1,000,000-ton punch sent Galatron King crashing to the ground, his legs obliterated by Lu Tian's devastating blow. Then, Lu Tian ceased his assault, standing before him, exuding an overwhelming pressure and an intense aura of malice. Fujiuchi Kei, I offer you a chance. Surrender the cocoon now, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Should you refuse, I shall make you acquainted with a fate worse than death. Fujiuchi Kei has descended into madness, akin to a rabid dog, lashing out at anyone within reach. No, do not be so arrogant. I will not yield to you. What do you do to me? Very well, since you have requested this. How could I deny you? At worst, I shall accompany her as a daughter. At this moment, the cocoon lies in a deep slumber, entirely oblivious to the commotion around her. What? You madman? Are you still? With a thunderous roar, a strike landed directly upon Fujiuchi Kei's mechanical heart, silencing him without hesitation. A punch pierced through the mechanical innards of the Galatron King, accompanied by crackling sounds as electricity surged within. Still defiant, are we? Why the silence now? I urged you to speak, to be stubborn. Such individuals irk me the most. Lu Tian delivered another punch, severing one of the Galatron King's arms, which soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. When Fujiuchi Kei fused with the Galatron King, All harm inflicted upon the latter would be redirected to Fujiuchi K himself. The severed arm, innards, and limbs of the Galatron king shattered and transformed into dust upon Fujiuchi K's form. A heart-wrenching scream echoed around, relentless and piercing. Lu Tian ceased his assault, imposing a heavy presence as he spoke earnestly. I grant you one final opportunity. Surrender her, and I will grant you mercy. Fujiuchi K's bravado crumbled, trembling with fear. Fine, I will comply. Go save her. In an instant, Fujiuchi K hurled the cocoon away, sending it flying past Lu Tian. Damn it, you seek death. Lu Tian immediately dashed toward the cocoon, seizing it in his grasp. You shall perish. The Pedanium cannon unleashed a powerful beam directed at Lu Tian. Damn it, you are courting death, Fujiuchi K. You shall pay for this. Lu Tian braced himself against the devastating blow, which erupted into a cloud of smoke above. Gradually, he descended to the ground, having withstood the force of the strike, albeit not without consequence. He gently placed the cocoon on the ground, shielding it with his form. When heaven offers a path you refuse, and hell has no entrance, yet you come, then I shall indulge you. Super Claw Slash. Countless claws surged toward Fujiuchi K, instantaneously reducing him to fragmented pieces that littered the ground. Despicable, détestable, intolérable. Though he was torn into several pieces, Fujiuchi K remained unbroken, for Lu Tian had shown restraint, sparing his life. Next, I shall seek to understand you and return you to your homeland. The Darkross shockwave surged forth. A beam of shadowy light, imbued with black flames, swept through with unprecedented potency, surpassing any previous Darkross shockwave. It obliterated not only the body of King Galatron, but also shattered it into fragments and scattered parts, transforming them into mere heaps of iron. As the smoke cleared, Fu Jing fell to the ground, barely clinging to life. Lu Tian could not help but reflect. Indeed, the resilience of the Stramarians is remarkable. Even after being reduced to such a state, they still persist. However, I am now eager to witness whether you shall live or perish. As Lu Tian prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a familiar and formidable dark energy manifested around him. Who could it be? Chapter 34. The tears of Rumi Nai flowed into Lu Tian's heart before long. A surge of dark energy emanated from Fujo K, who erupted into a triumphant laughter. Belial. It is Lord Belial. How could he possibly be here? Lu Tian thought, perplexed. At this moment, he possesses no power to escape from the abyss, and he should not have appeared so soon. As he attentively sensed the presence of that dark energy, he discerned its extreme instability, flickering like a fleeting shadow. Suddenly, an idea blossomed in his mind. This was merely the residual energy of Belial lingering within Fujo K, and it would only manifest when Fujo K faced imminent peril. After all, Fujo K was but a tool of Belial. How could he allow him to perish so recklessly? However, with such a meager amount of dark power, attempting to thwart me was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Lu Tian concentrated the energy into his legs and, with a forceful stomp, began to dismantle Belial's dark power piece by piece. Just then, in a critical moment, a black hole suddenly appeared and whisked Fujo K away. With a decisive strike, Lu Tian eradicated the remnants of Belial's energy. Damn it, Fujo K escaped, he thought, though it was evident that the latter had sustained considerable damage. Subsequently, Lu Tian transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from sight. He arrived beside Xiao Jiao, who lay unconscious from fear and injury. Gently, he touched her body and felt the warmth radiating from her, reassuring him that the Star of Litro had not been seized by Fujo K. As long as the Star of Litro remained intact, she would be safe. Embracing Xiao Jiao, Lu Tian made his way toward her home. At that moment, Rumi Nai was left entirely alone, engulfed by a tumult of fear, anxiety, and panic which pounded in her head like a relentless drum. She yearned to search for her daughter, yet Lu Tian had assured her that he would bring Xiao Jiao back safely. Still, doubt gnawed at her heart. The vastness of her surroundings offered no clue as to where Xiao Jiao might be. Oh heavens, why? Why must this happen to me? I am but an ordinary person. Why this torment? At this moment, she felt utterly bereft, with nothing left but Xiao Jiao. The thought of any misfortune befalling her daughter was unbearable. Tears streamed down her face, rendering her a mere shadow of herself, haggard and weary, like a withered leaf in the wind, unable to look back. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, jolting Rumi Nai from her despair. She sprang to her feet and rushed toward the door. Is it Lu Tian? Has he returned with my daughter? Are they back? Countless scenarios flooded her mind, and she could not discern which were real and which were mere figments of her imagination. When she reached the door, she opened it without hesitation. As the door swung open, the sight that greeted her was Lu Tian, cradling Xiao Jiao, safe and sound. In that moment, Lu Mena could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into tears as she embraced Xiao Jiao tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Her tears were not born of sorrow or pain, but rather of excitement, happiness, and joy. Xiao Jiao, my dear, you have finally returned. Where have you been? Do you realize you nearly scared your mother to death? Yet, no matter how much Lu Mena pleaded, Xiao Jiao remained silent, not uttering a single word. A sudden wave of concern and fear enveloped Lu Mena, transforming her heart's joy into anxiety. She called out loudly, enunciating each word with urgency. Xiao Jiao, what is wrong? Why won't you speak? Please, don't frighten your mother. But despite her desperate pleas, Xiao Jiao remained unresponsive. Lu Mena's anxious gaze turned to Lu Tian. Lu Tian, what has happened to Xiao Jiao? Why won't she say anything? Why won't she open her eyes? Is she? The next word lodged in her throat, too terrifying to articulate. Witnessing Lu Mena's heart-wrenching despair, Lu Tian quickly reassured her. Xiao Jiao is fine. She just needs to rest. What? Lu Tian, is this true? Or are you deceiving me? I've already told you. I would never lie to you. Trust me, Xiao Jiao has merely overexerted herself. She simply needs a moment to recuperate. Lu Mena was skeptical of Lu Tian's words. Yet at this juncture, there was little she could do. With utmost care, she cradled Xiao Jiao back to the bedroom, gently laying her down and ensuring her comfort before stepping out. Lu Mena slowly approached Lu Tian, who surveyed their surroundings before stating, "Let us converse here. That way, we won't disturb a rest." Yes, Lu Tian, what exactly has happened to Xiao Jiao? How did she end up like this? Lu Tian adopted a serious demeanor and began to explain. To elaborate would only add to your distress. What I can tell you is that her condition is linked to her ability to traverse dimensions. Then, Lu Tian, do you have a means to remove this affliction from her? There is a way, but it cannot be done at present. If not for this energy, Xiao Jiao would likely have perished. What? The mention of death struck Lu Mena with a fresh wave of shock. She could hardly fathom that her daughter had come so perilously close to losing her life. Regret washed over her. She lamented her own inability to protect her child. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. What shall we do now? We must wait until Xiao Jiao regains consciousness, and then we can address her condition. Lu Mena wiped away her tears with a tissue, her demeanor transforming to one of solemn respect as she fixed her gaze intently on Lu Tian. Thank you, Lu Tian. I truly appreciate your support. Without you, Xiao Jian might have faced some unfortunate incident. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises to you, and there is no need for excessive concern. Upon hearing these words, Lu Mena leapt into Lu Tian's embrace. He reciprocated, holding her tightly, while she clung to him with equal fervor. I will leave the rest to your imagination. Chapter 35. Lord Belial during the meal. Lu Tian contemplated that the time for extracting the Litru star was not yet opportune. Moreover, this extraction required the heartfelt prayers of Xiao Jie, which was evidently unattainable at present. A crucial moment was still lacking. Lu Mena, you must keep a close watch on Xiao Jie in the coming days. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. Upon hearing this, Lu Mena was instantly flustered, fearing she had somehow angered Lu Tian, who would not come to her aid. She immediately grasped Lu Tian's sleeve, trembling with trepidation. Lu Tian, what do you mean by that? Did we not agree to resolve the issues surrounding Xiao Jie? Observing Lu Mena's anxious expression, Lu Tian quickly clarified, that is not my intention. I would never deceive you. I will certainly resolve Xiao Jie's issues. But this is not the right moment. If we act now, It is uncertain whether it might harm Xiao Jie's health. Upon hearing the word harm, Lu Mena grew even more fearful. Lu Tian, what should we do then? Lu Tian elaborated gently. Thus, I say the time has not yet arrived. When the moment is right, I will naturally address Xiao Jie's concerns. Lu Mena listened to Lu Tian's words with a mix of skepticism, but at this juncture, she had no other recourse but to trust him. Very well then. Rest assured, I shall resolve Xiao Jie's issues, Lu Tian vowed, enunciating each word clearly. Lu Mena nodded, indicating her agreement to follow Lu Tian's lead. In this secluded and dimly lit corner, a heavy veil of darkness seemed to envelop them. The atmosphere was oppressive, shrouded in a murky haze that instilled an inexplicable sense of dread. Suddenly, from the depths of this chaos, a voice filled with rage and malice erupted like thunder, splitting the night sky, sending chills down one's spine. Useless. You are nothing but a worthless piece of trash. The roar was deafening, laden with boundless disdain and contempt. Following the sound, one could see Fuji CHK struggling pitifully on the cold ground, his body trembling incessantly. He appeared utterly wretched, like a half-dead, mangy dog, devoid of any vitality. Lord Belial. Fuji CHK attempted to defend himself, but his words faltered at his lips, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, silencing him abruptly. Belial had no desire to hear him continue and ruthlessly interrupted. What do you mean by I? After placing my trust in you, I never imagined you would fail time and again, proving to be a wretched creature, inferior to even a pig or dog. Fuji CHK felt a surge of indignation and wished to argue further. Lord Belial, it is not merely my failures. That Ultraman is simply too powerful, absurdly so. The more he attempted to justify himself, the angrier Belial became. He wondered how he had ever deemed this individual worthy of his attention. Detestable, detestable, truly a worthless fool. Were it not for the usefulness of this fellow, Fujimiya K, he would have been extinguished long ago. Silence. You bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing your own stature. Truly, you are a wretch endowed with my esteemed lineage, yet you still cannot triumph over him. You bring me nothing but shame. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Belial exuded an overwhelming pressure, reducing everything around him to ashes. Fujimiya K was utterly subdued by this force, rendered breathless. Panic began to set in. Fear gripped him. He dared not utter a single word, nor engage in further defense. Lord Belial, grant me but one more chance, just one more opportunity. Gradually, Belial released his oppressive aura and spoke. Fujimiya K, I shall grant you another chance. However, I will assign someone to you. From now on, you shall heed his counsel, understood? Fujimiya K hurriedly replied, not daring to exhibit any semblance of negligence. Yes, I understand, Lord Belial. Chapter 36, A New Crisis. The Bader Alien, Gyulangxi arise, Bader Alien, Gyulangxi. At the command of Belial, a shadow emerged on the ground, gradually materializing. Moments later, Gyulangxi appeared before Fuzue Chuck. Lord Belial summoned me. What is your bidding? Gyulangxi inquired, assuming a respectful posture, exuding confidence. Indeed, Gyulangxi, the task concerning Fuzue Chuck is entrusted to you, Belial replied. With a dismissive glance at Fuzue Chuck, Gyulangxi looked down upon him with haughty disdain. You are utterly worthless. How could Lord Belial ever see potential in you? You are nothing but a pitiful failure, utterly devoid of merit. Fuzue Chuck glared at him, seething with rage. You. But before he could finish, Gyulangxi placed his foot firmly upon Fuzue Chuck, asserting his dominance. What did you say? Did you not hear Lord Belial's words clearly? At this moment, you are indeed a waste. Were it not for your slight utility, do you think you could even speak with me now? Upon hearing this, Fuzue Chuck fell silent, suppressing his anger, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damnable Gyulangxi, I shall make you pay dearly for this, with blood. Just wait and see, Gyulangxi mocked, laughing heartily at Fuzue Chuck's cowardice. You worthless creature, what are you still doing on the ground? Hurry and fulfill your task. Yes, Fuzue Chuck gritted his teeth, etching the humiliation of the day deep into his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Tian strode purposefully towards AIB, intent on confronting Xena regarding the surveillance he had set upon him. If a satisfactory explanation was not provided, AIB would lose all justification for its existence. In the entirety of AIB, the only formidable entity was the time-space destroyer, Saigon. Everyone else was utterly inept. In the blink of an eye, Tian arrived at the AIB base. As he approached the entrance, he was halted by a shader alien. The alien scanned Tian, recognizing him from the data in its mind, and stated, "Hold on, Tian. Without Lord Xena's command, no one may enter here." Already brimming with anger, Tian's fury ignited further at being obstructed by this insect. "What did you say? Did I not make myself clear? Without Lord Xena's orders, no one is permitted inside." In a fit of rage, Tian unleashed a powerful kick, sending the alien crashing into the door, which burst open with a resounding crash. "Tian, you silence. I am not here to engage with you." Tian stepped over the fallen alien, disregarding him entirely as he continued onward. Tian surveyed the assembly of Shardines, unable to discern which among them was Xena. With a commanding shout, he called out, "Xena, step forward. I have matters to discuss with you." His voice echoed through the area, drawing their attention as they contemplated apprehending him. "This is AIB's forbidden zone. Without the orders of Lord Xena, entry is not permitted," they warned. Just as they were about to intervene and expel Tian, a voice from behind halted their actions. "Everyone, cease at once." Chapter 37. Saigon vs. Dark Jiede. Ultraman Xena appeared before them, obstructing their path, and approached Tian with a serious demeanor. "Tian, what brings you here?" You still don't know why I'm here." Xena's expression shifted slightly as he pondered the implications. Could it be that Tian was aware? Was it due to Aki Sakimoya? "She was merely an envoy I sent to assist you." "Assist me?" That's a rather flattering term. Isn't it more accurate to say she was sent to monitor me? Tian retorted with scorn. "Xena, do you not find your own words utterly ridiculous?" Initially taken aback, Xena quickly regained his composure, maintaining a stern countenance. "Tian, since you're already aware, there's no longer any need for me to conceal the truth. After all, you carry Belial's genes within you. One might say you are Belial's son. Thus, the threat you pose to Earth is no less than that of Belial himself. Consequently, it is only reasonable to impose necessary surveillance upon you." "Reasonable?" Tian scoffed, his anger bubbling to the surface. "A threat to Earth? How absurd. While I'm tirelessly protecting the citizens, where were you in your AIB? While I'm valiantly combating monsters to safeguard the city, where were you then? When I faced multiple adversaries alone, where was AIB? Now, you stand before me, feigning righteousness. Are you simply afraid of my existence, fearing it jeopardizes AIB's standing? How laughable. If that is the case, then AIB has no justification for its existence. Xena, I now present you with a challenge. Let us fight. If you defeat me, I will abide by your terms. If you lose, then AIB shall cease to exist." Tian proposed a staggering wager. "What? Tian, what do you mean by this? You're a member of AIB, yet you dare to utter such words." Xena gazed at Tian in disbelief. "Spare me the rhetoric. If you refuse, I will ensure that AIB no longer exists." Tian's tone was resolute and left no room for dissent. Seeing Tian's audacious demeanor, Xena could no longer restrain himself. He unbuttoned his jacket, his expression sharpening. "Tian, do not presume that just because you can transform into an Ultraman, you can act with impunity. The strength of AIB is not something you can contend with." "How ludicrous. I am fully aware of AIB's capabilities. I see through your bluster. Let us battle," Tian declared disdainfully. "Very well, if it is a fight you seek, then I shall oblige you to the fullest," Xena roared. In an instant, Tian and Xena were transported to a vast arena, locking eyes for a prolonged moment. Xena then produced a bracelet that radiated with brilliance. "Arise, god of time and space destruction, Saigon." A colossal beast emerged in the cityscape, its webbed feet and tail reminiscent of a whale's fin, adorned with wings and fins on its back. Its primary hue was a deep blue, with sections covered in shell-like armor. Its claws bore sharp, horn-like white protrusions, and a pale blue crystal adorned its chest. This is the time and space destroyer, Saigon. How intriguing. I am eager to see what qualifies you to claim divinity. As Lu Tian stared at the monstrous figure before him, a fierce determination ignited within his eyes. Dark Jiede Ultraman. With a thunderous roar, Lu Tian transformed into Dark Jiede Ultraman, standing before Saigon. Lu Tian, I shall now demonstrate the might of AIB. Resonated the voice from within Saigon. Let me truly witness the prowess of your AIB, Lu Tian retorted. The two engaged in a fierce battle, causing upheaval throughout the city. This commotion caught the attention of Fukiai Chuck and Galaxy AI, who promptly arrived at the scene. Galaxy AI, upon seeing Saigon, was filled with perplexity as he turned to Fukiai Chuck. A monster? An Ultraman? Fukiai Chuck, did you unleash this beast? Fukiai Chuck hastily denied, exclaiming, how could it possibly be me? I have never even encountered this creature. Galaxy AI pondered momentarily before noticing Dark Jiede Ultraman, sensing an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Upon further scrutiny, he realized this dark energy bore a striking resemblance to that of Lord Belial. Fukiai Chuck, is this the Ultraman who defeated you? Indeed, it is him. He is astonishingly powerful, and he exudes the very essence of Lord Belial. It's simply silence. Do not seek excuses for your own failures, you worthless fool. He merely shares the aura of Lord Belial. He is not Lord Belial himself. Galaxy AI interrupted sharply, observing the intense battle unfolding. A subtle smile crept across Galaxy AI's lips. Perfect. When they are worn down to the point of mutual destruction, we shall strike together and seize victory. With this thought, Galaxy AI erupted into a maniacal, sinister laughter that echoed around him. Dark Cross Impact. Red Lightning Strike. The two powerful energies clashed, creating a stalemate, neither side yielding. Lu Tian, is this all the strength you possess? Taunted the voice of Xena, dripping with provocation. Preposterous, such arrogance, Lu Tian scoffed. With a thunderous roar, Lu Tian unleashed the Dark Cross Impact with overwhelming force. The Red Lightning Strike faltered under the onslaught, unable to withstand the might of Lu Tian's attack. How could Lu Tian's power be so formidable? Xena marveled in disbelief. No, if this continues, I shall be subjected to the beam attack. At that moment, a fissure opened upon Saigon's abdomen, emanating a tremendous energy that gradually seeped forth. Saigon beam. The crystal at his chest concentrated energy and released a blue beam infused with temporal and spatial factors, colliding with the Dark Cross Impact. The clash of their formidable energies caused a cataclysmic shift in the very fabric of reality, reaching up into the heavens. The overwhelming power of both forces shattered the sky, creating a tear in the dimensional space. This rift absorbed both beams, rendering them utterly vanished. At this moment, Xena erupted into a raucous laughter thrice, arrogantly proclaiming, Lu Tian, your attacks are now utterly futile against me. Futile? Lu Tian retorted, his gaze towards Xena brimming with disdain. Are you jesting? You believe that merely relying on a dimensional rift can possibly contend with me? Such delusions are laughable. Chapter 38. The Bodyguard Monster, King Black. Dark Jiede Ultraman. Dark Burning Form. Before the words had left his lips, Lu Tian had already appeared like a specter behind Saigon. Now, I shall see how you can still maintain your bravado. Lu Tian ignited his palms with blazing black flames, concentrating them into a singular point, and forcefully struck Saigon's back. The black flames were infused with an immense power, propelling Saigon directly towards the dimensional rift. Since you enjoy creating rifts so much, I shall send you in for some amusement. Lu Tian gathered energy, releasing dark, high-temperature rays from all over his body. The Dark Solar Burst Ray. The beam struck Saigon with precision, hastening his descent into the spatial rift. Damn it, Lu Tian, you are despicable, utterly despicable. I will not let you escape unscathed. Saigon's furious roar echoed within the rift, accompanied by thunderous claps. You should first emerge from within before hurling threats at me. Lu Tian scoffed, witnessing Saigon being completely engulfed as the rift crackled with electricity amidst chaos. Galanzi, witnessing this scene, was filled with ecstatic joy, believing the moment had arrived. and immediately addressed Fuji-Chuck. What a splendid opportunity. Fuji-Chuck, now is your chance for vengeance. Hurry up. Fuji-Chuck, momentarily taken aback, was severely injured, and engaging Lu Tian at this moment would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Goodness, he is no fool. However, my body has suffered grave internal injuries. I fear I can no longer continue the fight. Galanzi, in a fit of rage, glared with piercing, murderous intent. Useless, useless. I see you are terrified of this Ultraman before you. It is truly laughable to be afraid of a mere Ultraman. You worthless fool. Damn it, being berated again and again. Fuji-Chuck, seething with anger, could no longer tolerate being called useless all day. Yet, he understood that in his current state, he was no match for Galanzi. However, upon catching sight of Dark Jiede Ultraman, a sinister thought flickered in his mind. He grinned wickedly, letting out a malevolent chuckle. Well, if I am the useless one, then that task falls to you, my lord. Let a worthless one show you what true combat is. Galanzi produced a dark capsule and released it. Arise, bodyguard monster. King Black. King Black materialized from thin air, his figure entirely black, resembling a wolf with a fierce countenance. Golden horns protruded aggressively from his forehead, and his nose and mouth were adorned with sharp fangs. His abdomen bore serpentine folds reminiscent of Red King, and spikes adorned his back and tail, while his fingers and toes were shaped like claws. Now, let me show you what true combat entails. Galanzi cried out, his body gradually enlarging to match that of King Black, manifesting within the city. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Lu Tian glanced toward the smoke. As the mist dissipated, Lu Tian was initially taken aback. Bacterian? What is going on here? It seems there has never been a Bacterian among the Jiede Ultraman. Galanzia let out 3 wild bursts of laughter, brandishing his sword towards Lu Tian. Hee. I am Galanzia, a subordinate of Lord Belial and a Doujin. Today, I have come to claim your life. Lu Tian chose to disregard his words, lost in contemplation. Could it be that his mere presence had triggered a butterfly effect, altering the course of events? If that were the case, then, seeing Lu Tian's indifference only fueled Galanzia's rage, his murderous intent palpable. Are you ignoring me? Very well, today you shall pay the price. Black King, advance and crush him. With the command given, the monstrous bodyguard, Black King, approached Lu Tian step by step. A bodyguard beast, Black King? How amusing. Today, I shall break your horns. Meanwhile, alarms blared in the underground base. Beep beep. A multitude of monsters surfaced within the city. Young Lu stood before Lime, who projected the image of the beast on the screen. The bodyguard beast, Black King, stood at a towering height of 65 meters and weighed 60,000 tons. It was a combat weapon of the Nakul people, adept in light skills, defensive techniques, and hand-to-hand combat. As a subordinate of Belial, the Doujins possessed advanced technology capable of creating formidable monsters and piloting colossal spaceships that transcended time and space. They could transform their right hand into a weapon. Their claw-like appendages could launch missiles. Venom was stored within their sharp fangs. They could emit purple rays to imprison foes, and wielding a sword, they could unleash electrified energy slashes. Some individuals even had the ability to absorb souls, growing in size and strength through this power. What? A servant of Belial? Has Belial truly arrived? Young Lu gasped. No detection of Belial has been made, Lime replied. Upon hearing that Belial was not present, Lu let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Brother Lu Tian will surely face a fierce battle against so many monsters. But I am strong now. I can defeat them. Lime, teleport me to the location of the monsters, young Lu commanded as he stepped into the underground elevator. The doors closed, and the elevator ascended rapidly. In the next moment, young Lu found himself at the sight of the monsters. Filled with confidence upon seeing them, he declared, "This time, I will surely defeat you." Ultraman Jiede, original form. At that moment, Lu Tian landed a powerful punch that sent Black King flying. Ding dong, host detected gene fusion upgrade with Ultraman Belial. All attributes increased. Host, Lu Tian. Fused Ultraman. Dark Jiede Ultraman, purple gene. Energy, 2200. Speed, 2020. Combat power, 2200. Mental strength, 2080. Skill points, 29. Fusion degree, 35. Skills, Dark Cross Shockwave, Ultra Claw Cut, Dark Solar Burst Ray, Dark Sonic Roar, Leo Ultraman's abilities, 7 Ultraman's abilities. Forms, Dark Ignition Form, Dark Valor Form. Weapon, Belial Dusk. Chapter 39. The Dark and Potent Destruction Ray. King Black was struck down beside Gilangxi, his body engulfed in black flames. A hint of fear flickered within him, causing him to hesitate in launching another attack. With a fierce kick, Gilangxi sent King Black flying to the front lines, growling menacingly. "You worthless fool, take another step back, and I shall annihilate you on the spot." Under Gilangxi's threat, King Black gathered his strength once more and charged towards Lu Tian. At that very moment, little Lu leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick to King Black, halting his advance. "Your opponent is me." Little Lu landed gracefully, extending his hand to point at him. Gilangxi, observing little Lu, recognized him as an Ultraman genetically engineered by Lord Belial, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "How interesting. You've all come. Very well. Today I shall eradicate you all." Lu Tian stepped forward, his aura commanding, and declared, "To think you can eliminate us all is utterly ridiculous. You will meet the same fate as Fuji K, obliterated by my hand, and I assure you, your demise will be far more tragic." Gilangxi erupted into an uproarious laugh, dismissing them entirely. "Ha! Fuji K, that worthless fool, cannot be compared to me. My strength surpasses his." Lu Tian grasped his head spear firmly. "What strength you possess will only be revealed in battle." Gilangxi cackled maniacally, showing no regard for Lu Tian. "I shall grant you this honor. I will personally eliminate you. King Black, I leave that Ultraman to you." With that, Gilangxi charged directly at Lu Tian. "Little Lu, I entrust King Black to you. Do not disappoint me this time." Lu Tian uttered this final command before confronting Gilangxi head-on, engaging him in fierce combat. King Black menacingly approached little Lu, babbling nonsensically. "King Black, I am eager to witness your true strength." Little Lu did not flinch, entangling himself in battle with King Black. At this moment, a sinister and manic laughter echoed from a dim, secluded corner. "Ha ha ha! Gilangxi, this time, I shall see how you are reduced to a mere shadow of yourself. I shall relish the sight of your humiliation before me." Fuji K was utterly absorbed in the unfolding battle, his focus unwavering. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, a figure wrapped in bandages lay still. It was Ling Ren. The voice of Sero resonated within Ling Ren's mind. Damn it, my flesh is destroyed. Only this soul remains within Ling Ren. Otherwise, I would be utterly dead." Ling Ren's consciousness stirred, and upon hearing Sero's voice, he replied, "Sero, what do we do now? Am I dead? Will I never awaken again? If so, what will happen to Mena? What will become of Xiao Jiao? I have already dispatched the Ultraman signature to the M78 Nebula. Once they receive my message, they will come, and at that point, we shall have nothing to fear." "That is reassuring. I hope they arrive swiftly. During my unconsciousness, Lamina must have been weeping every day, longing for me. I must awaken quickly, eagerly anticipating the day of my revival." At this moment, Lamina sneezed, feeling slightly dizzy. What is happening? How could I sneeze out of the blue? Could it be that Lu Tian is thinking of me? She threw herself onto the bed, rolling around. She mused internally. I truly am a woman who defies convention. Lu Tian and Gu Longxi AI engaged in an intense aerial battle. Amidst the flashing blades and swords, a formidable magnetic field radiated, severing the surrounding air. Gu Longxi AI could not help but marvel at the boy's extraordinary strength. It was no surprise that Fujiki Shuke was defeated by him. Yet, he was not the worthless Fujiki Shuke. He was the mightiest subordinate of Lord Belial. What a remarkable young man. No wonder Fujiki Shuke fell before you. Lu Tian cast a dismissive glance at him, energy coalescing in his hands. "Humph, do not be hasty. Soon you shall meet the same fate as Fujiki Shuke, obliterated by my hand. Arrogant child, I am not like the worthless Fujiki Shuke. To me, you are all the same." Lu Tian distanced himself from Gu Longxi AI and unleashed a ranged light attack. A Milam Ray. A green beam shot forth, striking Gu Longxi AI's weapon and shattering it to pieces. Gu Longxi AI looked at his hand and roared in fury. How dare you destroy my weapon? You shall pay dearly for this. Lu Tian continued to taunt. What you rely upon is merely Belial. I do not regard him in the slightest, let alone a mere insect like you. Young man, it seems you have not heard of my reputation and dare to speak boldly before me. You are nothing but Belial's lackey. Your name means nothing to me. With a swift Leo kick, Lu Tian spun into the air and descended, delivering a dark flame kick directly to Gu Longxi AI's midsection. Gu Longxi AI was sent crashing to the ground, severely injured. Fujiki Shuke. Witnessing Gu Longxi AI's thrashing, erupted in gleeful screams. Yes, well done. Finish him off and make him wish you were dead, just as you dealt with me. Unleash a finishing ray to obliterate him. If one does not suffice, then two. If two are insufficient, then three. Do not concern yourself with martial ethics when dealing with this scoundrel. Fujiki Shuke grew increasingly animated and exuberant. How dare you harm me? You shall face the consequences. An alien, lacking the strength of a true monster, dare to act so brazenly, truly courting death. Dark heroic form, Lu Tian descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground with such force that it triggered a seismic tremor, causing everything around him to sway. Today, I shall bring about your demise. How absurd. How utterly ridiculous. How could I possibly be vanquished by you? Ding. The host can utilize the skills of Dark Jiede Ultraman in its Dark Valor form, Dark Powerful Destruction Ray. Lu Tian let out a cold chuckle. Very well. Let me witness the might of this newfound skill. You are fortunate to perish beneath the power of my latest technique. This move is one I employ for the very first time, so you should consider yourself privileged. With that, Lu Tian began to gather energy, channeling it into his hand as if unleashing a dark cross shockwave. Every fiber of his being resonated with the accumulated energy. In an instant, his gaze turned a blood red, exuding an aura of malevolence akin to a fearsome demon. Dark Powerful Destruction Ray. Chapter 40. What on earth is this? A group of Ultramen? Gu Longxi AI was instantly flustered, recalling his light skill, which seemed to be limited to just one. In a state of disarray, he hastily unleashed it, the Purple Confinement Ray. Lu Tian had already charged his attack, and with a surge of ferocious dark energy, the Dark Powerful Destruction Ray struck with cataclysmic force, shattering the very ground. The Purple Confinement Ray before him disintegrated into ashes, vanishing into thin air. The Dark Powerful Destruction Ray bombarded Gu Longxi AI directly. No. Gu Longxi AI's body began to disintegrate, piece by piece, crumbling into fragments. How could this be? I'm a most formidable subordinate of Lord Belial. How could I perish here? With a deafening explosion, Gu Longxi AI erupted on the spot, leaving not a trace behind. The energy from Gu Longxi AI automatically flowed into Lu Tian's body. Ding. Successfully absorbed Gu Longxi AI's energy. Fusion degree with Dark Jiede Ultraman increased. You are nothing but mediocre, far inferior to Fujikido K. You are simply a waste. Lu Tian coldly taunted. Fujikido K, witnessing Gu Longxi AI's obliteration, leaped with exhilaration, flailing his arms in delight. Well done. Finally, that wretch has been vanquished. At this moment, Fujikido K had completely lost himself, utterly oblivious to who was friend and who was foe. With a resounding crash, King Black was sent sprawling to the ground by a kick from Little Lu. Cross shockwave. A beam of light struck King Black, obliterating him entirely. Damn, I have finally slain a monster. It was no easy feat. Little Lu, brimming with childlike excitement, jumped for joy. Lu Tian watched from the side, filled with satisfaction. He approached Little Lu, patted him on the back, and said, "Truly, a teachable child. My brother Little Lu possesses the potential of a great emperor." What? Little Lu stared at Lu Tian in bewilderment, at a loss for words. Lu Tian, with a knowing smile, replied, "It's nothing. You just need to know that I am praising you. Thank you, brother, for your guidance. I will surely fight diligently from now on." Lu Tian pointed to the rift in the sky and said, "Now, together we must seal this dimensional rift, or something dreadful may emerge from within." Little Lu looked up in astonishment. Oh wow, what a massive rift. How did I not notice it before? Brother, what should I do? Tian explained in detail. We must collide our light beams together to close the rift once more. Understood. Little Lu nodded and positioned himself opposite Tian, standing on either side of the dimensional rift. Dark Cross Shockwave. Cross Shockwave. Their beams collided, with Tian minimizing the power of his attack, careful not to obliterate Little Lu in the process. As the confrontation with Little Lu reached its climax, the once tender scene between Belial and his son was overshadowed. The dual beams of light collided, unleashing a formidable energy that interacted with the rift in space. Gradually, the rift began to close, diminishing with each passing moment. A faint smile graced Tian's lips as he silently mused, "Xena, remain within that rift for now." Moments later, the rift sealed completely, and the sky brightened once more, banishing all remnants of darkness. Tian and Little Lu reverted to their original forms, descending to the ground. Chaos reigned at the AIB base. "What shall we do? What shall we do? Lord Xena has been drawn into the rift," exclaimed one. "Only Saigon can reopen the rift, and we currently lack the ability to do so. We must urgently notify headquarters to dispatch reinforcements to rescue Lord Xena." "Very well. I will make the contact immediately." Meanwhile, Fuji K hurriedly departed the scene, anxious to avoid Tian's gaze. Little Lu excitedly rushed to Tian, beaming with joy. "Brother, I am stronger now and can vanquish monsters." Tian nodded with approval, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face. "Indeed, I see that you have become a formidable Ultra Warrior in your own right." "Yes, brother. I will continue to strive for greatness." In the M78 Nebula, within the Ultra Council Hall, the 6 Ultra Brothers donned their capes, contemplating the Ultra signature emitted by Ultraman Zero. At that moment, Ultraman 7 appeared noticeably troubled and promptly stood up. Zero's signature indicates he is in peril. He must be in significant trouble. We must provide support at once. Ultraman Ace stepped forward, addressing Ultraman 7 directly. "However, if we all mobilize, it may not be wise. Monsters across the universe have recently become exceedingly active. If we commit all our forces, we risk neglecting the broader situation." Ultraman 7 nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Ace's concerns. Yet, as Zero's father, he could not ignore the danger his son faced. The 6 Ultras exchanged glances and ultimately, the one adorned with stars upon his shoulders took the initiative. "Zero's signature indicates he is in danger. We must rescue him, but we cannot all go. Jack 7, along with Mebius, you shall provide support for Zero." Ultraman 7 and Ultraman Ace shared a look of understanding and nodded in unison. "Understood, Zoffy." Subsequently, Ultraman 7 and Ultraman Ace cast off their capes and soared toward Earth. "Taro, please inform Mebius." "Yes." At that moment, Mebius was engaged in training, instructing fellow Ultras. Taro Ultraman arrived, delivering urgent news. "Mebius, Zero is in danger. You must immediately go to his aid." "Understood, brother." Dreaming of a universe, set aside his training and soared towards Earth. Taro Ultraman gazed into the distance with a look of concern. "The mission to rescue Zero has been entrusted to you all." Chapter 41. New Skills, Dark Devourer in the Depths of Outer Space, within the M78 Nebula. Ultraman 7 and Ace lingered, awaiting the arrival of Ultraman Mebius. Moments later, Mebius burst forth from the nebula, spotting 7 and Ace, and hurried towards them. Approaching them, he spoke urgently. "Brother 7, Brother Ace, has Sero encountered some danger?" Ultraman 7 sighed, gazing helplessly into the distance, his face etched with concern. Observing 7's demeanor, Ace addressed Mebius. "Mebius, we are still unaware of the specific danger Sero faces, but knowing Sero's character, he would not send us an Ultraman signature unless he were in grave trouble. Is that so?" Mebius furrowed his brow, his expression laden with worry as he pondered the situation, appearing at a loss. After a lengthy pause, he lifted his head, eyes filled with urgency and hope, and asked, "Then, do you know Sero's current location?" Ace's expression turned serious, his gaze steady as he looked into the distance, and spoke slowly. "According to the origin of Sero's Ultraman signature, He is currently on the planet where the Ultra King has been reborn. Mebius momentarily froze. A flicker of surprise crossing his face before his brows knitted together in concern. He murmured, "So is that planet, but it seems quite distant from here." Ultraman Ace's countenance remained grave, his eyes resolute. "Indeed, we do not possess Sero's ability to traverse time and space. Thus, we must exert all our effort to reach him." Mebius nodded vigorously, a determined glint in his eyes, responding, "Understood, brothers." With that, the three of them set forth, hastening towards Earth with unwavering resolve. On Earth, Kei Fuji called out for Lord Belial in a room. "Lord Belial, Lord Belial." The next moment, a voice of authority and malevolence echoed around him, imbued with formidable intimidation. "Silence. What is it now?" Kei Fuji immediately adopted an actor's flair, declaring, "Lord Belial, the individual you dispatched has been directly eliminated by the Ultraman." Belial, incredulous, questioned in disbelief, "What? How is that possible? He was eliminated?" Kei Fuji, eager to stoke the flames further, embellished the tale. "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. He was vanquished by the Ultraman without putting up any resistance. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. I have truly raised a cadre of incompetence. To train soldiers for 1,000 days, only to have them perish at the first engagement. Fools." Listening to Belial's tirade, a smile of uncontrollable delight spread across Kei Fuji's face as he reveled in the chaos. Now you know the feeling of being deemed useless. Oh, I nearly forgot. That worthless fool has already been vanquished. It seems he will not hear Lord Belial's insults directed at him. How infuriating that this wretch has enjoyed such good fortune. Indeed, Master Belial, he is utterly worthless, of no use whatsoever. Silence. You two are a waste. All of you are worthless. Fuji Kei. He was utterly bewildered, caught off guard. Clearly, it was his own incompetence that led to this, yet he was berated alongside the others. How infuriating. Those despicable beetle Doujins are truly unworthy of existence. Master Belial, what shall we do now? Wait, I shall soon descend, and when I do, I will eradicate each and every one of these Ultramen. Fuji Kei spoke with utmost reverence. Yes, Master Belial. At that moment, Belial's sinister laughter echoed throughout this realm, a relentless cacophony. After a brief while, Belial's laughter gradually faded into silence. A malevolent smile adorned Fuji Kei's face, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly, glinting with a frenzied and greedy light. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, the corners of his mouth curling into a bizarre arc, his expression brimming with fervor, and soon he began to contemplate. Master Belial is about to arrive. I must capture each of these Ultramen before his arrival and present them to him. At this juncture, his smile faltered, a flicker of apprehension passing through his eyes, his face betraying deep thought. Moments later, a fierce resolve surfaced in his gaze. However, that Dark Jiede Ultraman proves to be quite formidable. It will be prudent to capture Jiede first and present him to Master Belial. With this thought, a sense of pride surged within him, nodding repeatedly, his expression exuberant. Indeed, just like that. That jarring laughter escaped his lips, shattering the surrounding stillness, his shoulders trembling slightly, a twisted delight etched upon his face. Ding! Congratulations, host. Belial's genetic fusion has reached a compatible level, acquiring the skill, Dark Devour. Dark Devour? What purpose does that serve? Tian wore a perplexed expression. Dark Devour seemed to be a skill non-existent in the Ultraman universe. This skill resembled more of a villain's ability from a fantastical narrative. Dark Devour allows the host to directly absorb the Litru star into their body without requiring prayers from its bearers, and can also siphon the dark energy of enemies into oneself. Goodness, how formidable! This is simply outrageous. Tian exclaimed in astonishment. With Dark Devour, he need not exert such effort. He could simply locate those bearing the Litru star and absorb it directly. Moreover, he could now sense the locations of other Litru stars. Tian closed his eyes, attuning himself to the Litru star within. In that moment, within his vision, the city illuminated with numerous beams of light, each emanating from the Litru stars. Lu Tian observed. Apart from the beams radiating from the family of Rumi and the underground base of Tarikawa, there was also another beam. Very close to him, a slight smile crept across Lu Tian's lips as he spoke with a wicked charm. Fortune has indeed smiled upon me. I never anticipated that the star of Litru would present itself so readily. Lu Tian hastened towards the location of the star of Litru. The heat enveloping him grew increasingly intense. He needed to leave this place swiftly, lest he find himself in peril. A woman dashed frantically towards a secluded corner. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beast emerged from the depths, manifesting in the heart of the city without warning. This creature was none other than King Ele. Sweeping his massive tail, let out a powerful cry. As Lu Tian arrived at this sight, he was taken aback by the presence of King Ele. How could he have possibly materialized here? Chapter 42. As the elder brother, one must bestow some benefits upon the younger ones. Lu Tian pondered for a moment and recalled that the arrival of the Ale King was to pursue an individual. More precisely, it was for an extraterrestrial being, not merely an alien, but one endowed with the power of the Litru star. It appeared that the Litru star he sensed earlier was indeed embodied within that alien. This Litru star contained the essence of Ultraman Hikaru. Although Hikaru, a blue Ultraman from the M78 Nebula, was not exceptionally strong in combat, his research and innovations were nothing short of remarkable. However, what should be done about the Ale King? If he attempted to thwart him, the Pit Star beings would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to escape. What course of action could be taken? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He thought of Xiao Lu. After the recent battles, Xiao Lu had proven himself capable of standing alone. Without delay, he called for Lime. Lime, summon Xiao Lu to my current location immediately. Understood, Master, Lime promptly replied, calling out Xiao Lu. The Master requests your presence at his location. Xiao Lu swiftly emerged from the house, approaching Lime. Upon seeing the monstrous creature displayed on the screen, he felt a tinge of shock. Why has the monster reappeared? Lime informed me that the Master wishes for you to visit him now. Okay, I understand. Lime, transport me there at once. Xiao Lu confidently entered the underground elevator, exclaiming, "Let us begin the teleportation." In an instant, Xiao Lu materialized before Lu Tian and dashed towards him. Yet, noticing that Lu Tian had not transformed to confront the beast, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Elder brother, the monster has appeared. Why aren't you going to eliminate it? Xiao Lu, Lu Tian replied, I have something of utmost importance to attend to. This monster is now your responsibility. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu responded with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, elder brother, I will not let you down. As Xiao Lu prepared to transform using his enhancement device, Lu Tian reflected on Xiao Lu's continued reliance on his primitive form, which was far too inadequate. He was training Xiao Lu to become his formidable ally, and he could not allow him to remain weak. System, is there a method to facilitate Xiao Lu's upgrade? There is a way. The host merely needs to infuse the energy of Ultraman 7 and Ultraman Leo into the Ultra Capsule, and Xiao Lu will be able to ascend. But if I inject the Litru Star into the Ultra Capsule, won't that cause the Litru Star within me to diminish? He couldn't possibly weaken his own strength merely to enhance Xiao Lu's abilities. Thus, he inquired with uncertainty, System, if I infuse the Litru Star into the Ultra Capsule, will the energy of the Litru Star within me cease to exist? No, the host has completely absorbed the Litru Star. It has become part of your being. The Litru Star you infuse into the Ultra Capsule is merely a fraction and will not harm your own strength. Ah, splendid. System, I find myself growing increasingly fond of you. Come here, let me express my gratitude. I apologize, my system lacks that capability. Furthermore, I am not a male homosexual. Indeed, I am not one either. However, you are male, yet your voice resembles that of a soft, delicate girl. I apologize. The voice of this system can be altered at any moment. Or is it that you prefer the voice of a mature man? If so, shall I proceed? Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's mind was suddenly flooded with an unsettling image. A greasy middle-aged man, with foul-smelling feet, munching on garlic while conversing. No, that is too much. I must stop before I am overwhelmed by nausea. Enough, enough. The previous soft and gentle voice was far more pleasant. Let's maintain that. Very well. Lu Tian took a moment to compose himself and quickly regained his composure. Xiao Lu, witnessing this, approached with concern. "Brother, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing. Now, I intend to provide you with a new source of energy." "What?" Xiao Lu exclaimed, slightly taken aback. "What does that entail?" Seeing the imposing figure of King Air, Lu Tian realized there was no time for lengthy explanations. "Do not ask so many questions. Now, retrieve the empty capsule." Xiao Lu promptly complied, producing the blank Ultraman capsule. Lu Tian closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energy of the Litris star within, and with a flourish, infused 2 luminous orbs into the empty capsules. To Xiao Lu's astonishment, the formerly blank capsules transformed into 2 Ultramen, 7 and Leo. By merging their energies, you shall acquire newfound strength. Xiao Lu felt the immense power emanating from the capsules, excitement bubbling within him. "Thank you, big brother. I will not let you down." In the face of adversity, one cannot remain idle. 7 Ultraman, Leo Ultraman, Jiede Ultraman, burst form. Xiao Lu fused into the burst form of Jiede Ultraman, appearing amidst the city, his entire being enveloped in flames and steam. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with a surge of exhilarating energy. This power is incredible. With confidence, he gazed at King Air, ready for battle. "Your opponent is me." Lu Tian, casting a reassuring glance at Xiao Lu, entrusted King Air to him. This mere King Air should no longer pose a challenge for Xiao Lu. Lu Tian then charged towards the radiant pillar of light with unwavering determination, unwilling to waste another moment. Meanwhile, the Peterian alien had retreated into a narrow alley, where suddenly the light in her chest grew intensely hot, inducing pain. How infuriating! Why must this happen at such a critical moment? Leaning against the wall, the Peterian took a moment to recuperate from the pain. Observing that the light beam had ceased to move, Lu Tian flanked her position, appearing directly before her. "Peterian, I have finally located you." The Peterian looked up to find a human, instantly growing wary. Wait, he is not merely a human. He radiates an aura of such malevolent energy. "Who are you?" Lu Tian let out a cold chuckle and then approached her. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I have come to find you, or rather, the Litris star that resides within you." Upon hearing the mention of the Litris star, the Pyterian immediately grew vigilant and summoned a lightsaber. "You are delusional. I shall never relinquish it to you." Lu Tian regarded her with utter disdain, for in his eyes, only the Litris star held significance. "It appears you lack the strength to contend with me. If my deductions are correct, the lightsaber you wield is a manifestation of the powers bestowed upon you by the Litris star. However, that alone renders you no match for me. P.S. If you appreciate this narrative, kindly leave a favorable review or add it to your reading list. To all readers who have reached this point, please consider adding it to your shelf and leaving a commendation. Your encouragement is invaluable. Once the verification period has elapsed, I shall reward you with an abundance of updates. Thank you immensely. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Uchiha for the wonderful gifts. You are truly remarkable. Chapter 43. The Three Swords slay King Air. How dare you underestimate me? The Pitian, enraged by Lu Tian's words, swung her lightsaber violently towards him. Lu Tian, showing no inclination to evade, grasped the lightsaber with a single hand. The Pitian attempted to wield all her strength to bring it down, but to her astonishment, she found she could not control the blade, regardless of her might. "What? You dare to grip my lightsaber with one hand? This is nothing." In an instant, Lu Tian exerted a powerful squeeze, shattering the lightsaber into fragments that scattered around. "What? You shatter my lightsaber?" The Pitian was taken aback, her worldview shattered. Unable to believe what had just transpired, Lu Tian did not grant her a moment's respite. He seized her by the throat, firmly controlling her. What are you doing?" The Pitian gasped for breath, her voice trembling with agony. "Don't worry, you will find out soon enough." At that moment, a formidable dark energy radiated from Lu Tian, enveloping the area. Dark Devour. The aura of darkness cloaked the Pitian, beginning to erode her very being. At this juncture, the little Lu star emitted a dazzling brilliance, shining resplendently. A faint smile graced Lu Tian's lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "The little Lu star is mine. Why you?" The Pitian's body gradually weakened. the essence of the little Lu star within her being consumed bit by Lu Tian, fading away into nothingness. What have you done to me? Why does my body feel so weak? What have I done to you? Isn't it quite apparent? Have you not realized? Despicable, you shameless scoundrel. Always resorting to treachery from behind. Treacherous from behind? How amusing, for this is clearly a frontal assault. If you cannot defeat me, do not resort to such accusations. That is all you are capable of. Subsequently, the dark energy continued to devour the Tian, gradually siphoning away the little Lu star, draining her of all its energy. Ding! Successfully acquired the little Lu star of Ultraman Hikari, along with all of Ultraman Hikari's abilities. Following this, the Tian collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Lu Tian turned his gaze toward Xiao Lu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with King Air. For the moment, the outcome was uncertain. How could King Air alone withstand such a prolonged clash without being vanquished? It seemed he must intervene personally to test the skills of Ultraman Hikari. Dark Jiede Ultraman. In an instant, a colossal figure of Dark Ultraman emerged within the city, striding purposefully towards King Air. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu was engulfed in flames, locked in combat with King Air. How troublesome this King Air is to contend with. However, at that moment, Lu Tian launched a Leo kick directly at King Air, sending him hurtling through the air. Slah! King Air let out a heart-wrenching cry, echoing in despair. Little Lu, it appears your training has yet to reach its zenith. A mere Ailery king, and yet you have not vanquished him for so long. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, little Lu found himself engulfed in embarrassment, rendered speechless. Brother, Enough! Now you shall observe closely what constitutes a true battle. With a decisive gesture, Lu Tian summoned a dark-hued sword of light into his hand, sharp and exuding an aura of deadly intent. Within 3 strikes, I shall annihilate you. His voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an overwhelming pressure directed at the Ailery King. At that moment, the Ailery King's eyes gleamed with fervor for battle, emanating a powerful aura of lethal intent. The first strike, severing the tail. In an agile maneuver, Lu Tian leaped behind the Ailery King. Seizing the opportunity, the Ailery King attempted to ensnare Lu Tian with a sweeping motion of his tail, which crackled with intense electric voltage. However, Lu Tian did not flinch. With a swift stroke, he cleaved the Ailery King's tail cleanly from his body. A piercing scream erupted from the Ailery King, filled with agony and despair, echoing through the air. The second strike, shattering bones. Armed with a light sword, Lu Tian moved with blinding speed, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the Ailery King, each blow as swift as light itself. The Ailery King's cries of torment rang out incessantly, reverberating in the surroundings. Beside them, little Lu stood in shock. How formidable! My brother's prowess is astonishing. Battling the Ailery King seems akin to sparring with a child, rendering him utterly defenseless. At that moment, from a shadowy corner, Fujing emerged, witnessing the scene unfold. Fear gripped his heart. It was clear he could no longer engage with Lu Tian lightly. His cruelty was unparalleled. He was no mere man. The techniques and force he wielded surpassed even their own. It seemed only Lord Belial could contend with him. Yet, this little Lu appeared to be an easy target. If they found him alone, he could be easily dispatched. Cackling ominously, Lu Tian executed the final strike, decapitation, with a sweep of his light sword. He severed the Ailery King's head, which fell to the ground. The Ailery King's body erupted in a tremendous explosion, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke, as dark energy was drawn into Lu Tian's being. Ding! Successfully absorbed the energy of the Ailery King, enhancing the attributes of Dark Jiede Ultraman. Host, Lu Tian. Merged Ultraman, Dark Jiede Ultraman, Purple Gene. Energy, 3200. Speed, 3020. Combat power, 3200. Mental strength, 3080. Skill points, 35. Fusion degree, 49. Skills, Dark Cross, Shockwave, Ultra Claw Cut, Dark Solar Burst Ray, Dark Ultrasonic Roar. Skills of Leo Ultraman, 7 Ultraman. Skills of Hikari Ultraman. Forms, Dark Burning Form, Dark Brave Form. Weapon, Belial Twilight. P.S. My sincerest apologies to the esteemed readers. I was recently detained in a figurative dark room but have emerged once more. I shall endeavor to provide more updates in the coming days. I invite everyone to visit often, add to their shelves, and perhaps share a small token of appreciation. Chapter 44. The whole army strikes back. They have arrived. Little Lu's eyes sparkled with admiration and urgency as he dashed towards Lu Tian, standing tall and straight. He respectfully exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly remarkable." Lu Tian's lips twitched slightly, a glimmer of helplessness flickering in his gaze as he observed little Lu's recent battle, rendered speechless. He then took a deep breath, his expression softening as he spoke in a tone befitting an elder. "Little Lu, your strength is still lacking. It seems you require further training." Upon hearing this, little Lu puffed out his chest, his eyes filled with determination and fervor as he promptly replied, "Yes, brother, I will train diligently, and next time, I shall not disappoint you." Lu Tian nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he remarked, "Indeed, the youth is teachable." Soon after, two beams of light radiated throughout the city, one brilliant, the other shrouded in darkness. Days later, in the vastness of outer space, Ultraman 7, Ultraman Ace, and Ultraman Mebius arrived at this location. "Brother 7, Brother Ace, is this where the Ultraman signature from Sero was sent from?" Ultraman 7 surveyed the Earth, sensing Sero's presence. "Indeed, it is here," replied Ultraman Ace. "Isn't this the planet rebuilt by the King of Ultra, the one destroyed by Belial? Sero must have encountered peril here. Could it be Belial? It is possible. We must hurry. Sero is likely in grave trouble," they concurred. On Earth, Fuzuki K had been in a daze for many days. However, today a voice filled with sinister authority echoed ominously. "Pathetic. Why have you not acted these past days, Fuzuki K? What are you waiting for?" "Lord Belial, it is not that I do not wish to act, but rather I am unable to defeat them. What is there to fear? They are merely Ultramen. I too am an Ultraman. I shall descend immediately." The malevolent laughter reverberated around him, lingering in the air. Upon hearing this, Fuzuki K was instantly invigorated, brimming with newfound confidence. "Lord Belial is coming. Lord Belial is coming," he exclaimed. "Very well, Lord Belial, I shall go at once and await your arrival," he said respectfully, his words laced with reverence. As the voice faded, Fuzuki K rose with unwavering confidence, striding towards the city center with a ruthless glint in his eyes. He took a final glance at the city's landscape, filled with a chilling aura. Next, the grand spectacle would unfold. With that, Fuzuki K produced a transformation device and inserted a monster capsule, bellowing, "Arise, tyrant." A colossal beast emerged within the city, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble. "Now it is my turn to take the stage," he declared. Jingu Bridge Jeton, Belial Ultraman, Pedanium Jeton, made a sudden appearance in the city, wreaking havoc all around. In the underground base, two colossal monsters emerged. One was the fusion creature of, and the other was the tyrant monster. The voice of resonated throughout the underground facility, prompting him to rush to the screen. Upon seeing, immediately realized it was the work of K. "Do you have confidence in defeating them this time?" he inquired. "Yes, brother, I am confident I can overcome them," replied. "Good," said as they descended in the underground elevator and swiftly arrived at the scene. With a mighty roar, shouted, "It's time." Both Ultramen appeared before the monsters, poised for battle. "You have finally emerged. This time, I shall eradicate both of you." K cackled. "How laughable. Just count how many times I have obliterated you. You dare speak so arrogantly before me?" retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at K. Fury consumed K as he could no longer contain his rage at its insolence. "You insolent fool. Do you take me for a soft target? Do you think I will not retaliate?" chuckled, continuing to provoke him. "Indeed, I do consider you a soft target. What will you do about it? Strike me if you dare." With a furious roar, K lunged at, leaving destruction in his wake. "I will stand my ground. That monster is yours to handle." Charged directly into battle, engaging in close combat. Confronted, transforming into the blazing form of and launching himself into the fray. At that moment, the skies above were graced by the arrival of, and, observing the scene, they expressed a hint of confusion. Questioned his older brothers, "Monsters have arisen on this earth. along with 2 Ultramen. Are they from the M78 Nebula? Glanced at them, sensing a familiar essence, yet unable to identify it. They are likely not from M78. They must be Ultramen of this Earth. Continued, but with the monsters appearing, why has not shown himself? Could there be an unforeseen circumstance? As looked up, he was taken aback. My word, is that not, and how did they traverse from the M78 Nebula to Earth? This is not in accordance with the narrative. Could it be that sent them an Ultraman signal at the last moment? How audacious of them to summon their presence. While Lu Tian remained fixated on them, Fuji K seized the moment and unleashed a beam of light, striking Lu Tian directly. How dare you resort to such treachery? After enduring the onslaught, Lu Tian staggered backward a few paces. He let out a sinister chuckle. Today marks your demise. Fuji K exuded a formidable and malevolent aura that enveloped the entire vicinity. Xiwen, sensing this familiar presence, could not help but exclaim, Belial, it is the essence of Belial. Chapter 45. From this day forth, I shall be known as Caesar. Ace Ultraman wore a bewildered expression, grappling with disbelief that arose from the depths of his heart. Belial? Could it be that he is Belial? How is this even possible? Regardless of whether he is indeed Belial, he must be eliminated. Ace took the lead, wielding the 8-fold light wheel and launching a direct assault. All right, everyone, let us vanquish him. Seven and Mebius charged towards Tyrant and delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Lu Tian looked up and beheld Ace Ultraman descending from the sky. The 8-fold light will poise for a strike, leaving him momentarily stunned. Oh my, the Sovereign Ace. Lu Tian hastily retreated several steps, creating distance from Fujikido K. Fujikido K glanced upward to see Ace preparing to strike down, the 8-fold light wheel aimed at his neck. The attack landed squarely, delivering a significant blow. To his astonishment, the monster's hide proved remarkably thick, rendering the strike ineffective. Ace was taken aback. The 8-fold light will had failed to inflict considerable damage. It appeared that not only did the Ultra Beast lack pain perception, but even the monsters did as well. After enduring the impact, Fujikido K retaliated by launching missiles toward Ace. Ace stepped back, conjuring a barrier, an ultra-new barrier, that effectively thwarted all of Fujikido K's assaults, leaving him unscathed. Lu Tian watched in awe. Truly, the Sovereign Ace was a master of skills, relying on abilities rather than brute force. All Ultramen, join forces and obliterate him. Ace shouted vigorously. Lu Tian glanced around, realizing that Ace was most likely calling for him. It seemed Ace had failed to recognize his own appearance, remaining completely unguarded against him. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to deal with Fujikido K, and only then could they address the others. Dark Valor form. Upon hearing the voice, Ace Ultraman turned to see Lu Tian, adorned with dual horns and radiating energy. The Ascendant device and Ultra Capsule were indeed in his grasp, and this energy belonged to the King of Ultra. Ace was instantly filled with astonishment, his mind racing with thoughts. Ignoring Ace's words, Lu Tian charged forward with determination. Fujikido K, this time, I shall ensure your demise, casting you into the depths of hell. Leaping into action, Lu Tian closed the distance and struck Fujikido K with a powerful punch. Fujikido K staggered back, panting heavily. Komewan, Komeol, I fear you not. Lord Belial shall soon arrive, soon indeed, and when he does, none of you shall escape. This proclamation left everyone present in stunned silence, jaws agape. Ace felt a surge of terror, completely at a loss. Belial was still alive. If Belial were to descend upon this planet, it would swiftly transform into a living hell. No, Morabius, quickly send the Ultra signature to the M78 Nebula and inform them that Belial is coming. Yes, Brother Ace. Morabius distanced himself from Tyrant and ascended into the sky, dispatching an Ultra signature toward the M78 Nebula. Come forth, all of you. Today, this place shall become your grave. Fujikido K remained utterly oblivious to everyone, ensconced in his own realm. Lu Tian smirked slightly, exuding his sinister charm. Belial? Absurd. Even if Belial were to arrive, what difference would it make? Moreover, before Belial arrives, you shall perish first. With a swift shoulder throw, Lu Tian sent Fujikido K, soaring into the air. Ace, witnessing Fujikido K, suspended in midair, shouted in approval. Well done. Ace Ultraman gathered energy for a powerful strike and unleashed a beam of light. Metallium Ray, seizing the opportunity, Lu Tian unleashed his own light attack. Dark Destructive Ray, under the dual barrage of light. Fujikido K was struck directly. Suspended in the air, he had no defense or means to evade the onslaught. The beams struck him with tremendous force, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The dark energy scattered through the air automatically absorbed into Lu Tian's being. Fujikido K plummeted to the ground amidst the explosion. Lu Tian fixed his gaze upon him, his voice laced with an oppressive force. Fujikido K, as I declared today, your annihilation is inevitable. With a decisive stomp, he brought his foot down. Fujikido K, witnessing this scene, was paralyzed with fear, utterly bewildered. He attempted to rise and evade the impending attack, only to find himself unable to move, paralyzed by the prior damage. No, no, no. If you dare to kill me, Lord Belial will not spare you. He will not spare you. Lord Belial is coming soon. You cannot kill me. You must not kill me. Upon hearing Fujikido K's cries, Lu Tian remained unfazed. Using Belial as a threat was utterly ludicrous. Enough of this noise. Even if Belial were here, I would still extinguish you. With a thunderous stomp, he created a massive crater in the ground. Fujikido K met his end. Transforming into a swirl of dark energy, it was drawn into Lu Tian's being. Ding! Absorbed the dark energy of Fujikido K. Acquired Belial's dark energy within Fujikido K. Ding! Evolution into Dark Jet Ultraman. Caesar form is possible. Caesar form? An unfamiliar transformation, yet intriguing. From this day forth, he shall not be known as Dark Jet Ultraman, but as Caesar. Cross Shockwave, Cluster Beam, Morabium Ray. 3 beams struck Tyrant, resulting in a spectacular explosion. At this moment, they all gathered beside Lu Tian, with little Lu brimming with confidence. Brother, how did I perform this time? Am I stronger now? Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Although it was their combined efforts that enabled Xiao Lu to defeat Tyrant, it was nonetheless a commendable achievement for him. Indeed, the youth is worthy of instruction. Seeing the expressions in Xiao Lu and Lu Tian's eyes, Xiaowen couldn't help but exclaim, Belial? It seems unlikely. However, after the recent battle, Driambius remained convinced of their integrity. He then approached Lu Tian and inquired, Are you the Ultraman of this world? Xiao Lu promptly responded, Indeed, we are the Ultraman of this realm. Have you encountered Ultraman Sero? A subtle smile played on Lu Tian's lips, revealing a charming yet mischievous grin. It seemed they were indeed summoned by Sero. Perhaps, he mused, he had been too lenient, allowing that wretched Sero to call for reinforcements. Chapter 46. The Dark Path of El and the Ampelins is Sero Ultraman, the one who has been around for 20,000 years. Little Lu gazed at them with innocent eyes, articulating each word with care. Upon hearing that little Lu had encountered him, 7 Ultraman grasped little Lu's shoulders, exclaiming in urgency, Indeed, that is him. Have you seen him? Where is he now? Why have we not come across him? Little Lu glanced at Lu Tian, recalling that Sero Ultraman had been vanquished by his elder brother, and that these Ultraman were in search of Sero. Thus, they must be his kin. Staring at Lu Tian, little Lu hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Noticing little Lu's faltering speech, 7 grew increasingly anxious and pressed on. Where is he? Has he encountered some peril? Little Lu, understanding Lu Tian's silent cue, finally spoke, I only know that he has appeared before, but recently, for some reason, he has not shown himself again. Upon hearing this, 7's heart, which had been in suspense, remained so. However, the fact that Sero was still on this earth brought a semblance of relief. In a sudden flash, they all vanished from the city, reappearing on the ground. Mebius approached little Lu, addressing him. The aura surrounding you bears the mark of Belial. Could it be that you are Belial's son? Little Lu stammered, It should be so. What? Both Ace and 7 Ultraman were taken aback, incredulous that Belial could have a son, a notion so unfathomable. Yet, witnessing him battle a monster to protect the city, it seemed he had not inherited Belial's malevolence. Exchanging glances, Seven and Ace silently conveyed the urgency of keeping a vigilant watch over him, lest they encounter grave trouble. What did that monster mean when it said Belial is coming? Tian chuckled softly, thinking to himself that this Ultraman might not be the sharpest tool in the shed. He then casually remarked, "It means exactly what it says. Belial is on his way. Have you not sensed his presence in outer space?" Ace responded, "It appears we have a mission ahead of us, not only to locate Sero, but also to eliminate Belial." Tian observed them closely, his eyes filled with a chilling resolve. He contemplated finding an opportunity to deal with them one by one, but now was not the time. As the mantis preys on the cicada, the yellow bird lies in wait. It would be wiser for him to align with Belial, systematically resolving them one by one, using others as pawns. It seemed that Belial would not be arriving today. Thus, Mebius suggested, "Let us depart from this place for now." Mebius scanned the surroundings and the sky, noting the absence of any signs that Belial was coming. Seven nodded in agreement with Mebius's words. "Very well, we shall settle here for the time being." Tian regarded them briefly before striding away from the location. Now, he needed to absorb all the Litra stars before Belial's arrival. Moreover, it is imperative to seize the capsules of the Dark Jiede and the Ampera aliens. If Belial can transform into the malevolent Belial using the capsules of the Dark Jiede and the Ampera aliens, he can undoubtedly merge the energy of these two capsules. These capsules are located within the AIB. It is almost laughable. The Xena of AIB has already been cast into the dimensional rift by him, never to return. Currently, AIB is merely a gathering of insignificant minions, easily vanquished by him. Given this, it is prudent to retrieve the two capsules first. Thus, Tian made his way toward the AIB base. Upon arrival, the once heavily fortified location now lay in disarray. Tian boldly entered the AIB from the front, surveying his surroundings before bellowing, "I will count to 3. If any of you living beings do not emerge, I shall obliterate this place." 3, 2. As Tian reached the count of 2, several shad aliens hastily emerged from within the base, their faces pale and beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. Trembling with fear as they approached Tian. Upon seeing him, the palpable aura of menace emanating from his gaze rendered them utterly helpless, their legs quaking uncontrollably. One of the shad aliens gulped nervously, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, stammering him, "Master, what business do you have with us? Come forth." Tian's lips curled into a chilling smile, his eyes filled with disdain. "It seems you possess some degree of insight. Now, I shall pose a question. Should you dare to conceal anything, your fate shall be death." At this, the shad aliens trembled violently, exchanging fearful glances. The leader among them nodded vigorously, a sycophantic expression plastered on his face, his voice sharp with anxiety. "Why, yes, master, please ask your question. We would never dream of withholding anything from you." Tian advanced slowly, step by step, his gaze sharp as a blade, articulating each word coldly. "Are the capsules of the Dark Jiede and the Ampera aliens here with you?" Upon hearing this, they were utterly astonished, disbelief etched across their faces. These two capsules were classified information, and they wondered how Tian had come to know of them. Should these capsules be lost, their lives would be forfeit. In that moment, one of the shad aliens stammered in panic, "No, they're not with us." A faint, sinister smile crept across Tian's face as he replied, "Is that so?" "Indeed, they are not with you." Before the alien could finish his sentence, Tian appeared before him in an instant, grasping him firmly and lifting him into the air. "Did I not just say that those who dare deceive me shall meet but one end, death? Please no, I wouldn't dare deceive you." The alien cried in desperation. Dark Devour, a shroud of death enveloped him entirely, swiftly corroding him into a mere pile of bones. With a forceful effort, Tian reduced the bones to ashes, which vanished into the ether. He then turned to the remaining Shardians, his voice icy as he inquired, "Now, I shall ask once more, are the capsules of the Dark Jiede and the Amperian in your possession?" They dared not deceive him further, hurriedly responding, "Yes, yes, yes, my lord." Tian cast a discerning glance at them, casually pointing to one of the Shardians as he commanded, Now, go fetch those 2 capsules and deliver them to me. Otherwise, his fate shall be your own. Understood. I shall retrieve them at once, the Shardian replied, not daring to hesitate as he rushed towards the base. Moments later, he emerged with the 2 capsules in hand, presenting them to Lu Tian. Upon inspecting the capsules, Lu Tian confirmed they indeed belonged to the Dark Lucial and the Amperian. Sensing the potent, dark energy within, he felt a sense of satisfaction. You have performed admirably. However, when I called out the first time, your failure to respond has sealed your fate. Chapter 47. The Absorption of the Cocoon of Litru Star. What? My lord, did you not say you would spare us? Did I ever say such a thing? Ridiculous. When did I ever utter such words? A bunch of miscreants like you are unworthy of existence in this world. How despicable you are, you shameless wretch. You speak without honor. What kind of gentleman or hero do you think you are? How laughable. Did I ever claim to be a gentleman? Did I ever profess to be a hero? Enough of this prattle. Perish. A radiant sword of light, wielded by Ultraman Hikario, materialized in Lu Tian's grasp, transforming into a dark blade. You. Do not presume that we are easy prey. We shall fight to the bitter end. Several Shad aliens huddled together and charged at Lu Tian. Come at me. It saves me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. Let us end this together. With a fluid and graceful swordplay, he swiftly dispatched them, their pitiful screams echoing through the air. In mere moments, they all fell to the ground, blood spilling from their wounds. Their energy coursed into Lu Tian's body. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly held significance were the 2 capsules in his hands. These were the true trump cards. Yet, without a sublimation device, how could he utilize these capsules? That posed a dilemma. He then inquired, System, can I use these 2 capsules? Yes, you may use them. Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Tian was instantly invigorated, akin to a surge of adrenaline. How do I use them? Just as Fujiki K would use these 2 capsules. When you transform into Ultraman, simply insert them into your body to merge with their power. I see. It appears I am unable to use these capsules just yet. I shall store them for now. Lu Tian carefully stowed the capsules away and set forth towards his next destination. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Rumi Nai's residence. He had come here to fulfill the promise made to Rumi Nai to extract the Litru star from within the cocoon. Soon, he stood at her doorstep. Just as he was about to knock, an unexpected scene unfolded. Look, the debt collector has come knocking again. It seems that family still hasn't settled their debts. How curious. Did they not claim it was the final deadline last time? How can they still be at ease without having paid? Hey, are you foolish? Last time and the time before, those 2 were alone in the house for such a long while. Who knows what transpired? Is that true? Wouldn't her husband be furious? Her husband has been in a coma, rendered a vegetative state. Even if his head is adorned with colors, he would remain oblivious. Now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. Stop fretting. Let us simply await the spectacle. Lu Tian, hearing their chatter, felt an overwhelming urge to silence their mouths, wishing they could utter not a word. The commotion outside attracted Rumi Nai's attention. Upon hearing the neighbors' incessant chatter, she recognized that Lu Tian had arrived. In a flash, she dashed to the door, flung it open, and once again drew him inside. She wished to no longer hear the idle chatter of her neighbors, nor did she want to be the subject of their gossip. Upon seeing Lu Tian, a hint of shyness involuntarily graced her face. Lu Tian, are you here to resolve the issue with Xiao Jiao? Indeed, I promised you I would not deceive you. Today, I have come specifically to address Xiao Jiao's predicament. That's wonderful. I will fetch Xiao Jiao right away. Lu Mena hurriedly dashed to the bedroom, but at that moment, Lu Tian suddenly recalled a critical thought. When he absorbed the Litru star from the Pidians, it had nearly brought them to the brink of death. He wondered if absorbing the Litru star from Xiao Jiao would similarly endanger her health. This thought filled him with concern, and his heart sank. He then inquired of the system, if I use Dark Devour to absorb the Litru star from Xiao Jiao, will it cause her harm like it did with the Pidians? It will cause harm, but the extent of the damage depends on how the host employs Dark Devour. How should I proceed to minimize the risk to Xiao Jiao's health? As long as the host harbors no detrimental thoughts towards Xiao Jiao and focuses solely on the Litru star while using Dark Devour, she will not suffer significant harm. Understanding this, Tian realized that the Pidians had been severely harmed due to their previous resistance and provocation, which had ignited his anger. If he maintained a clear mind, concentrating only on the Litra star, he could avoid inflicting substantial damage on Xiao Jiao. In this way, he would also provide Lu Mena with a satisfactory resolution. Moments later, Lu Mena emerged with Xiao Jiao, her brow furrowed and eyes filled with anxiety. Tian, please resolve Xiao Jiao's issue quickly. I'm so worried about her. Tian's expression turned serious as he replied, Very well. You must go outside and ensure that no one enters, not even you. You must not allow anyone to disturb me, understand? What? Do I have to go out too? Lu Mena's eyes widened in surprise and reluctance, her voice trembling slightly. Tian fixed his piercing gaze upon her, firmly stating, Yes, you must leave. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Lu Mena bit her lip, a look of helplessness crossing her face. After a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. All right, Tian, I entrust Xiao Jiao to you. Rest assured, I will not let you down, Tian declared with unwavering determination, his eyes radiating undeniable confidence. Reluctantly, Lu Mena cast a worried glance at Xiao Jiao before slowly stepping away from the scene. Tian approached the small cocoon, a gentle smile instantly gracing his face. He softly spoke, Little cocoon, let's engage in a game. Close your eyes, and under no circumstances may you open them without my permission. If you succeed, Uncle will treat you to some delightful snacks. Upon hearing the mention of treats, the little one's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face radiating joy as she eagerly inquired, Really? Indeed, how could I deceive you? Now, you may close your eyes, Tian replied, maintaining his smile, though a subtle hint of tension flickered in his gaze. Obediently, the little cocoon shut her eyes, while Tian stepped before her, preparing to unleash the darkness of devouring. Chapter 48. My son, Sero, is invincible in the world. How could he be so severely injured? Dark energy enveloped the cocoon-like figure, shrouding her entirely. The cocoon emitted a series of anguished sounds that reverberated throughout the surroundings. Tian promptly urged, Cocoon, hold on a moment. It will soon be over. Subsequently, the dark energy penetrated further into the cocoon's body, and the Litra star began to shimmer with brilliance. Gradually, the Litra star emerged, slowly extricating itself from the cocoon's interior. Following the thread of dark power, it gradually entered Tian's body. Moments later, all the Litra stars had completely assimilated into Tian, departing from the cocoon. The separation caused the cocoon to collapse onto the ground, evidently suffering some degree of harm, yet it was nothing grave. After absorbing the Litra stars, Tian called out, Lu Mei, you may come in. The cocoon has recovered. Lu Mei rushed in, her heart racing with anxiety. Upon seeing the cocoon collapsed on the floor, she hurried to its side and lifted her up. Cocoon, what has happened? Why have you fainted? Tian, what is wrong with her? Observing Lu Mei's distressed demeanor, Tian reassured her, there is no need to worry. This is merely a normal occurrence. A little rest will suffice. Hearing this, Lu Mei's tension eased somewhat, and she carried the cocoon into the bedroom. Tian glanced back and then departed. At present, the other Litra stars were scattered too widely to locate easily. In the hospital, Seven and his companions fixed their gaze on the Ultraman sensing device, their faces etched with concern and urgency. Upon confirming that Sero Ultraman was indeed present, their brows remained furrowed, for Sero's energy response was alarmingly faint. Mebius wore a worried expression, his eyes glimmering with unease, and he urgently exclaimed, Brother Seven, is Sero truly here? Seven's countenance darkened, his gaze filled with profound apprehension as he replied, He should be here. I can sense Sero's presence, albeit very weak. He could collapse at any moment. Then let us hasten our search. If we're delayed, Sero may be in peril, Mebius urged, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Consequently, Seven and his companions made their way to the hospital, relying on the faint energy signature to guide them. Upon reaching the room that held Sero, Seven's eyes sharpened, and he stated with conviction, Sero is within. I can feel it. His gaze remained fixed on the door, betraying a sense of urgency. "Let's enter quickly," Mebius exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Without hesitation, he forcefully kicked the door open and charged inside. Upon entering, they found Sero lying unconscious on the hospital bed, and they sensed that he was indeed within him. 7. Upon seeing the comatose Sero, was immediately at a loss, gripped by panic. He rushed over to examine Lindgren's body, only to discover that Sero had been reduced to mere spirit, devoid of physical form. How could this be possible? Xiao wore an expression of disbelief, struggling to accept this grim reality. Ace approached Lindgren, scrutinizing his form, and found that although Sero lacked a body, his soul remained intact, merging seamlessly with this vessel. Ace then called out, "Sero, Sero, can you hear me?" Gradually, Sero's consciousness began to awaken at the sound of Ace's voice. He recognized the familiar presence calling him. In the next moment, he opened his eyes and sensed the essence of Xiao and Ace Ultraman. "Father, you have finally arrived." With the last remnants of his energy, Sero drew them into the sea of his consciousness. Instantly, a brilliant light illuminated the hospital room. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves within Sero's consciousness. They beheld Sero's spirit suspended in mid-air, leaving Xiao at a loss for words. His son, invincible. How could he have been reduced to this state? It was inconceivable. He could not believe that his son was indeed unparalleled. Observing Xiao's despair, Ace stepped forward and inquired, "Sero, how did you come to be like this? What transpired?" "Alas, it was all the doing of that being imbued with Belial's essence. He absorbed all of my energy." Imbued with Belial's essence? Could it be the monster from today? But how could such a being possess the strength to inflict such harm upon Sero? It was utterly unfathomable. "Sero, what exactly happened?" "It is a long story. When I first arrived in this world, I encountered, suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the sea of consciousness shattered, sending Xiao and the others hurtling away." "What is happening? Why is Sero's consciousness, suddenly fractured?" Xiao Ultraman was astounded, his face displaying sheer incredulity. "No, this magnetic field is extraordinarily powerful. What could be causing it?" Ace hastily ran to the window to observe the outside. From the sky, numerous spaceships emerged, unleashing a torrent of potent light. As the illumination faded, 3 monsters descended from the spacecraft, landing in the city. "What? How is it possible that 3 time destruction gods, Gang, have appeared simultaneously?" Hearing this, Xiao and Mirabu rushed over, equally astonished at the sight of the time destruction gods. The time destruction gods were the combat weapons of the Shadarians, and the sudden arrival of 3 indicated their intent to annihilate the Earth. "We must act swiftly to thwart them. The Shadarians are notoriously bellicose." Without hesitation, Xiao and his companions descended to the ground, each retrieving their respective summon devices. They transformed into beams of light, materializing in the city to confront the 3 Gang. The Gang surveyed Xiao and the others, realizing they were not the Ultramen they sought. "We are not seeking you. Depart now, and we may spare your lives. Otherwise, we shall eradicate you all. How absurd that you believe you can annihilate us." Without regard for consequences, Dreamius charged directly at a Xiao. Simon and Ace Ultraman each selected a Xiao, engaging in fierce combat. As Tian descended to the ground and beheld the Xiao, he realized that the Shadonians had come to exact their revenge. It seems he had been too lenient with the AIB, daring to summon reinforcements. Nevertheless, it may work to his advantage, allowing them to contend with Simon while he reaps the benefits. He chuckled darkly, relishing the prospect of their mutual destruction. However, at that moment, little Lu rushed out, his face etched with urgency, swiftly brandishing the enhancement device, intent on assisting. Tian's expression tightened as he quickly called out to him, "Little Lu, wait. Do not transform just yet." His brow furrowed, eyes fixed intently on the distance. His demeanor grave. Little Lu, puzzled, halted in his tracks, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Yet, he dared not disobey Tian, hesitating briefly before inquiring, "Brother, why is that?" Tilting his head inquisitively, little Lu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Did you not see the spaceship above? This is merely the vanguard. We can leave it to them. Our task now is to lure the snake out of its hole, understand? Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing within, his expression softening as he regarded little Lu. Ah, I see now. Brother's indeed wise. Little Lu's realization dawned, admiration lighting up his face as he gave a thumbs up. Of course, or how could I be your elder brother? Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of pride in his demeanor as he patted little Lu on the shoulder. P.S. Please support with a nudge for updates, a favorable review, and add to your bookshelf. Dear readers, having reached this point, kindly add to your bookshelf, leave a kind review, and encourage updates with a small gift. Once the verification period concludes, I shall deliver a substantial update. Immense gratitude. Chapter 49, Belial, Resurrected. Since you seek death, we shall oblige you. The Shadstar people launched a fierce assault against Sai, plunging both sides into intense combat, with neither gaining the upper hand. From the abyssal fissure, malevolent voices echoed, spreading throughout the chasm. In a fleeting moment, the fissure began to widen gradually, reaching outward. Suddenly, a claw emerged from the depths, tearing the fissure open into a gaping maw. The chasm collapsed instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of sinister energy that permeated the cosmos. Subsequently, an explosion erupted within the fissure, sending forth a cloud of smoke that lingered for an extended time. As the fog began to dissipate, a dark silhouette materialized in midair, its blood-red eyes glimmering ominously amidst the haze. A chilling laughter resonated, echoing within the abyss. At last, I have emerged. Sero, Ultraman, prepare yourselves, for none shall escape. With a swift movement, Belial vanished into the fissure, hurtling at full speed towards Earth. In the M78 nebula, an ominous and familiar aura surged like a relentless black tide, spreading wildly across the universe. Is it him? Is it Belial? Jack Ultraman, his face etched with panic, hurriedly approached Zoffy Ultraman, his brow furrowed with concern as he urgently inquired. Zoffy's expression was as grim as iron, his brows tightly knit, and his demeanor tense, revealing a profound anxiety, as if he were about drawn taut. It is indeed Belial's presence. It seems he has returned. With Belial resurrected, this universe is on the brink of catastrophe once more. We must not allow this to unfold. Suddenly, an Ultraman signature from Mebius appeared in the air. Zoffy looked up, his pupils constricting as he exclaimed, "What?" Belial has appeared on Earth, where Sero currently is. With only their strength, it would be difficult to contend with Belial. Zoffy, should we go now? He asked. Zoffy fixed his gaze on the message from the Ultraman signature, his lips pressed tightly together. He contemplated the sudden emergence of monsters across the universe, displaying hesitation and conflict on his face, momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Father of Ultra, accompanied by Mother of Ultra, approached with firm strides, his voice steady yet tinged with gravity. Has Belial been resurrected? Indeed, Zoffy replied respectfully, lowering his head. Father of Ultra gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and serious, lost in thought. With Belial's resurrection, chaos would soon engulf the cosmos once more. Leave Belial to me. You all focus on eliminating the monsters appearing throughout the universe. Zoffy furrowed his brow slightly, concern and doubt clouding his eyes. After a brief contemplation, he felt that Father of Ultra's decision to confront Belial alone was exceedingly perilous. However, let us speak no further of this. The enmity between Belial and myself must be resolved by us alone. The Father of Ultra's expression was resolute, his gaze piercing and unequivocal. The Mother of Ultra, filled with concern, felt tears welling in her eyes as she looked at the father with a heart full of worry. Jian, do you truly intend to go? The King of Ultra grasped the Mother's hand, his demeanor solemn and steadfast as he spoke. Indeed, the matter between Belial and I must come to a conclusion. Then do take great care, she implored. In an instant, the Father of Ultra transformed into a green orb and vanished above the M78 nebula. Observing the anxious expressions of those around her, the Mother of Ultra took a deep breath and declared, "Very well, you may now attend to your respective tasks." Understood. On Earth, Seven and his comrades found themselves being relentlessly pushed back by Saigon, momentarily falling into a disadvantageous position. The reputation of the god of space destruction proved well-deserved, showcasing formidable strength. Mebius was struck by Sagan's beam, crashing to the ground as he lamented, "Brothers, what shall we do now? In one-on-one confrontations, we stand no chance." Ace glanced around and suggested, "Let's take on one foe at a time. Mebius, you hold off the two, while we focus on eliminating this one." "Very well," Mebius replied without hesitation. He rose, unleashing flames that engulfed his form, and roared, blazing courage form. Instantly, flames enveloped him, signifying a significant transformation. He charged toward the two Saigans with unstoppable force, ablaze with fierce fire. Seeing this, Tian turned to his younger counterpart, Xiao Lu. "Xiao Lu, if someone instructs you to do this in the future, do you know what to do?" "Of course. I would do as he does and hold off these two monsters, just as I did alone against Dark Lopa Sero last time," Xiao Lu replied confidently. Tian's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Xiao Lu to remember so vividly, indicating the severity of that previous encounter. "True enough, but that time I commanded you to hold him off. You see, as your elder brother, I could not deceive you. Yet with others, it may not be the same. So, do you understand what to do now?" Xiao Lu bowed his head in contemplation, quickly grasping his brother's meaning, and nodded vigorously. "Yes, brother, I understand." Witnessing Mebius successfully detaining the two Saigans, Seven shouted, "Ace, now is the time. Let us eliminate this Saigon." "Agreed." Ace drew his Ultra Sword while Seven unscrewed his head spear, and they charged towards Saigon with resolute intent. Amidst the clash of blades, their strikes landed on Saigon before he could mount a defense. The air was filled with anguished cries. Under their combined efforts, Saigon swiftly found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Seven and Ace distanced themselves from Saigon. "Now, Cluster Beam, Metalium Beam." The dual beams struck Saigon, resulting in a devastating explosion. P.S. Daily updates, ample content to satisfy. Add a bookshelf, a gentle reminder for updates, and gifts to share. The author is on the brink of starvation. Chapter 50. The Arrival of Belial. The first appearance of Caesar at this moment, Dreambeat was ruthlessly reverted to his original form by the dual assault of two Saigon, as their twin laser beams struck him, rendering him unconscious on the ground. Dreambeat. Ace witnessed this scene and let out a furious roar. However, they had arrived too late. Dreambeat had already succumbed to their onslaught. Soon, the two Saigon redirected their focus towards Sevan and Ace, launching a ferocious attack against them. The previous battle had depleted much of Sevan and Ace's energy, leaving them utterly defenseless against the impending assault. Occasional cries of distress echoed through the area, yet regardless of the severity of their beating, Tian showed no inclination to intervene. Conversely, the younger Lu, unable to bear the sight, felt compelled to assist them. However, without his elder brother's command, he dared not act on his own. Thus, caught in a tumultuous struggle within himself, he eventually approached Tian and said, "Brother, if you do not intervene soon, they may very well meet their demise." Tian regarded the younger Lu with an indifferent gaze, his expression betraying not a hint of urgency, as he replied, "What harm comes to us if they perish? On the contrary, it would only serve to benefit us." "What do you mean, brother?" The younger Lu found Tian's words perplexing. They had just aided him. Why would his elder brother speak in such a manner? Confusion enveloped him as he grappled with his brother's stance, unable to comprehend how this could be advantageous to him. After a brief moment, the younger Lu pressed further, "Brother, what do you mean?" With a dismissive snort, Tian elaborated, "Tell me, why have they come to Earth? Was it to assist us in vanquishing the monsters?" The younger Lu shook his head, realizing they were not there to eliminate the beasts. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He grasped the implication of Tian's earlier statement. They had come in search of Sero, who had been annihilated by Tian. Should they discover this, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance on Sero, leading to dire consequences. However, with the monster's demise at hand, the truth would remain concealed. "Brother, your strategy is truly brilliant," exclaimed the younger Lu, now understanding his elder brother's intent. Tian observed the younger Lu, clearly pleased that he had grasped the meaning, and remarked, "A worthy pupil indeed." With a thunderous crash, Savon and Ace fell to the ground in defeat, their indicator lights flashing. "Damn it!" Savon exclaimed weakly, glaring at the Saigon before him. "What do we do now? What has become of the two Ultramen on Earth? Where could they possibly be?" Upon hearing this, Ace immediately realized the truth. The ones who had injured Sero were not the monsters, but rather the two Ultramen from Earth. Damn it, Sev, we must now." Before Ace could finish his sentence, beams of light struck both Ace and Sev, causing them to collapse to the ground in a violent explosion. The voice of the Shadarians echoed from the spaceship, resonating through the sky. It was time to obliterate this Earth, a planet that had lost its reason for existence. Ha ha ha. Receiving the command, Saigon began to unleash widespread devastation upon the city, leaving no stone unturned in his onslaught. Destruction, destruction, destruction. The city was instantly reduced to ruins, engulfed in raging flames that spread to the outskirts. "Help! What on earth is this thing? Run, or you'll lose your life. Oh my God, the apocalypse is upon us. Who will save us? We do not wish to perish. How could this monster be so enormous? What shall we do?" The citizens were engulfed in a frenzy of panic, scattering in all directions. "Xiao Lu, it is now our time to take the stage." "Yes, brother, this time I'm certain I can eliminate them one by one." Xiao Lu looked confidently at Lu Tian, his face radiating determination. "All right, Xiao Lu, let us go together." However, just as they prepared to transform, the sky suddenly darkened, with ominous clouds gathering, thunder rumbling, and a storm brewing. A tempest arose, sweeping through and extinguishing the fires that had engulfed the city moments before. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the ravaged earth, while the howling winds roared like a pack of wild beasts, uprooting trees and making it difficult for people to stand. Amidst the storm, a fissure appeared in the dark clouds, and a shadowy figure descended upon the city, exuding an aura of malevolence. Ha ha ha! At that moment, the Shadarians aboard the spaceship were paralyzed with fear upon seeing Belial. "Belial, how is this possible? You actually came here?" A swarm of insects dared to act recklessly before me. They are courting death. From the clouds fell a weapon, the ultimate battle device. Belial grasped the ultimate battle device in one hand, channeling violent black lightning that struck fiercely against Saigon's abdomen. Instantly, countless dark bolts of lightning descended upon him. With a resounding explosion, the two Saigons in the city were obliterated by Belial's attack. How is this possible? This is the ultimate battle device? Saigon is so easily vanquished before him. This cannot be. The Shadarians aboard the spaceship could hardly believe their eyes, unable to fathom the immense power Belial possessed. Impossible, impossible. A swarm of insects, so feeble before me. Belial swung the ultimate battle device once more, unleashing a barrage of lightning strikes upon the spaceship. What? How can this be possible? Before they could utter their last words, the spaceship exploded, and they were annihilated in an instant, cackling with derision. How dare these insignificant insects delay my important affairs? They are merely courting death. Belial, upon observing Lu Tian and Little Lu, sensed the dark energy within them, a power that originated from himself. To my astonishment, both of you have inherited my genes. Nonetheless, I care not who you are. Surrender your energy to me at once. A wicked smile spread across Belial's face, echoing throughout the realm. Little Lu, confronted by this Ultraman who was biologically his father, found himself at a loss for how to respond, his gaze filled with confusion and uncertainty. At that moment, Lu Tian let out a cold laugh, pointing at Belial. "You are but a stray dog, daring to bark in my presence. What? You dare speak to me in such a manner? Are you courting death? Am I courting death? I believe it is you who seeks it." Lu Tian's eyes suddenly turned blood red, radiating an intense light. Caesar form. In an instant, a towering Ultraman, standing 55 meters tall and weighing 66,000 tons, manifested in the city. Clad in a deep crimson cloak weighing 6,000 tons, it billowed majestically in the wind. Its eyes emitted an eerie red glow, brimming with malice and ferocity, and its hands extended into sharp red claws, the tips razor-sharp, releasing blade-like energy with each attack. Belial sensed the malevolent aura emanating from Lu Tian, incredulous that it was on par with his own. Boy, from where did you acquire this power? Guess. Tian replied with a devilish grin, his words laced with insinuation. Belial, wielding the ultimate combat instrument, crackled with immense electricity. Once I bring you down, let's see if you dare to act so arrogantly before me. Tian fixed his gaze intently on the ultimate combat instrument, coveting the weapon. Belial, I have my eyes on your weapon. It shall be mine. Cackling, Belial retorted, if you have the capability, then try to take it. With a swift motion, Tian summoned Belial's twilight, radiating formidable dark energy. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Belial, upon seeing the weapon in Tian's hands, particularly its head, was taken aback. What is this weapon you possess? How does it bear my head? Keep guessing. I curse you. I shall obliterate you. Belial, now thoroughly provoked by Tian, tightened his grip on the ultimate combat instrument and swung it forward. Come at me. Chapter 51, Chimera Polaris. Tian brandished the Belial twilight, his eyes wide and his expression fierce, striking down with great force. The Belial twilight emitted a sinister laughter that echoed all around. Allow me to shatter you into pieces. The ultimate combat device in Belial's hand unleashed a powerful electric shock that struck the Belial twilight directly. The attack came too swiftly for Tian to react, and the formidable electric shock hit the Belial twilight with tremendous force. This pain is unbearable. Listening to the Belial twilight's lamentations, Tian furrowed his brow, his face marred by irritation, and he promptly exclaimed, "Silence! Spare me your incessant chatter." At this roar, the Belial twilight instantly became subdued, falling silent. You dare oppose me? I shall eradicate you. Belial's eyes widened, his face displaying fury and disdain as he stepped back and released 2 capsules. 5 Emperors, Zog's second form. Belial Ultraman. Chimera Polaris. In an instant, a vast expanse of black mist surged forth, within which a colossal silhouette emerged, obscured yet ominous. A faint smile graced Tian's lips, his eyes betraying a flicker of vigilance as he regarded the encroaching darkness. Chimera Polaris. It appears Belial is serious now. The Chimera Polaris appeared as a terrifying beast that had crawled forth from the abyss of darkness, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Its head, adorned with sharp horns that pierced the sky like 2 gleaming blades, shimmered with a chilling light in the gloom. The contours of its face were rugged, inheriting the malevolent visage of Belial Ultraman, with blood-red eyes resembling 2 blazing infernos of hellfire. The robust upper body was covered in red scales, which occasionally glimmered with an eerie radiance, seemingly harboring dark energy. Its enormous wings, derived from Zog's second form, were intricately patterned, stretching out to a width of several dozen meters, their flapping, stirring currents imbued with dark essence. Its powerful limbs resembled stone pillars, each step causing the earth to tremble, while its sharp claws gleamed ominously. Now, I shall extinguish you. Belial threw his head back, laughing maniacally, his voice thick with malice. The suffocating aura of Belial enveloped Tian, overwhelming him. Tian distinctly sensed the intensity of Belial's evil presence, which was palpable. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of greed flickering across his face. Indeed, this formidable and malevolent energy pleases me, Tian thought, licking his lips with satisfaction. If he could absorb Belial's energy, he would become immensely powerful. With that thought, Tian could not restrain himself and threw his head back in raucous laughter. Belial, your energy has caught my eye. It shall belong to me. Upon hearing this, Belial was momentarily taken aback, but soon a mocking smile spread across his face, his gaze brimming with contempt. How audacious! You think you can absorb my energy? You are utterly deluded. You will soon learn how I will annihilate you. Tian gritted his teeth, his expression resolute, heedless of the consequences, and charged directly towards Belial. A subtle smirk crept onto Belial's lips, revealing a chilling disdain as he observed the reckless Tian. Destruction of the tenfold dithyramb. He formed a cross with his hands, unleashing a stream of crimson-black destructive energy from his right hand. As Tian saw the beam hurtling towards him, his pupils constricted, a flicker of panic crossing his face. And he swiftly conjured a dark barrier. You cannot withstand my might. Double Dithium destruction. Another beam of destruction surged forth, colliding with the dark barrier. Tian was momentarily dazed by Belial's chaotic onslaught, his brows furrowed in frustration as he couldn't help but voice his discontent. Seriously, Belial, do you even adhere to the principles of combat? Is your ultimate attack free of charge? Is it customary to unleash such disorder? Belial erupted into a manic laughter, his expression brimming with arrogance. Ha! Surrender now, and I might grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell. Presumptuous. You think I would yield to such feeble attacks? Belial, you underestimate me gravely. In an instant, Belial's eyes turned a blood-red hue, his features contorting into a maniacal expression, as waves of destructive energy surged forth. With a deafening roar, he infused the beams with countless dark energies. In a heartbeat, Tian's dark barrier shattered into ashes. What? You shatter my barrier? Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. The destructive beam struck him directly, sending him staggering backward several hundred steps. How dare you speak so boldly before me? This is your fate. I shall annihilate you now. Belial's laughter echoed, dripping with derision. Little Lu, witnessing Tian being struck by the destructive beam, was instantly filled with dread, his face pale and overwhelmed. He yearned to intervene against Belial, but after all, Belial was his father. What was he to do now? Tian had not anticipated that Belial, having absorbed the energies of 5 emperors in Zorg, would possess such formidable strength. He bit his lip, a grave expression settling on his face. It seemed he needed to take this seriously. System, can I absorb the capsules of the Dark Luciole and the Amperian? You can absorb them, but a complete absorption will take 5 minutes. If interrupted, you will suffer a backlash of energy with dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Tian's mind spun. Anxiety etched across his features as he realized he was at a loss for what to do. 5 minutes to absorb? How is that even feasible? How could Belial allow me to absorb energy without interference? Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in his mind as he thought of little Lu. With urgency, he called out, Little Lu, please hold off Belial for a moment. Chapter 52. Absorbing the energy of Dark Luciole and the Ampelia aliens upon hearing Tian's words. Xiao Lu felt a twinge of hesitation within him, his brow furrowing slightly and a glimmer of struggle flickering in his eyes. Observing Xiao Lu's reluctance to transform, Tian's countenance darkened, veins bulging on his forehead as he contemplated the urge to strike Xiao Lu down. What a procrastinator! How can one call himself a man? Indeed, all men from that island seem to possess such cowardice. It is merely a trivial matter to obstruct Belial, yet he lacks even this minimal courage and decisiveness, truly pathetic. Despite his disdain, Tian recognized that there was no alternative. Should Xiao Lu refuse to impede Belial, he would be unable to absorb the capsules of Dark Luciole and the Ampelia aliens. With a piercing gaze, Tian fixed his eyes on Xiao Lu and spoke with fervor. Do you wish to witness Belial bring ruin to this earth? Do not forget who instigated the Parker crisis. Do you lack even a modicum of selflessness? Tian's words struck Xiao Lu's heart like icy daggers, inflicting profound anguish. Indeed, his brother was right. If Belial was not stopped, the earth would meet its doom. No, I cannot allow that. My family and friends are here. I cannot let Belial destroy everything. With a clenched jaw and a newfound resolve gleaming in his eyes, Xiao Lu ceased his hesitation, retrieved the sublimation device, and initiated the fusion. Jiede Ultraman, primordial form. Xiao Lu appeared before Belial, blocking his path. Witnessing this, Tian exhaled deeply, a look of relief washing over his face. The boy had finally seen reason. Had he delayed any longer, the situation could have turned perilous. Quickly, Tian produced the capsules of Dark Luciole and the Ampelia aliens. It was only then that he realized he was uncertain how to utilize them, how to absorb their power. With a furrowed brow, he quietly inquired, System, how should I use these 2 capsules to absorb their powers? Simply insert them into your body, and you will fully absorb the capsule's energy. What nonsense! Was he hallucinating, or had he gone deaf? Insert into my body. Should I put in my mouth or my backside? That is utterly revolting. Lu Tian grimaced, expressing his distaste. System, your instructions are too vague. Where exactly should I insert them? Host, it is not my explanation that is abstract. Rather, your thoughts are rather crude. Just insert them onto your abdomen, and the capsule's power will flow into you. I see. System, please be clear next time. Without hesitation, Lu Tian took hold of the two capsules and pressed them onto his abdomen. Upon contact, the capsules automatically transformed into dark energy, permeating Lu Tian's body. In an instant, an excruciating pain akin to thousands of steel needles piercing his insides erupted within him. Lu Tian's eyes widened in shock, blood vessels bursting in his sclera. As a suppressed roar escaped his throat. Oh heavens, what is this? My entire body feels as though it is about to shatter. Host, please endure. This is a normal phenomenon. Normal phenomenon, you say? Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged throughout his body, rendering him speechless. Dark energy surged like a relentless tide through his veins, scorching and hammering them as if they were aflame, causing the walls of his veins to swell and contort. Lu Tian's body spasmed uncontrollably. His hands clutched his abdomen tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh, blood seeping slowly through his fingers. What on earth is this? Please, host. Hold on. It will soon pass. It will soon pass. Belial momentarily halted, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he pointed at young Lu, proclaiming with self-satisfaction, Son, are you certain you wish to oppose me? Do not forget who created you, who your father is. In that instant, young Lu found himself engulfed in confusion, his gaze filled with uncertainty and disarray. Observing Lu's bewildered expression, Belial smirked, continuing to coax, Son, if you surrender your power to me, I shall rule the entire universe. Do you not lack family? I am your family. Come to me. However, upon hearing the words, rule the universe, Lu's expression hardened with determination. No, I shall stop you, prevent your destruction of this place. Belial's eyes widened in fury at Lu's defiance, his rage boiling over. Arrogant fool, I created you, and I can just as easily annihilate you. You are merely an experiment. Lu, filled with righteous indignation, assumed a battle stance, his gaze resolutely fixed on Belial. If that is the case, then come and try. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Without delay, Belial launched a fierce assault on Lu. Meanwhile, in outer space, the King of Ultraman was hastening towards Earth with all his might. His expression was grave, acutely aware of the intensifying and malevolent energy emanating from Belial. I must accelerate to reach Earth. If delayed, the entire universe may suffer. Moments later, Lu was slammed to the ground, harshly rubbed against the surface. Belial, sneering with disdain, kicked Lu in the face, venomously declaring, Is this all the power you possess? You are nothing but a waste. How dare you claim to be my son? Pathetic. Belial's taunts shattered Lu's inner hope. With such feeble strength, you dare bark? Today, I shall end your life. Your only purpose now is to become my power. Damn it. How is Belial so powerful? I am utterly defenseless. Lu's energy began to wane, dwindling to insignificance. At that moment, his face was etched with bitterness, his heart seething with an overwhelming sense of injustice and rage. Come, be my strength. Within Belial's abdomen, a fissure appeared, gradually drawing little Lu into his being. No, what is this? What is happening? Before little Lu could finish his words, he was absorbed into Belial's body. Upon consuming little Lu's energy, Belial's malevolent power surged further, exuding a bloody aura around him. Yet at this moment, Lu Tian had completely absorbed the energies of the Dark Lucial and the Ampera aliens. In that instant, transformed into his Caesar form, a profound metamorphosis enveloped him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the energies of the Dark Lucial and the Ampera aliens. Dark energy has been upgraded to its ultimate form, with an increase in all attributes. Host, Lu Tian. Fused Ultraman, Dark Jiede Ultraman, Purple Gene, Energy, 8888. Speed, 8888. Combat Power, 8888. Mental Strength, 8888. Skill Points, 66. Fusion Degree, 77. Skills, Dark Cross Shockwave, Super Claw Slash, Dark Solar Burst Ray, Dark Ultrasonic Roar, skills of Leo Ultraman, 7 Ultraman, Hikari Ultraman. Forms, Dark Burning Form, Dark Heroic Form, Caesar Form. Weapon, Belial's Twilight. At this moment, Lu Tian's claws were suddenly enveloped in ink-black darkness, rapidly expanding at a visible rate, becoming colossal and exceedingly sharp. Like the scythe of death, it gleamed with a chilling light, tainted with traces of sanguinescence. Simultaneously, a formidable kingly pressure surged from his body, akin to an invisible storm, sweeping through the surroundings. His eyes resembled cold stars, from which sharp malevolence emanated. This malevolence clung to him, pervading every corner of his being. Witnessing this scene, Belial was genuinely astonished, his disbelief apparent. What have you done? How has your aura become so powerful? And what is this dark energy? Lu Tian twisted his neck, inhaling deeply, exuding overwhelming malice. My power, where it originates from, is not for you to know. What you must understand now is that your end is nigh. Belial burst into a triumphant laugh, the sound echoing around them. He, arrogant, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Truly, you are obstinate even at death's door. Watch as I shatter your soul. Lu Tian regarded him with disdain, his gaze brimming with bloodthirst. What strength do I possess? You may find out now. P.S. Having reached this point, could the handsome and kind-hearted you lend a hand to the humble and pitiful me? Perhaps a nudge for updates, a favorable review, or even a place on your bookshelf. A small gift, perhaps. I promise to reward you with more updates. I am on the brink of starvation. A small gift would enable me to provide you with an extra update for a day. Thank you immensely. Chapter 53. Under the form of Caesar, I shall flay you alive, dismember you, so you may comprehend the consequences of arrogance in my presence. Belial's eyes widened, his visage etched with brutality and rage, emanating a chilling aura of darkness. The eerie laughter that followed sent shivers down one's spine, as Belial launched a fierce assault towards Lu Tian. With unwavering resolve, Lu Tian faced him head-on, undeterred. The two clashed, their claws intertwining in a stalemate. It was no wonder Belial was so brazen. His strength had indeed increased since their last encounter, albeit only marginally. Belial sneered, his expression replete with disdain. Oh, is that so? You may attempt to prove it. Their claws locked in a struggle, neither yielding an inch. Yet at that moment, Lu Tian's energy surged once more. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he delivered a powerful kick, sending Belial staggering back several paces. Given Belial's current cumbersome form, his reactions were sluggish and far from nimble. Damn you, how dare you injure me? You shall pay dearly for this. Lu Tian paid no heed to his bluster, his countenance as dark as a stormy sea, as he unleashed a beam of dark energy. Dark Cross Shockwave. This Dark Cross Shockwave, imbued with ferocious dark energy, swept forth, hurtling towards Belial. Upon witnessing the approaching beam, Belial's face contorted into a sneer, his disdain palpable. You wish to annihilate me? You lack the power to do so. Extending his hands into a cross, Belial released his own cross shockwave, countering the attack. The two dark shockwaves collided, instantly igniting a cataclysmic spectacle, the surroundings darkening ominously as if heralding the end of days. At that moment, the citizens within the city fell into a state of sheer terror. Oh heavens! Is this the apocalypse? Is our planet doomed? It's over. Everything is over. Belial has come. Belial has come. Belial, the very harbinger of the Parker crisis. What shall we do? Is there no escape but death? What can we do? We are but powerless earthlings. How can we thwart him? All hope rests upon our savior. He must defeat Belial. The sinister laughter of Lu Tian echoed throughout the realm. To confront him directly was tantamount to courting death. In an instant, Lu Tian unleashed a malevolent and potent dark energy that enveloped the entire city. Double Dark Cross Shockwave. His eyes blazed with black flames as the Double Dark Cross Shockwave surged forth with overwhelming force, inching ever closer to Belial. How is this possible? How can you wield such formidable dark energy? Belial's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock and incredulity. He had inherited the soul of the Reblondo aliens. possessing the darkest energy in the universe. It is inconceivable that anyone could surpass his dark energy. Belial harbored no doubts, not a shred of belief. "Do not think that your tricks will intimidate me in my presence," he snarled through clenched teeth. Inferno of the abyss. Dark energy coalesced in Belial's mouth, transforming into dark flames entwined with crimson and black lightning, which he unleashed. The jetting dark flames collided with the dark cross shockwave, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. The detonation occurred not far from Belial, sending shockwaves that propelled him backward. Tian, with a single hand, conjured a dark barrier to withstand the aftermath of the explosion. He gazed at Belial, a sly smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "Indeed, Belial is a formidable adversary. No wonder he remained a major boss from his emergence in 2009 until his downfall in 2018. Were it not for the dimensional rift, Belial would likely continue to reign as a powerful foe. His strength and vitality are truly remarkable." Belial clumsily rose from the ground, his face etched with frustration, finally realizing the true might of the Ultraman before him. He was grievously injured and had yet to fully absorb the energy of Ultraman J&D. Continuing the fight held no promise of victory. At that moment, a thought emerged in Belial's mind: escape. He resolved to utilize every means necessary to flee from this place. Tian advanced toward him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Belial, come now, continue the fight. Let me see just how much of your strength remains unexhibited." In a flash, Belial produced the ultimate combat device, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he summoned the monsters residing within it. "Arise, monsters!" A surge of dark power manifested before Tian, revealing 5 creatures: the Cosmic Dinosaur Jiede, the Cosmic Ninja Baltan, the Cosmic Beast Belial, the Flame Monster Baton, and Red King. "Belial, do you truly believe that summoning a few monsters will suffice to defeat me? How absurd!" Tian scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. "These mere beasts are beneath my notice. Charge forth, subdue him." Belial's expression turned frenzied as he bellowed in a hysterical rage. With Belial's roar, the 5 monsters launched a fierce assault on Tian. Red King struck first, delivering a punch akin to a sandbag directly toward Tian. "Come fort. I am eager to see whose fist is mightier." Tian gathered his strength and met Red King's blow with a punch of his own. In an instant, Red King's fist was shattered into fragments. "Ah!" Red King howled in agony, his cries echoing. Yet, at that moment, Belial wielded the ultimate combat device, unleashing dark lightning that churned into a cloud of smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, Belial's voice echoed ominously. "Wait for me. I shall return, and when I do, you shall pay a blood price." With a sinister cackle, Belial unfurled his wings and soared towards the moon. "What? Belial intends to flee?" Tian was taken aback. He never anticipated that Belial would escape. No, he could not allow Belial to slip away. This was the opportune moment to eliminate him. Tian prepared to pursue Belial when, unexpectedly, a monstrous creature seized him, obstructing his advance. Jaden held Tian firmly, rendering him unable to fly. "Damn it! Do you wish to perish? How dare you obstruct me? Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige." With a fierce determination, Tian's claws transformed into lethal instruments, radiating a menacing aura as he severed Jaden's hands, which fell to the ground. A blood-curdling scream escaped Jaden's lips. Tian offered him no respite. With a swift, spinning strike, he decapitated Jaden, whose head tumbled to the earth. Jaden was no more. The sight of this gruesome spectacle instilled terror among the other beasts, causing them to involuntarily retreat several paces. With a devilish grin, Tian proclaimed, "Are you afraid? How laughable! Even in your fear, I shall not show mercy. Today, I shall send each of you back to your origins, one by one." Chapter 54. The battle concludes. The quest for the Litru star continues. They seem to comprehend Tian's words. Their initially fearful gazes transformed into resolute determination as they prepared to fight to the death. How laughable to think they could stage a desperate counterattack. Do they believe I would grant them such an opportunity? A cold smirk danced upon Tian's lips, his eyes brimming with disdain. They surged forward, rushing towards Tian. Remaining composed, Tian leaped effortlessly into the air, evading their onslaught. Dark Cross Shockwave, he declared with a stern expression, unleashing a barrage of dark energy that incinerated them in an instant. Their dark energy was drawn into Tian's being, augmenting his power. Tian gazed upward as the ominous clouds dispersed, revealing a brilliant sun that filled the world with vitality. The figure of Belial was nowhere to be seen in the sky. How infuriating that Belial managed to escape. Nevertheless, my objectives have largely been achieved. Savan and Ace are incapacitated, the Shad aliens have been annihilated, and Belial has sustained significant injuries. Furrowing his brow in frustration, Tian then consoled himself with a slight smirk. With a sigh, he realized he would have time to pursue other Litra stars, particularly the one belonging to Nia Korea. With that, Tian's figure vanished into the city. At this moment, the city had emerged from peril and returned to tranquility. In outer space, Belial flapped his wings, soaring through the cosmos. Just then, the Ultra King arrived in Earth's orbit, his expression grave as he witnessed Belial moving at high speed. Belial, halt! The Ultra King's brow furrowed deeply as he commanded with an undeniable authority, before pursuing Belial's direction, disappearing from sight. Back on Earth, Tian arrived at the underground base. Upon seeing him return, Nia Korea's eyes lit up, and she hurried over, her face etched with worry and concern. Tian, you weren't harmed, were you? The anxiety in her gaze was palpable. Tian shook his head, his demeanor calm as he replied, I am unscathed. There is no need for concern. He gently pushed her aside and took a seat. Yet, Nia Korea approached him again, her brow furrowed, anxiety etched across her features. Little Lu has been absorbed by Belial. What should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Tian responded with composure. Little Lu possesses extraordinary vitality. He is merely in Belial's belly for a time. This is an experience he must endure. He will inevitably find himself in Belial's grasp. Nia Korea stared at Tian, bewildered, her wide eyes reflecting her confusion. What did he mean by inevitably being in Belial's belly? Seeing her perplexed expression, he chose not to elaborate further, dismissively waving his hand in impatience. Well, if you do not understand, then do not strive to comprehend. In any case, little Lu is not in any danger. You should attend to your responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Nia, you displayed a flicker of anger, let out a soft huff, and proceeded to clean with a hint of irritation. Tian fell into contemplation, his expression solemn and his gaze profound. At this moment, he had already acquired the leader star from Ultraman 7, Ultraman Leo, Ultraman Sero, and Ultraman Hikari. A few leader stars still remained scattered throughout the city. Searching for them one by one would be cumbersome, especially since their exact locations were unknown. It seemed necessary to consult Lime about their precise whereabouts. Lime, can you detect the leader stars within the city? Indeed, I can. The most apparent characteristic of those possessing a leader star is the warmth radiating from their palms, along with certain abilities. Would the master like to know their current locations? Exactly. I wish to know the locations of the remaining leader stars. Querying now. Subsequently, the individuals or monsters possessing the leader stars appeared on the screen. The display meticulously recorded their locations, though only a few were revealed, not all. For instance, the Nia, you who possessed Ultraman King, and little Lu's adoptive father, who held Ultraman Father. However, it was prudent to acquire these few leader stars first, as there was time aplenty ahead. It appeared that the upcoming days would be quite busy. Tian glanced over the information and noted their details. Yet, he felt too exhausted to pursue any further leader stars at this moment. The continuous battles had drained him, and all he desired was to rest. He then promptly lay down to sleep. Ah, the youth are fortunate. They can fall asleep so easily. As night descended, beneath the ruins of a battlefield from the morning, Dreambeat slowly began to awaken. His body bore the brunt of severe injuries, particularly to his Ultraman heart. He could no longer summon Dreambeat Ultraman. Struggling to rise from the ground, he surveyed the surroundings, now a desolate wasteland. What has happened? Has this planet been overtaken by the Shadarians? How could this be? His eyes brimmed with fear and confusion as he muttered to himself. Scanning the area, he noticed the absence of his brothers, Ace and Seven. Anxiety began to swell within him, and in a state of panic, he called out, "Brother Seven, Brother Ace." His voice echoed, and soon a feeble response emerged. "Dreambeat, we are here." Upon hearing Ace's voice, Dreambeat's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly rushed towards the source. When he reached the sides of Ace Ultraman and Seven Ultraman, shock and concern etched across his face. He could distinctly sense that Ace and Seven had suffered grievous wounds, perhaps too severe to transform again. Their injuries were even more critical than his own. "What has happened to you, brothers? How did you sustain such grave injuries?" Alas, this tale is lengthy, but let us first seek a place of solace. Ace Ultraman, weary in countenance, let out a resigned sigh. He and Seven slowly rose, vanishing alongside Dreamebius. As dawn broke the following day, the sun shone brightly, casting its golden rays across the city, imbuing it with a newfound vibrancy. Early in the morning, Tian departed from the underground base and ventured into the heart of the city. His primary objective was to locate the one possessing the Litra Star of Ultraman Gauss. By absorbing the energy of Ultraman Gauss, he would no longer fear injury. However, the Litra Star was bound to a pet. Recognizing this, he deemed it an easier task to acquire. He could simply employ Dark Devouring to extract the Litra Star. He recalled that the pet was named Moko, an extraterrestrial being. At that moment, a voice echoed not far ahead. "Hello, everyone. I am Takashi Arai, here to present healing milk and roasted vegetables." A subtle smile graced Tian's lips, a reflection of his unwavering determination, for he had finally found his target. Chapter 55, Resurrect. King Grant and Tyrant. As Tian arrived at the scene, he was met with a throng of people clamoring in a state of disarray. "Hurry, I need treatment. I was terrified by a monster a few days ago. Is there any way to heal me?" "No way. Go to the back of the line. I clearly arrived first." "What do you mean first? I didn't even see you. Back off." The chaos was palpable, and Tian was taken aback by the sheer multitude of individuals present. His gaze lifted, and there, amidst the crowd, he spotted the pet dog. It seemed that the leader star was indeed in its possession. Given the public nature of the situation, he could not directly employ his dark absorption technique to acquire the star. It appeared he needed to devise a plan to obtain the pet dog. However, why complicate matters? He could simply purchase it. After all, prior to annihilating the AIB, he had plundered its coffers. Money was no longer an obstacle for him. With a deep breath, his expression steeled, Tian strode forward, reaching the front of the line. At that moment, the waiting citizens were incensed. An elderly man, his face a shade of fury, trembled with indignation, jabbing his cane into the ground as he shouted, "What's wrong with you? How dare you cut in line?" Others echoed his sentiments, urging him to return to the back or face dire consequences. The incessant chatter grated on Tian's nerves. A flash of ferocity ignited in his eyes as he abruptly turned, glaring at the crowd, unleashing a wave of soul-shattering pressure. Instantly, the onlookers felt an overwhelming dread, instinctively retreating several steps, silenced by fear. Takahashi Araki, witnessing Tian, felt a flicker of terror, his body trembling slightly. Before he could gather his thoughts, Tian spoke with an air of undeniable authority, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "How much for that pet?" "I wish to purchase it." Takahashi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Tian sought to buy his pet. What do you mean? Just name a price. I am buying this pet. Do not make me repeat myself." Tian's smile faded, his gaze sharpening, and impatience etched on his face. Takahashi, without a moment's hesitation, refused outright, his mind fixated on profiting from the pet. Selling it meant jeopardizing his own livelihood. He scoffed, disdain evident. "No way. I will not sell my pet." A faint smile returned to Tian's lips. To him, everything had a price. With sufficient funds, nothing was unattainable. If something was deemed unsellable, it merely indicated that the offered sum was insufficient. Do not hastily reject. Would you not be curious about how much I am willing to offer? Upon hearing Tian's words, Takashi and I felt a flicker of curiosity, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes as he instinctively inquired, "How much can you offer?" Lu Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he produced his phone, scanning the payment code beside him. A chime resonated, and Takashi's phone vibrated with a notification. As he opened it, the transaction record unfolded before him. The figures cascaded. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, millions. His lips quivered slightly. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his face reflected sheer astonishment, almost incapable of comprehending the sum. Witnessing his shock, Lu Tian felt assured of his success. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "Is this sufficient now?" No longer hesitating, Takashi adorned his face with a sycophantic smile and promptly handed over the pet dog to Lu Tian. Yes, it is yours now." Lu Tian grasped the pet dog firmly and departed from that place. In a secluded corner, he gazed at the creature, a wicked smile creeping upon his face, revealing a sinister intent that was unmistakable. "Stop pretending. Do not think I am unaware of your extraterrestrial nature. However, it matters not now. The leader star within you belongs to me." As Mo Ku watched Lu Tian approach, fear drained the color from his face, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, desperately seeking an escape. Yet the exits had been sealed by Lu Tian, rendering any attempt futile. He emitted frantic cries of terror and anguish, but Lu Tian remained unfazed, his gaze icy as he cornered him. Darkness devours. Lu Tian's face was alight with madness as he unleashed dark energy, ensnaring Mo Ku's form, gradually eroding his strength. "The energy of Ultraman Gauss is now mine." A malevolent cackle escaped Lu Tian's lips, echoing ominously around him. In a realm unknown, Belial arrived on a distant planet, accompanied by the father of Ultra, who bore a grave expression, his brows furrowed with fury and determination. He bellowed, "Belial, this time, I will not let you escape." "How laughable! Do you truly believe you can prevail against me?" "You are merely courting death," Belial retorted, a mocking smile gracing his features, exhibiting utter disdain. He had long sensed the father of Ultra's pursuit, leading him to this desolate planet to construct his own grave. "Belial, I can sense your energy is waning. Cease this futile resistance." A maniacal laugh escaped Belial, his face reflecting his insanity. "You remain as blindly arrogant as ever, and today, you shall pay dearly for your hubris." Belial extended his ultimate battle device, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes as he released the aura of the Reblonder aliens to awaken the souls of the monsters that inhabited this planet. "Rise, King Gurent, tyrant!" he roared, his voice imbued with wicked power. In an instant, two colossal monsters emerged before the father of Ultra, unleashing an unprecedented wave of malevolent energy. "Defeat them first before engaging in conversation," commanded Belial with a maniacal grin. The king of Gurent and tyrant surged towards the father of Ultra, each step causing the very ground to tremble. "Belial, do not presume that they alone can vanquish me. You underestimate my power," the father of Ultra replied, his demeanor grave as he cast off his cloak, steeling himself for battle. In an instant, they were engulfed in fierce combat. At this moment, Belial remained as arrogant as ever, a smug smile adorning his face. "Enjoy your playtime with them. One day, I shall make you all pay dearly." With that, Belial spread his wings and soared into the distance. "What?" Belial, halt at once. Chapter 56. Rise Again. 100 Beast. How infuriating. The father of Ultra furrowed his brow, his face etched with gravity and reluctance. After voicing his frustrations, he plunged into a fierce battle alongside King Gurent and Tyrant. Days later, on Earth, Lu Tian had nearly absorbed all that was available from the Litru Star. Host, Lu Tian. Fusion Ultraman, Dark Jiede Ultraman, Purple Gene. Energy, 10,000. Speed, 9,888. Combat Power, 9,988. Mental Strength, 9,888. Skill Points, 70. Fusion Degree, 80. Skills, Dark Cross Shockwave. Super Claw Cutting, Dark Solar Burst Ray, Dark Sonic Roar, Skills of Leo Ultraman, 7 Ultraman, Hikari, Skills of Gauss Ultraman. Morphologies, Dark Burning Form, Dark Heroic Form, Caesar Form. Weapon, Belial's Twilight. Now, only the Litru Star of the King of Ultra and the Father of Ultra remained. It was evident that Tian had reached an overload, unable to absorb any further. Moreover, he had yet to fully harness the energy from the Litra star, still undergoing gradual transformation. Ding! Task issued. Slay Belial Ultraman and seize the ultimate battle device. Reward: 1 random lottery draw. A slight smile graced Tian's lips, revealing a determined expression. At last, this task had arrived, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. He was acutely aware that the reason he had not slain Belial previously was that such a crucial step would undoubtedly trigger a system task. To have killed Belial then would have been a grave mistake. The timing now was impeccable. However, the only dilemma remained. He was unaware of Belial's current whereabouts. System, do you know where Belial is now? Tian inquired, narrowing his eyes with focused intent. The host possesses Belial's genes. Upon leaving Earth, he will be able to sense Belial's location. I see then. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Tian's eyes as he seamlessly fused into Caesar amidst the city, manifesting in the urban landscape. Tian's sudden appearance startled the citizens. What is happening? Is another monster emerging? What? Another monster? Where is it? We must flee. Yet no monster had materialized in the city. Tian surveyed his surroundings and, without hesitation, soared out of Earth, leaving behind the murmuring voices of the citizens. Upon reaching outer space, he sensed Belial's aura. Without a moment's pause, he steered his unwavering gaze towards Belial's direction and propelled himself forward. Above the M78 nebula, a group of cloaked Ultramen stood together, their expressions tinged with anxiety. Jack's face reflected concern, his brow knitted tightly as he spoke. What is happening? It has been so long. Why have they not relayed any news? Could it be that an unforeseen incident has occurred? The original Ultraman wore a grave expression, his eyes filled with unease. How could this be possible? How could they possibly face an accident? Leo, arms crossed defiantly, expressed his disbelief. Yet, as they debated, Mother Ultraman emerged from behind, her visage marked by concern. Ken must be in peril. Several days had passed without a whisper of news. Upon hearing this, Taro was instantly engulfed by panic, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. What shall we do now? Zoffy, with a stern demeanor, pondered for a moment before declaring, "It is time for us to take action." Mother Ultraman remained silent, solemnly nodding in agreement. They discarded their cloaks and soared directly out of the M78 nebula. Mother Ultraman gazed anxiously at their departing figures, her heart whispering prayers. I entrust everything to you. Lu swiftly traversed the cosmos, the aura of Belial growing increasingly potent. At this moment, Belial had arrived at the monster graveyard, embedding the ultimate battle instrument into the molten lava. He tilted his head back. A maniacal and triumphant expression adorned his face as he let out a chilling laugh. Ha ha ha! Absorb the souls of these monsters to your heart's content. Transform them all into my subordinates. The souls of the monsters lingering above the graveyard began to flow one by one into the ultimate battle instrument. Belial, engulfed in silence, absorbed Little Lu's power, converting it into his own. Within Belial's being, Little Lu struggled with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he could not break free from the shackles. Curse be you, Belial. Release me, set me free. Little Lu's face flushed crimson as he roared in fury from within Belial's body. The aura of Belial encircled Little Lu, perpetually eroding his soul and his strength. My son, obediently become a part of my power. An evil grin graced Belial's face as he emitted another spine-chilling laugh. Ha ha ha! Hearing Belial's voice, Little Lu's emotions surged uncontrollably. His eyes reddened as he shouted, Belial, release me. Do you dare to face me in a fair fight? Yet, no matter his efforts, he could not escape the chains. In that moment, he could distinctly feel his strength waning, being devoured bit by Belial. Have you not always yearned to know your kin? Now, merging with me, becoming my strength, is not that the fulfillment of your desire? Belial's face bore a mocking smile, his voice cold as a venomous serpent, coiling around Little Lu once more. Ha! Belial's voice, like that of a demon, lingered around Little Lu, refusing to dissipate. Belial, I shall annihilate you. I shall obliterate you. Little Lu's body grew increasingly frail, his voice dwindling to a whisper until he could no longer speak and succumb to unconsciousness. "Sleep now, sleep." A triumphant smile adorned Belial's face as he chuckled ominously once more. Time passed slowly, and the souls of the monsters in the monster graveyard gradually entered the ultimate battle instrument. At this moment, Belial opened his eyes, grasped the ultimate battle instrument in his hands, and felt its power surge through him, letting out a howl towards the heavens. This time, whether it be he or they, I shall obliterate them all, rendering their existence a torment. I shall not repeat the mistakes of the past. Suddenly, a sinister aura emanated from Belial's eyes, causing the ultimate battle instrument to tremble. Rise again, 100 monsters. Chapter 57. Tell me, where has Belial gone? 100 monstrous creatures emerged from the ultimate battle apparatus, encircling Belial with an imposing presence. A twisted smirk of triumph adorned Belial's face. Ha ha ha, my army of monsters has been resurrected once more. His sinister laughter echoed throughout the monster graveyard. At this moment, Belial had completely absorbed the energy of little Lu, his demeanor brimming with arrogance, his eyes glinting with savagery. This time, I shall ensure that they all pay the price. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if recalling something, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. However, that young one possesses such formidable dark energy. It is indeed fascinating. With a shift in tone, he sneered. Yet, for now, I shall refrain from confronting him. Belial unfurled his wings, emanating a powerful aura that caused all surrounding monsters to bow in submission. With an air of superiority, he commanded, "You shall all remain here. Anyone who approaches, annihilate them." Understood? The monsters responded with a chorus of malevolent sounds to affirm Belial's orders. Howl! A confident smile once again graced Belial's face. Very well. Now I shall reclaim everything I've lost, one by one. With that, Belial spread his wings and, utilizing a spatial wormhole, departed from the monster graveyard. Once Belial left, the 100 monsters became restless, dispersing in all directions. At that moment, Father of Ultra arrived at the monster graveyard, witnessing the shocking sight of all monsters resurrected. Disbelief etched across his face. The malevolent energy they radiated surged forth, even more potent than before their demise. Is this the energy of the Rebronian? He pondered, furrowing his brow. It seems Belial has revived them all through the ultimate battle apparatus. Yet, why do I not see his presence? Could it be that he has fled once more? Just then, the monsters were on the verge of leaving the graveyard. No, they must not escape the confines of the monster graveyard. Otherwise, the entire universe will descend into chaos. The Father of Ultra's expression hardened as he prepared for battle, advancing toward them with fierce determination. Halt your steps and return to your graves. Clearly, his words fell on deaf ears. Not only did they disregard his command, but their eyes glinted with murderous intent as they charged toward him. A massive beast cackled. Let us strike together and destroy him. Lord Belial will reward us. Ha ha ha. The Father of Ultra remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm as he regarded them. Since you are so obstinate, I shall personally extinguish your existence. Thus, the Father of Ultra engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters. Meanwhile, Tian, racing toward the monster graveyard with all his might, sensed Belial's aura gradually diminishing, slowly fading away. Tian furrowed his brows, his face awash with astonishment. What is happening? Why does Belial's aura seem to be diminishing? Could it be that Belial has fled to another realm? Or perhaps to a parallel universe? Anxious and restless, he realized he must hasten his pace. Otherwise, he would lose track of Belial. With exceptional speed, Tian raced towards the monster graveyard. Meanwhile, in another part of the universe, Zophi and his companions had just departed from M78, yet they sensed the dark energy emanating from the monster graveyard. Jack, with a puzzled expression, spoke up. What is this? How can a monster graveyard exude such potent dark energy? What has transpired? Zophi pondered for a moment, his demeanor grave, as a bold conjecture surfaced in his mind. This is dire. Belial must have resurrected the monsters that lay dormant in a monster graveyard. What? Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of sheer shock. Their eyes filled with alarm. Taro furrowed his brow, his face reflecting urgency. If the monsters within the graveyard are revived, the entire universe will once again plunge into turmoil. We cannot allow the monsters to escape. We must act immediately to thwart them. Zoffy, resolute, made a decisive choice. Without delay, they surged towards the direction of the monster graveyard. At the monster graveyard, a multitude of monsters gathered, their presence overwhelming. How could there be so many, and why? After their defeat, can they still resurrect? Has Belial cast some spell upon them? The father of Ultra wore a grim expression, finding himself encircled by countless monsters, utterly bewildered. Heard above was the sinister cackling of a monster with sharp fangs. If I kill him, Lord Belial will surely reward me. The laughter seemed intent on consuming the father of Ultra. No, I cannot possibly succumb to this horde of monsters. He ignited his Ultra energy, channeling all his might, preparing for a desperate battle. At that moment, a rift appeared in the sky above the monster graveyard. With a thunderous sound, the rift collapsed, and Lu Tian emerged from within. This commotion drew the attention of the father of Ultra and the monsters, all gazing up at Lu Tian. The father of Ultra wore a look of confusion. He could sense the malevolent energy radiating from Lu Tian, reminiscent of Belial. Is this Belial? Yet, it does not appear to be so. Who is this? In an instant, the father of Ultra found himself in a state of bewilderment. The monsters, sensing Belial's aura from Lu Tian, mistook him for their master. They trembled in fear, their bodies quaking slightly. For a moment, they ceased their attacks, standing frozen in place, too afraid to move. Lu Tian scanned his surroundings, but found no sign of Belial. Cursed be it, have I arrived too late? Allowing Belial to escape? Just then, he noticed the father of Ultra amidst the monster graveyard, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. What brings the father of Ultra here? Could it be that he, too, is in search of Belial? It is not the time to dwell on such matters. However, why are there so many monsters in the monster graveyard? Haven't they all perished? How have they returned to life? Suddenly, a thought crossed Lu Tian's mind. It must be Belial who has harnessed the energy of the ultimate combat device to resurrect these beasts. Subsequently, Lu Tian unleashed the dark energy within him, restraining them, and proclaimed with formidable authority, "Tell me, where has Belial gone?" Chapter 58. When insects dare to speak upon hearing Lu Tian address Belial, the monsters gradually realized that the figure before them was not Lord Belial. At that moment, a Jetan alien stepped forward with an expression of disdain, a mocking smirk adorning its face as it directed contempt towards Lu Tian. "How dare you impersonate Lord Belial? You shall pay for your insolence." With a chilling glare, Lu Tian's expression transformed into one of ferocity, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. Indeed, in a vast forest, one encounters all manner of creatures. When did an insect presume to speak? The Jetan alien's face shifted through shades of anger and disbelief, veins bulging on its forehead. "What? You dare to call me an insect? I will annihilate you. How ludicrous. You believe you can extinguish me? You are nothing but a filthy insect." Lu Tian's lips curled into a scornful smile, his tone frigid. "You have repeatedly insulted me. I will see to your demise." The Jetan alien, completely incensed, contorted its face in rage and launched itself towards Lu Tian. Seeking death, Lu Tian remarked, his demeanor unyielding as he awaited the alien's approach without flinching. "Such arrogance. You shall pay the price for your hubris." The Jetan alien, its face twisted with malevolence, reached Lu Tian, preparing to strike. With an air of indifference, Lu Tian dismissed the creature, casually sweeping his hand as his claw pierced through its body. "Oh, what? This cannot be. How could you possibly defeat me? It is impossible. I refuse to believe." With a resounding crash, the Jetan alien was obliterated by Lu Tian's claw, reduced to ashes. Truly a filthy insect, a worthless creature, daring to boast before me. Simply courting death, Lu Tian expressed with evident disdain, a derisive twist of his lips. Soon after, the alien's energy surged into Lu Tian's being. "However, your only worth lies in becoming my energy. Consider it your honor." Turning his gaze towards the monsters in the graveyard, Lu Tian's eyes gleamed with avarice. Countless beasts represented an inexhaustible source of energy. Belial, my gratitude for the abundant energy you have provided. I shall claim it all. As the monsters witnessed the effortless demise of the Jedin alien at Lu Tian's hands, they trembled in fear, no longer daring to confront him. At that moment, Father of Ultra furrowed his brow, astonished. He could distinctly sense the energy from the monsters flowing into Lu Tian. What could this mean? He found himself at a loss. Lu Tian, with a frigid gaze, addressed the monsters. I shall ask you once more. Where has Belial gone? Upon hearing this, not a single beast dared to respond. If you choose silence, then you shall meet your end. A fierce glint flashed across Lu Tian's face as he charged directly towards the monstrous creature without a hint of hesitation, transforming into a meteor that descended with unrelenting force. The beast, caught entirely off guard, had no time to react before Lu Tian landed upon the ground, crushing several of the creatures beneath him. Their anguished cries echoed hauntingly in the air as they met their demise, instilling terror in the hearts of the remaining beasts, who instinctively recoiled several steps in fear. Rising slowly, Lu Tian felt the energy of the fallen beast surge into his body. At that moment, his eyes glowed a blood-red hue, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace as he advanced towards the remaining monsters. It is now your turn, he declared. The Baltan aliens, witnessing Lu Tian's audacious demeanor, felt a sudden heat rise to their faces, emboldening their resolve. You are but a single human, while we number over 100. Should we truly fear you? Your arrogance is unfounded. Lu Tian regarded him with an enigmatic gaze, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he began to mock. You are nothing more than a diminutive shrimp, daring to bark in my presence, truly a death wish. With that, Lu Tian unleashed a beam of dark Imerium energy that struck the shrimp-like creature. What? How can this be? Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating him on the spot. The father of Ultraman, taken aback by Lu Tian's display of Imerium energy, widened his eyes in shock. How could he wield Imerium energy? What connection does he have with Seven? His expression turned grave, filled with profound uncertainty as he scrutinized Lu Tian. It is now your turn, Lu Tian proclaimed, raising his head and radiating an overwhelming battle intent, charging forth with formidable vigor. The creatures were engulfed in a paralyzing fear, rendered helpless. Dark Cross Shockwave. A barrage of dark energy beams surged towards them, wreaking havoc and inflicting devastating damage. Their wretched screams pierced through the air, filled with agonizing lament. As the smoke billowed from the site of the explosion, Lu Tian stood resolutely, his gaze fixed intently upon them. Within the haze, dark energy began to flow into Lu Tian's body. Notification. The host has absorbed a substantial amount of dark energy, prompting another upgrade. Indeed, splendid. This monster graveyard is truly a remarkable place. As the smoke dissipated, numerous beasts remained steadfast in their positions. Brothers, unite. We must subdue him. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Kill him. Eliminate him. In an instant, chaos erupted among them, their previous fear evaporating as their fighting spirit ignited, and they charged towards Lu Tian with fervor. Finally, this is more like it. If you do not resist, my kills will become tiresome, Lu Tian responded, meeting their assault head-on, engaging in a fierce melee, dispatching each small monster with a single swipe. At this moment, the monster graveyard has truly transformed into a cemetery of beasts, scattered with the remains of creatures, bloodstains, and dismembered limbs. Chapter 59. Energy Overload. Oh my goodness, is this still human? How can it be so brutal and ferocious? My heavens, it's terrifying. It's more savage than our monsters. How horrifying, how bloody. I can't continue fighting. I want to find my mother. I want to find my father. I refuse to engage with them any longer. Devil, demon, how? In an instant, the monster graveyard transformed into a hellish realm, echoing with the heart-wrenching cries of the creatures. Sounds of agony, fear, and desperate screams permeated the entire cemetery. The father of Ultra widened his eyes, his face etched with shock and disbelief as he witnessed the grotesque brutality before him. It was unimaginable that Ultraman could exhibit such savagery. Who exactly is this Ultraman? From this moment forth, the father of Ultra regarded Lu Tian with utmost vigilance, daring not to show any sign of complacency. Is this the extent of your power? How laughable, to dare boast so shamelessly before me while possessing such meager strength. It's utterly ridiculous. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Lu Tian's lips as he burst into a wild, derisive laughter. Cackling, super claw slash, dark cross shockwave. In the blink of an eye, all the monsters lay slain at Lu Tian's feet, their lifeless bodies scattered across the ground, dismembered and motionless. Subsequently, the energy from all the monsters surged into Lu Tian's being. The massive influx of energy was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to fully assimilate. Warning, warning. Due to the host's absorption of a considerable amount of monster energy, the body has reached overload. Alert! Alert! What is this nonsense? Are you pulling an international joke on me? Lu Tian furrowed his brow into a deep frown. Anger and urgency etched across his face. He felt an excruciating headache, as if something within him were on the verge of exploding. Countless energies from the monsters flooded into his body, permeating his blood and marrow, seemingly intent on shattering him. Piece by piece. Lu Tian's features contorted, his visage twisted in agony as he emitted a heart-wrenching wail that echoed endlessly. Damn you, system. Why didn't you warn me sooner? This is nothing short of a trap. I curse you. The pain contorted his features, making it feel as if he were being pierced by thousands of steel needles simultaneously, rendering him speechless, consumed entirely by suffering. He had never experienced such excruciating, bone-crushing agony. The sound of bones cracking reverberated around him. System, what should I do now? Lu Tian gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words through clenched jaws. Veins bulging on his forehead. Host, please endure just a little longer. It will soon pass. How can I endure this? Damn you. Lu Tian's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a frenzied beast as he roared in despair. In an instant, a multitude of dark energies enveloped Lu Tian, shrouding him layer by layer and emanating a formidable and malevolent aura. The waves of dark energy radiating from him forced Father Ultraman to retreat, who promptly unleashed the Ultraman barrier to defend himself. Such potent dark energy. Who could this individual be? Father Ultraman's face was etched with shock, his brow furrowed with confusion. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon nor encountered this Ultraman before. Who was he? What was his connection to Belial? Why did he exude Belial's essence? What were his intentions in seeking Belial? A cascade of questions flooded Father Ultraman's mind, leaving him perplexed. At that moment, a fissure appeared in the space of the monster graveyard, through which Zoffy and the others emerged. Zoffy wore a look of astonishment, his brow slightly knitted, his eyes filled with doubt. Just moments ago, he could sense the turmoil within the monster graveyard. Now, the presence had vanished. What was happening? Where had the monster's essence gone? As Zoffy cautiously turned his head, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, he murmured to himself, perplexed by the oddly familiar dark energy lingering in the air. Jack Ultraman's expression grew grave, unease evident in his gaze. No, could this dark energy possibly belong to Belial? They began to adopt a more serious demeanor, casting their eyes downward, ever alert. Suddenly, they spotted Father Ultraman and swiftly approached him. Zoffy, puzzled by Father Ultraman's presence, expressed his confusion, inquiring, Father Ultraman, did you not go to Earth to find Belial? How is it that you are here in the monster graveyard? Father Ultraman replied with a solemn expression, when I was on Earth, I saw Belial flying towards the monster graveyard. I never anticipated that he would resurrect the monsters from the graveyard. What? At this revelation, shock washed over Zoffy and the others, their faces displaying sheer terror as they gazed at Father Ultraman. Zoffy immediately began scanning the surroundings of the monster graveyard, his demeanor tense and brows knitted, yet he found no trace of the monsters. If Belial had revived the creatures of the graveyard, where could they be now? Father Ultraman gestured towards Lu Tian, his expression calm, yet the perplexity in his eyes unmistakable, and stated, the monsters revived by Belial have all been defeated by this Ultraman. Following Father Ultraman's gaze, Zoffy beheld Lu Tian. However, he was struck by the overwhelming dark energy surrounding Lu Tian, which was exceedingly powerful. Who was he? Jack Ultraman observed Lu Tian's appearance and shook his head. He had never seen this Ultraman before, and the intensity of the dark energy emanating from him was astonishing. Furthermore, the aura he possessed bore a striking resemblance to that of Belial. At that moment, the imaginative Taro interjected. Could it be that he is Belial's son? Zoffy immediately shook his head, asserting his disbelief. How is this possible? I have never heard of Beria having a son. Your notion is exceedingly perilous. Alas, this is merely conjecture. We shall only ascertain the truth once he awakens. Ding! The dark energy of all the monsters has been completely absorbed and transformed into my own energy. Ah! As Lu Tianxing roared in fury, the dark energy within him began to solidify, having fully metamorphosed into his own power. The surrounding dark magnetic field dissipated, and Lu Tian slowly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, the energy of these 100 monsters was indeed not easily absorbed. However, serendipitously, I have now claimed all of it as my own. Chapter 60. Arriving in the world of Ultraman after absorbing the energy, Lu Tian turned around and was startled to see Zoffy and the others, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, when did so many Ultramen arrive? Moreover, ISNT that Captain Zoffy and Prince Taro? Why are they all here? Upon noticing that Lu Tian had awakened and the dark magnetic field had dissipated, they approached him. Father of Ultra, with a concerned expression, spoke up. Thank you for your timely intervention. May I ask your name? I am Caesar, and I'm not here to save you. My sole purpose is to find Belial. Lu Tian replied coldly, his tone laced with detachment. Upon hearing Belial's name, Zoffy's demeanor shifted. He stepped forward eagerly, asking, Do you know where he is? And why are you seeking him? My reasons for searching for Belial are none of your concern. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes, a glint of caution flashing within them. As he remained poised for battle, a hint of menace radiating from his gaze. Zoffy found himself at a loss for words, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Never before had anyone, let alone another Ultraman, spoken to him in such a manner, and displeasure marred his features. You! Lu Tian displayed no fear, a slight smirk curling his lips, exuding disdain as he regarded the Ultraman before him. What do you mean by that? If it weren't for me, that giant horned beast would have perished. Instead of expressing gratitude, you speak to me like this? Is this how you conduct yourselves? Hearing Lu Tian refer to Father of Ultra as a horned beast, Taro's eyes widened in fury. Anger etched across his face as he shouted, How dare you address Father of Ultra in such a manner? This is utterly outrageous. Zoffy attempted to respond, but was halted by Father of Ultra. With a gentle demeanor, he stepped in front of Zoffy and courteously stated, I apologize for our rudeness. We merely seek information regarding Belial, as our objective aligns with yours. Without hesitation, Lu Tian resolutely replied, I regret to inform you that our goals differ. Thus, we cannot collaborate. With that, Lu Tian tore through the fabric of space and departed from the monster graveyard. At that moment, only the Ultraman from the M78 Nebula remained. Once Lu Tian vanished, Taro, visibly frustrated, exclaimed, Who is that Ultraman? Why is he so arrogant? One would think he possesses extraordinary abilities. It's evident that this Ultraman is not of noble character. He may very well be a second Belial. Father, should we take precautions and apprehend him? Father of Ultra shook his head, his expression grave as he firmly stated, We must not judge by appearances. We are the righteous Ultramen. How can we imprison him? Furthermore, he has not committed any wrongdoing and has vanquished monsters. How can you harbor such thoughts? After receiving a stern lecture from Father of Ultra, Taro lowered his head, filled with regret. I understand, Father. I should not judge by appearances. At present, it seems that Belial is nowhere to be found. However, we must venture to Earth to uncover the events that have transpired with Sero and the others. Indeed, let us proceed without delay. The group responded in unison. They then tore through the rift in space, departing from the monster graveyard. In the vast expanse of the universe, Belial gazed upon the ultimate battle monitor, which indicated that all 100 of his monsters had been vanquished. His face instantly turned ashen, a look of shock overtaking him, his lips parted in disbelief. How could this be? My monstrous army has been annihilated so swiftly. This is inconceivable. Could it possibly be the Ultra King? No, it cannot be that individual. It is utterly impossible. He muttered to himself, shaking his head in a flurry of panic. If it were not the Ultra King, then it could only be that other individual. Damn, truly a mad dog, relentlessly pursuing me. It seems I must hasten my escape. With that, Belial surged at full speed toward the far reaches of the cosmos. Near the monster graveyard, Tian hovered in the air, intently sensing Belial's lingering presence. How infuriating! Where has this Belial run off to? His aura is growing ever weaker. Indeed, he is quite adept at fleeing. Tian surveyed the surroundings, which appeared limitless and hollow, leaving him momentarily uncertain of where to proceed. Returning to Earth now seems futile. Perhaps it would be more prudent to explore other parallel universes. If that is the case, which timeline should I investigate? System, recommend one for me. The host may traverse to the worlds of Galaxy Ultraman, X-Ultraman, Orb Ultraman, or Rob Ultraman, among others. Very well then, I shall first venture into the realm of Galaxy Ultraman to assess its strength. With that decision, Tian tore through the fabric of time and space, propelling himself towards the world of Galaxy Ultraman. On Earth within that universe, tranquility reigned supreme. As the monsters had all been vanquished by Ultraman, now reduced to mere luminous toys, Tian arrived in the outer space above this Earth, observing that it bore no significant difference from that of Jiede Ultraman. It appears this is the place. On this planet, there exist Galaxy Ultraman and Victory Ultraman. I wonder how formidable they truly are. I am keen to find out. However, at that moment, Tian noticed clusters of dark energy penetrating the atmosphere above the Earth, rushing into the layers of the atmosphere. He took a moment to feel the dense aura of darkness. How intriguing. It seems this encounter will indeed be quite captivating. Meanwhile, the citizens of Earth meandered through the streets, blissfully unaware that their surroundings were on the brink of transforming into a living hell. Suddenly, an object resembling a meteor appeared in the sky, plummeting rapidly toward the city. Look, what is that? A meteor? An asteroid? A meteor? You must be jesting. It is broad daylight. Where would a meteor come from? And if it is an asteroid, wouldn't we all be doomed? No, look, that thing is getting closer. It is about to crash down. Oh no, it appears that disaster is imminent. It is indeed about to strike. Flee, oh my goodness. In an instant, the citizens found themselves engulfed in panic, scattering in all directions. At this moment, alarms blared within the UPG base. A warning echoed. An object resembling a meteorite had appeared in the city's sky. Data analysis revealed that within it resided a monstrous being known as Flame Golzen. Chapter 61. Is this your utmost effort? It is pathetically weak at this moment. All members of UPG stood poised for battle. The captain, Yoshikazu Aranoya, fixed his gaze intently on the screen, his brow furrowed in concern. He witnessed a fiery object plummeting into the city. From the raging inferno emerged a monstrous creature, Flame Golzen, belching forth an endless torrent of fire, engulfing the entire city in flames. The citizens were gripped by sheer terror, their minds racing with disbelief. They had thought all the monsters on Earth had been vanquished. How could one still exist? What is happening? Why are there still monsters on Earth? Were they not all eliminated by Ultraman? Panic spread through the city as chaos ensued. Back at the UPG base, Aranoya's face was etched with worry as he contemplated the threat posed by Flame Golzen. Tomoyuki, have you managed to analyze this creature? Is it a transformation of the Shining Doll? Tomoyuki, holding a tablet, turned to him, his expression resolute as he shook his head in denial. According to the data analysis, this Flame Golzen differs significantly from previously encountered monsters. It is not a fusion of the Shining Doll, but it is not an ordinary Flame Golzen either. It possesses an exceptionally powerful dark energy within. Dark energy? What would this mean? Is something catastrophic about to unfold? Aranoya murmured, anxiety and confusion etched upon his features. At that moment, he found himself at a loss. With light now absent from the city and unable to locate Sho, they were left to rely solely on their own strength. With a serious demeanor and unwavering determination, he addressed his two companions. Goki and Arisa, you must stop Flame Golzen. You must eliminate it before it reaches the heart of the city. Understood. Goki Matsumoto replied excitedly, his fists clenched in anticipation. Arisa Sugita nodded firmly, her resolve evident. They swiftly armed themselves and departed the UPG base, hastening to their vehicles. As they approached the outskirts, they boarded the UPG weaponized vehicle, racing towards the location of Flame Golzen. At that moment, Flame Golzen was wreaking havoc, transforming the surroundings into a fiery wasteland. Goki and Arisa maneuvered their vehicle around the creature, charging their weapons and taking aim at Flame Golzen. A command echoed from a UPG base in their ears. I now order you to launch a fierce assault against it. Understood. The two responded in unison, with Matsumoto's eyes gleaming with excitement, while Sugita Arisa wore a stern expression, brimming with determination. Upon receiving their orders, they charged their laser guns with fervor. Matsumoto, radiating confidence and wearing a hint of arrogant amusement, boasted, "Now, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. I shall send you back home." With a resounding blast, he unleashed the shot, striking the fiery Golzen directly. However, when the laser struck Golzen, it inflicted no harm, instead capturing the creature's attention. Upon noticing them, Golzen approached with a furious demeanor. "What? How is this possible? It caused me no damage." Matsumoto was momentarily dumbfounded, his smile frozen, replaced by an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, Golzen unleashed a torrent of flames towards them. By the time they realized, it was too late to evade. "This is bad." Sugita Arisa's complexion changed drastically as she exclaimed in alarm. Just as the flames were about to engulf them, a dark beam descended from the heavens, interposing itself before them. When they opened their eyes, they beheld a colossal dark Ultraman shielding them. Sugita Arisa, her brow slightly furrowed in confusion, murmured, "Is this Ultraman?" At that moment, the personnel within the UPG base stood in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at the unfamiliar Ultraman on the screen. "Is this Ultraman? Yet, why is he cloaked in darkness? He exudes an ominous aura. Do you possess any information regarding this Ultraman?" Arano Yoshitaka inquired gravely, turning to Itadaki Yu, shaking his head in bewilderment, replied, "No, I have never encountered this Ultraman. I cannot ascertain whether he is friend or foe." Arano Yoshitaka remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the screen. The flame struck El Tian, yet caused him no harm. A sly smile crept across El Tian's lips as he laughed heartily, then remarked, "Is this truly all the power you possess? Is this meager flame sufficient? Surely, you must have more formidable techniques." Infuriated by El Tian's mockery, Golzen's magma-like skin began to boil, engulfed in fierce flames. Subsequently, Golzen unleashed a torrent of flames directly at El Tian. Yet, El Tian did not flinch or defend himself. He braved the flames head-on. Golzen, convinced he had vanquished El Tian, erupted into a triumphant laugh. However, amidst the inferno, a sinister voice echoed, "Did I not say? This meager flame is insufficient. Did you not hear me clearly?" El Tian's tone was icy, laced with scorn. In an instant, the dark energy enveloping Lu Tian reduced the roaring flames to mere ashes, leaving behind only a lingering aura of darkness. Arisa Sugita, witnessing the scene before her, stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had not anticipated that this Ultraman possessed such formidable power. "What? This Ultraman is astonishingly strong?" Flame Golzen was momentarily taken aback, rooted to the spot with a vacant stare, utterly at a loss, resembling a mere wooden post. "It seems this is your ultimate attack. However, it is utterly inadequate before me. Now it is my turn." Lu Tian unleashed his dark sword, teleporting directly in front of Flame Golzen. With a single stroke, he cleaved Flame Golzen in two, who then fell heavily to the ground. With a thunderous explosion, he was obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. The dark energy then naturally flowed into Lu Tian, augmenting his own power. Chapter 62. I, disinterested truly, an insipid fellow, incapable of withstanding even a single strike from me. Nonetheless, It seems the narrative of Ultraman Galaxy has reached its conclusion. I ponder the origin of this fiery Golza. Tian furrowed his brow, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. It appeared that due to his own presence, a series of unforeseen consequences had been set into motion, and an unknown peril was imminent. A subtle smile graced Tian's lips, radiating an air of audacity. Yet, he found himself indifferent to the identity of any adversary. For him, the more monsters there were, the greater the energy they provided. He welcomed the proliferation of these creatures. However, this monster wreaked havoc within the city, and neither Ultraman Galaxy nor Ultraman Victory had made an appearance. Could it be that he had mistakenly arrived on the wrong planet? Surely not. In a fleeting moment, Tian fell into contemplation, his expression grave. However, upon catching sight of the fallen Arisa, a glimmer of certainty ignited within him. This was indeed the realm of Ultraman Galaxy. Thus, he had not erred in his destination. Yet, the absence of Ultraman Galaxy and Ultraman Victory was perplexing. It seemed necessary to seek out someone for answers. In an instant, Tian transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing into the air. He materialized before Arisa, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Simultaneously, the scene at the UPG base displayed Tian's figure. Is he truly that Ultraman? One team member exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, Yoshitaka, with a stern demeanor, addressed Arisa. Arisa, please bring this Ultraman to me. I have some inquiries to make. Understood, Arisa replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She swiftly approached Tian, her expression one of astonishment, and asked, Are you the Ultraman from earlier? Tian, his demeanor calm, nodded in tacit agreement as he stepped closer to her. Greetings, I am grateful for your timely assistance. I am Sugita, Arisa from UPG. Tian cast a nonchalant glance in her direction before responding. After a brief hesitation, Arisa, feeling somewhat anxious, gathered her thoughts and spoke. May I ask your name? Tian, would it be possible for me to invite you to UPG? Our captain wishes to speak with you. With a tranquil expression, Tian contemplated her request. It was likely that their captain sought to discuss matters concerning the monsters. A smile of determination crept across his face. After all, he had come to this Earth in search of Ultraman Galaxy and Ultraman Victory. At UPG, he would undoubtedly uncover their whereabouts. Therefore, it could only benefit him to comply. Tian nodded, his expression serene as he replied, Yes, that would be acceptable. Arisa Sugita bowed her head respectfully, her expression serene and her tone gentle as she spoke. I am truly grateful to you. I appreciate your assistance. Shortly thereafter, Goku Matsumoto, brimming with enthusiasm, drove the vehicle forward, propelling them towards the UPG base at full speed. Along the way, Matsumoto's curiosity shone through, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he inquired, What is the name of that Ultraman? It looks so cool. Arisa Sugita, equally intrigued, gazed intently at Tian, eager to learn the name of this Ultraman. Observing the fervent glint in their eyes, Tian maintained his composure and replied succinctly, Caesar. Upon hearing the name, Matsumoto's face flushed with exhilaration, nearly causing him to steer the vehicle into the river. Caesar, what a powerful name. I love it. Arisa Sugita furrowed her brows and admonished, Matsumoto, focus on driving. Refrain from talking. All right, I understand, Matsumoto said, scratching his head in embarrassment. He then fell silent, directing the vehicle towards the UPG base. Upon arriving at the UPG base, Matsumoto and Sugita escorted Tian inside. With a demeanor of respect, they reported to Yashiro Erashur. Report. Flame Golza has been defeated, and that Ultraman has arrived here. Yashiro, maintaining a composed expression, nodded and approached Tian. He scrutinized Tian for a moment, noting his resemblance to an Earthling, and then calmly asked, Are you the Ultraman from earlier? Indeed, Tian replied dismissively, showing no particular regard for him, his attention drawn instead to a person nearby holding a tablet. If his guess was correct, that individual was Yataji Tomo. Do you have any insight into the sudden appearance of the monster? Yashiro inquired. Tian, remaining calm, pondered briefly before responding. How would I know? Besides, don't you have any Ultraman here? Yashiro sighed in resignation, shaking his head. Originally, we had two Ultramen, Galaxy Ultraman and Victory Ultraman, but Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, intrigued. He was eager to discover what had become of Galaxy Ultraman and Victory Ultraman. But what? Why haven't they shown up? Yashiro explained. The summoner of Galaxy Ultraman is currently unaccounted for, while the summoner of Victory Ultraman is underground. We are unable to contact them and are unaware of the situation. I see, Tian mused for a moment. So, Galaxy Ultraman is unreachable. But Victory Ultraman is still within our grasp. With that in mind, he stated, let me first assess the strength of Victory Ultraman. Yashiro then solemnly declared, on behalf of UPEG, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks. Given his previous experiences with AIB, Tian knew he could not join any organization again. I am disinterested. I have already acquired the knowledge I sought. Therefore, farewell. P.S. Having read this far, could the charming and benevolent you extend a helping hand to the humble and wretched me? Perhaps bestow a gentle nudge for updates, a favorable review, or add my work to your bookshelf. A small token of appreciation would be delightful. I promise to reward you with more frequent updates. Thank you immensely. Chapter 63. The resurrection of Judamar, Arisa Sugita appeared anxious. Her footsteps hurried as she approached Tian, blocking his path. Her brow furrowed and her eyes glistened with urgency. Her lips quivering slightly, betraying her agitation. Wait a moment, Mr. Tian, have you truly considered joining UPEG? I have no intention of joining UPEG, Tian replied coldly, shaking his head without hesitation and sidestepping her, making his way towards the exit. Arisa Sugita wished to continue persuading Tian to join UPEG, but her captain, with a gentle demeanor, raised a hand to gently halt her. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since he does not wish to join UPEG, we cannot force him. After all, he is not our enemy at present. Very well, I understand. Arisa Sugita's expression fell as she stood aside, lost in thought. Tomoya analyzed the situation regarding this flame Golzin and the information regarding Ultraman. Can you deduce anything? He turned to Tomoya Ichitaro with a serious expression. Ichitaro smiled confidently, patting his chest. I can, just give me some time, and I'll provide the analysis. He then departed with his tablet, heading to his laboratory. As Tian stepped onto the street, his brow knitted in confusion. What exactly was this flame Golzin and the dark energy he sensed from outer space? Logically, the ultimate boss of Earth had already been vanquished by Galactron and Victory Ultraman. How could monsters still emerge? A mix of perplexity and concern swirled in Tian's mind, leaving him somewhat astonished. In the vastness of outer space, a black hole emerged, emanating an aura of malevolence. Moments later, two monsters emerged from within, their sinister laughter echoing. Heh. Mold revealed a grotesque grin, his fangs barely visible in the shadows. Judah, this time we must ensure that Galactron and Victory Ultraman pay the price. Judah's blood-red vertical pupils gleamed with a cruel light, his wicked laughter resonating throughout the cosmos. Heh. This time, I will make them pay dearly, reducing them to ashes. Mold gazed at the azure earth before him, his eyes filled with avaricious desire. However, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, his expression shifting to one of caution. This time, we cannot afford to be as reckless as before. Also, we must first resurrect our sister. Very well, then. Let our monstrous legion show them a glimpse of their impending doom. Precisely. Mold and Judah's malevolent laughter echoed around the earth, filled with greed, derision, and self-satisfaction. Subsequently, the black hole behind them expanded, the dark energy within growing increasingly stable. From time to time, eerie sounds emanated from within, reverberating ominously. He. Chioda and Mo Erda gazed at the shadows behind them, their expressions growing increasingly manic as they erupted into raucous laughter. Our ancient army has risen once more. Meanwhile, on the surface of the earth, Tian ambled along the path. A frown etched deeply upon his features as he rubbed his temples, pondering how he might locate Ultraman Victory. Venturing directly underground seemed implausible. After all, He was no inhabitant of the depths. Even if he could transform into an Ultraman, the vastness of the underground posed a significant challenge in finding Xiang. Lost in thought, Tian felt overwhelmed, utterly devoid of solutions. System, do you possess any strategies? Host, my duties are limited to Ultraman upgrades and energy absorption. These matters fall outside my purview. You have sought assistance from the wrong entity. Tian rolled his eyes, exasperation flooding his face. Good grief. What difference does it make having this system? I would deem it the most superfluous system in history. It was utterly ridiculous. My head was spinning. Sigh, 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 sigh. In that moment, Tian wandered aimlessly down the street, utterly at a loss. Yet just then a voice caught his attention, drawing him closer. He beheld a man, face flushed with rage, pursuing a child while bellowing. You little thief, stop. How dare you consume without paying? Halt at once. The child, bewildered, blinked innocently and replied, But you gave this to me. And what is money? Is it edible? You better pay up quickly. If not, I shall seek your family. The man trembled with fury, pointing accusingly at the child. Tian observed closely, and when he caught sight of the boy's attire, a jolt of recognition surged within him. The child wore a white shirt paired with a black tie, clearly a denizen of the underground. Could it be? This was Rebbe, Xiang's younger brother. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Tian's mind. If he found Rebbe, was it not tantamount to locating Xiang? Resolute, he dashed towards the scene. As he prepared to intercept Rebbe, Tian stepped directly in front of him. Wait a moment. Who are you, and why do you block my path? This child has taken my belongings without payment. What do you intend to do? How much? I shall pay you, Tian asserted decisively, producing a handful of cash. The man's eyes glimmered with surprise at the sight of the money, which he swiftly pocketed before responding, This time, I shall let you off the hook. With that, he departed. Thank you, big brother. Rebbe looked up, a pure smile gracing his face. Are you Rebbe? Rebbe, with an adorably puzzled expression, asked, How do you know my name? Upon hearing this, Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile. I know your elder brother. He has spoken of you, and that is how I came to know your name. Upon hearing his elder brother's name, Rebbe was instantly filled with excitement. Do you know my brother? So you must be his friend here on Earth? Yes, that is roughly the case, Tian replied, observing him closely. Rebbe, do you know where your brother is at this moment? Just as Rebbe was about to respond, a female voice emerged from behind him. Rebbe, why have you sneaked out again? Tian turned to see a woman clad in a form-fitting black outfit, adorned with a white kimono jacket embellished with exquisite floral patterns. She wore a short black skirt complemented by knee-high black boots. Chapter 64. The Assault of the Super Beast. Tian immediately recognized her. This woman was none other than Shuangwen. Rebbe, why have you sneaked onto the surface again, and what trouble have you stirred up now? Shuangwen approached Rebbe with an imposing demeanor, seizing his arm and delivering a scolding. Rebbe struggled to free himself from her grip. Sister, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to come up and play. I didn't cause any trouble. Shuangwen tightened her hold on his arm and began her admonishment. Still making excuses. Every day, all you do is cause chaos. Can't you behave a little? Criticized in such a manner, Rebbe dared not resist in the slightest. Tian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle, drawing her attention. She promptly halted her reprimand of Rebbe and turned her gaze toward Tian. As Tian met her eyes, he ceased his laughter and adopted a serious demeanor. Shuangwen scrutinized Tian for a moment before inquiring, Who are you? Tian was about to respond. My name is, when suddenly a meteorite crashed into the city, interrupting his words. With a deafening roar, it reduced a nearby skyscraper to ashes, engulfing the area in flames. The powerful shockwave reverberated throughout the vicinity, instigating a tremor in the earth. Within the UPG base, alarm sirens blared incessantly. Beep beep, the city is under attack. The city is under attack. The alarms echoed throughout the entire facility. Quickly, pull up the footage. What on earth is happening? A team member projected images from the city, exclaiming, Captain, 2 monsters have suddenly appeared in the city. No, super beasts. The missile super beast Belial and the unicorn super beast Baxim. Jinya Izhao found himself engulfed in confusion. What's going on? How can there suddenly be monsters on Earth? He quickly commanded, UPG mobilize. We must neutralize these two beasts on sight. Understood. Matsumoto and his team accepted the orders and prepared for battle. In the city, Tian shielded them from the onslaught of the shockwaves, allowing them to evade the attack. Once the turbulence subsided, he turned to them and asked, "Are you all right?" He protected the frightened Rebbe behind him. "Thank you for your help. We are unharmed," they replied, nodding in appreciation. Tian then shifted his gaze toward the site of the explosion, spotting Belial and Baxim, his surprise palpable. What on earth is happening? How did they come to be on Earth? In a moment of perplexity, Tian pondered. Could it be that the abyssal beings have resurrected and come to Earth seeking vengeance against Ultraman Victory? But that doesn't make sense. Haven T, they've been vanquished several times. How could they possibly return? This is all so abnormal. What on earth is transpiring? Lu looked at them with a puzzled expression. Lost in deep contemplation, he refrained from intervening, for he understood that should Victory become aware of the monster, he would undoubtedly come to thwart their plans. At that very moment, a fissure appeared in the sky above the city, emanating a malevolent energy. Accompanying this was an ominous voice that reverberated through the cityscape. Ultraman Victory, Ultraman Galaxy, emerge. This time, I shall shatter you one by one. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lu recognized him as the abyssal being. To his astonishment, he had returned from oblivion. How intriguing indeed. It seems this encounter on Earth shall prove to be quite fascinating. Shuya, upon hearing his voice and catching a glimpse of his figure within the fissure, was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? How had he resurrected? Hadn't he been vanquished by Xiao? Rabi, feeling a twinge of fear, retreated to the back, speaking in a state of sheer terror. He has come to exact revenge on my brother. Where is he? Why hasn't he arrived yet? In that instant, they found themselves engulfed in a state of panic. Meanwhile, Lu's gaze remained fixed on the fissure, a flicker of excitement and anticipation dancing in his eyes. Concurrently, Matsumoto, piloting the battle vehicle, was the first to reach the battlefield, where he beheld the two super beasts. It was time to demonstrate their prowess. Matsumoto and Arisa armed themselves with radiation guns, charged them, and unleashed a barrage upon the monsters. However, when the radiation wave struck, they inflicted no harm whatsoever. The missile's super beast, Belial, sensed their presence, abruptly turning its head and launching a series of cruise missiles in their direction. "This is bad, we've been spotted. Quick, take cover." They leaped into action, dropping to the ground to evade the bombardment, sustaining only minor injuries. "Damn it, this super beast possesses incredible offensive power," Matsumoto muttered under his breath. "Our weapons are utterly ineffective against them." Meanwhile, on the other side, the unicorn super beast, Baxim, stomped its foot, unleashing a tremendous force that fractured the ground, causing fissures to spread in all directions. Chapter 65. The emergence of Ultraman Victory. The entire city lay in ruins beneath the devastation wrought by the two entities. Reduced to mere ashes, Tian refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe patiently. He awaited the arrival of Ultraman Victory. Should he act prematurely? It was uncertain whether Ultraman Victory would manifest at all. Ultimately, the fate of the city held no significance for him. In his gaze lingered an insatiable greed and an overwhelming aura of combativeness. The intensity of his fighting spirit sent shivers down the spines of Rebbe and his companions. At that moment, the Ultra Beast wreaked havoc across the city, its malevolent presence accompanied by the sinister voices of the ABO people echoing through the fissures in the sky. "Ultraman Galaxy, Ultraman Victory, emerge at once. If you do not show yourselves, I shall obliterate this entire city, reducing it to rubble." The nefarious laughter of the ABO people reverberated throughout the urban landscape. Inside the UPG base, tension mounted as uncertainty gripped the personnel. Is there any way to eliminate these two Ultra Beasts?" One of the members inquired, only to be met with a shake of the head from you. "I regret to say that I possess no solutions. Unlike other monsters, these Ultra Beasts are combat weapons engineered by the ABO people, devoid of pain. Thus, inflicting effective damage with our weapons proves exceedingly difficult." His words plunged the UPG base into an atmosphere of profound silence. "Now, We can only place our hopes in the Ultraman. Meanwhile, the Ultra Beasts continued their systematic destruction of the city, leaving a trail of ashes in their wake. Ultraman Galaxy. Ultraman Victory, hurry forth. The haunting calls of the ABO people persisted, echoing throughout the city. At that moment, from a secluded corner of the city, an individual emerged. Upon seeing this figure, Rebby dashed forward. Brother, you have finally arrived. Quickly, eliminate them, or the entire city will be annihilated. Rebby exclaimed breathlessly as he reached Xiang's side. Xiang affectionately ruffled Rebby's hair and replied, "Leave the rest to me. You all must find a safe place to hide. Quickly, obey my words." Rebby nodded and hurried back to safety. Tian's gaze fixed upon Xiang, filled with a covetous desire. At last, Ultraman Victory has arrived. Let me witness your prowess, and see if you can vanquish these two Ultra Beasts. As Xiang watched Rebby disappear from view, relief washed over him. He began to stride purposefully toward the Ultra Beasts and the ABO people. Upon reaching the highest point, he directed his gaze towards the ABO beings within the fissures and shouted, "You have returned yet again, an indomitable pest. However, this time, I shall not grant you another chance at resurrection." With that, he drew forth the victory torch, transforming into Ultraman Victory. The radiant figure of Ultraman Victory reappeared within the city, shining with an extraordinary brilliance. As the citizens beheld the silhouette of Ultraman Victory, their fear dissipated, and they erupted in joyous exclamations. "It is Ultraman Victory! Ultraman Victory has arrived! Children, we are saved! Ultraman Victory has finally emerged. We need not flee any longer. Ultraman Victory shall vanquish him." At that moment, UPG was also swept up in exhilaration, their faces alight with fervor. Ultraman Victory had indeed come. Suddenly, the space rift expanded enormously, radiating malevolent energy from within. The Yabo people, upon seeing Ultraman Victory, exhibited unrestrained excitement. "Ultraman Victory, you have finally appeared. This time, I shall ensure your utter destruction," cackled Xiang, dismissing him with disdain. "Yabo, you indestructible pest, this time I will eliminate you, rendering you eternally lifeless. Ultraman Victory, you shall pay for your arrogance. Arise, Victory Killer." With a command, a super beast emerged from the rift. He was the Victory Killer, a creature endowed with the abilities of Ultraman Victory. Tian smiled faintly at the sight of Victory Killer, eager to witness whether Xiang could indeed match the prowess of the three of them. If he could not defeat these three super beasts, he would be unworthy of confrontation. "Ultraman Victory, do not disappoint me." Xiang, gazing at Victory Killer, erupted into laughter. "You underestimate me. I defeated him before, and I can do so again." Ultra-armed, Yex Red King Heavy Strike. A massive fist engulfed in flames materialized, charging forth with ferocity. In the vastness of outer space, the dark rift grew ever larger. Soon, the entire universe would belong to the ancient army. This time, we would obliterate those detestable Ultramen, one by one. Indeed, we shall make them pay dearly for our deep-seated vendetta. On Earth, Xiang found himself encircled by the three super beasts, momentarily at a disadvantage. The monster-armed, golden ancient bridge rocket cannon manifested in Victory Killer's grasp, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Ultraman Victory. Xiang, caught off guard, endured the onslaught. At that moment, a triumphant laughter echoed from within the rift. Yes, reduce Ultraman Victory to mere fragments, to dust. Confusion washed over Xiang. He could not comprehend how this super beast possessed such formidable power. Truly unbelievable. What is happening? How could they wield such overwhelming strength this time? This time, the resentment I have resurrected is formidable, and naturally, they will become powerful. This time, I am determined to annihilate you, Victory Ultraman. Tian gazed at Victory Ultraman, who was utterly incapacitated and unable to retaliate, feeling a sense of disbelief. How could he possess such limited strength, unable to contend with even three super beasts? It seems that without Galaxy Ultraman, this Victory Ultraman is utterly devoid of power. It is truly disappointing. It appears that I must take matters into my own hands. Chapter 66. Before me, Ultra Beast? Monster? They are one and the same. How is this possible? I cannot believe I have been defeated by the three of you. This is inconceivable. Xiang's desperate cry echoed, utterly refusing to accept that he had fallen to their hands. The Aborian, within the rift of space, laughed maniacally, wearing a smug expression as he proclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Victory, Ultraman, you are exceedingly arrogant. This time, I shall utterly annihilate you, then extinguish Galaxy Ultraman, and finally, obliterate this Earth. Ultra Beasts advance. Eliminate Victory Ultraman." At his command, the Victory Killers moved closer to Victory Ultraman, encircling him tightly, leaving no opportunity for escape. Damn it, where is Xiao? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Xiang lamented as he struggled to fend off their advances. However, at this moment, he was nearly depleted of energy, flickering with warning lights. As the Victory Killers approached Victory Ultraman, poised to bring about his end, a dark beam of light descended from above, striking them with tremendous force. The Victory Killers were sent sprawling by this overwhelming surge of dark energy, crashing into the ground and creating three massive craters, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Aborian, taken aback, roared in outrage. "Who dares to interfere with my plans?" As the smoke began to clear, Tian's figure emerged before everyone. All members within UPG beheld the Ultraman on the screen and exclaimed, "It's him! He has arrived!" The Aborian cast a few disdainful glances at Lu, his voice turning sinister and enraged. "Were you to thwart my designs?" Tian glanced at the Aborian in the rift, slowly responding with an authoritative tone. "Who am I? You are not worthy to know. However, you must understand this. You are all destined for death." "Ridiculous! Such brazen arrogance!" the Aborian retorted. "Victory Killers, attack. Eliminate him." Upon receiving the command, the Victory Killers rose, harnessing the powers they had acquired from Victory Ultraman. Suddenly, monstrous arms materialized on their bodies. Monster-armed. X-Raid King Strike. At this moment, the other two Ultra Beasts also stood up, readying their missiles and venomous fangs, aiming directly at Tian. The Aborian, exuding confidence once more, observed as the dark powers within the rift began to radiate outward. "Ha ha ha! Ignorant fool, today, you shall pay for your arrogance." Ultra Beasts feel no pain. They are fundamentally different from ordinary monsters. Let us see how you contend with all three of them. Everyone attack. With a single command, the Super Beasts advanced towards Tian step by step. With each stride, the ground trembled, leaving a trail of shattered earth in their wake. Upon witnessing this, Xiang immediately cautioned, "Be careful, their power is overwhelmingly formidable." Tian, however, merely smiled faintly, dismissing them entirely. A mere handful of Super Beasts could hardly pose a threat to him. "Silence, you worthless fool. It's utterly disappointing that you cannot even defeat a few Super Beasts. Now, let me show you what true combat is. Your lackadaisical approach to battle leaves me speechless. Allow me to demonstrate how a warrior truly fights." Tian's words rendered Xiang speechless, unsure of how to respond. Stung by such derision, Xiang contemplated resistance but found himself at a loss, for Tian's assertions seemed irrefutable. "Super Beasts, show these despicable Ultra Warriors your might." The Victory Killer launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Tian's body. Upon witnessing this, Xiang shouted, "Get out of the way!" At that moment, an atmosphere of tension and fear enveloped everyone, causing them to hesitate, eyes tightly shut. Tian, however, bore a slight smile, showing no inclination to evade the attack. He stood his ground and struck back with a decisive punch. When their fists collided, an explosion erupted, sending a vast cloud of smoke into the air, reducing everything around to ashes. The energy fluctuations from both sides caused the ground to tremble and collapse. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed the Victory Killer's hand brutally shattered by Tian, leaving behind a pool of blood. A despairing roar escaped the Victory Killer, who crumpled to the ground, unable to withstand the pain. "Pathetic. You claimed Super Beasts feel no pain, yet look at him now. Stand back up and fight me." The Aborian gazed in disbelief at the defeated Victory Killer, unable to comprehend how his prized Super Beast could be so effortlessly vanquished by this Ultra Warrior. "This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. All of you attack. Bring this Ultraman down." With a commanding shout, The remaining two super beasts surged forward to assault Lu Tian. With a single hand, Lu Tian unleashed a beam of light, the Dark Cross shockwave, obliterating one super beast in an instant. "Now it's your turn," he declared as he leapt into the air, descending with a Leo flying kick, which obliterated the head of another super beast. The Aborian watched in disbelief as his two super beasts fell before Lu Tian with just two moves. Overwhelmed by rage, he lost his composure and bellowed at the fallen Victory Killer. "How is this possible? My Super Beast Legion cannot be defeated so easily. It cannot be. Victory Killer, stand up. Destroy him. Eliminate him." The Victory Killer struggled to rise from the ground, slowly regaining its footing. Lu Tian gazed at the Victory Killer with a playful glint in his eyes, emanating a profound sense of combat fervor and overwhelming murderous intent. "Ah, you can still stand. Perhaps I have been too merciful. However, soon, I shall ensure you can never rise again." With all its might, the Victory Killer summoned the strength of its remaining arm. The monstrous weaponry, the tail of the Ale King, appeared in the grasp of my Victory Killer, unleashing a formidable surge of electricity. "Keek, my Victory Killer possesses immense power, and I refuse to believe that it cannot surpass the Victory Ultraman." Lu Tian, however, displayed a look of disdain, completely dismissing the Victory Killer. "I never imagined that despite losing an arm, you could still unleash such a technique. Yet, to me, it makes no difference." Chapter 67. Baiting the snake from its hole with a thunderous roar, the Apollonian commanded, "Victory Assassin, advance and dispose of him." At his behest, the Victory Assassin swung the tail of the Thunder King directly towards Lu Tian, unleashing a surge of 100,000 volts. Electricity? How intriguing. However, it holds no significance for me. Lu Tian effortlessly grasped the tail of the Thunder King with one hand, gripping it tightly. The Apollonian, witnessing this feat, was filled with exhilaration, erupting into maniacal laughter. "How arrogant you are to dare seize the tail of the Thunder King with a single hand. Such hubris. Victory Assassin, unleash your full electrical might." In an instant, the Victory Assassin discharged the full force of 100,000 volts. The potent current coursing through the tail and striking Lu Tian's body, causing a cacophony of crackling sounds. At that moment, Xiang, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. "No, quickly evade. You cannot withstand such lightning." Yet, Lu Tian remained unfazed, dismissing their words entirely. As the current struck him, he merely felt a slight tingling sensation. Beyond that, he sustained no harm whatsoever. The electricity continued its relentless assault, enveloping him in a persistent embrace. The formidable current interacted with the Earth's magnetic field, triggering an explosive reaction. A resounding boom echoed across the city, the sound of the explosion reverberating endlessly. The citizens of the city were engulfed in fear and trepidation. What is happening? Why has there been such a sudden explosion? They speculated, isn't that the monster's domain? Could it be that the monster has been vanquished? No, it might also mean that Ultraman has perished. What shall we do then? What can we do? We must flee. If we linger here any longer, we are doomed. In an instant, the entire city plunged into chaos, with citizens scrambling to escape. From within the rift in space, the Apollonian's maniacal laughter echoed. "At last, I have eradicated him. This is the price of provoking me, the cost of defiance. Now, it is your turn, Victory Ultraman." Xiang, filled with frustration, let out a desperate roar, summoning his last reserves of energy to rise slowly. "I will not allow your plans to succeed. I will shatter your scheme." The Apollonian leapt from the dimensional rift, expanding to a colossal size upon landing, extending its claws menacingly. "How brazen! Now, I shall annihilate you." Just as the Apollonian prepared to strike down Victory Ultraman, a voice interrupted. "Ah, you seem to underestimate me, believing that with such meager strength, you can vanquish me? How laughable, truly laughable, a grand jest indeed." As the sound reverberated, the smoke dissipated, and Lu Tian stood in scathe, a mocking smirk gracing his face. He had effortlessly severed the tail of the Aileron King, discarding it upon the ground. The victor's assassin was now missing an arm, its eyes reflecting a gaze that should not belong to a super beast. It trembled, filled with dread and panic, as if it had encountered a demon, a harbinger of death, or of the very depths of hell. The Apparans stared in disbelief, their eyes wide and incredulous, unable to comprehend how Lu Tian remained alive. This was impossible. How could he still be standing? With a knowing smile, Lu Tian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the Apparan. Impossible? How laughable! If I were not here, would you dare to emerge? As bait to draw the serpent from its lair. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, the Apparan's expression darkened, veins bulging on its forehead, driven to madness. Victor's assassin, attack. Eliminate him, dispose of him. First, take a look at your Victor's assassin. Can it still fight? With an arm gone, how can it contend with me? Lu Tian crossed his arms, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Ha ha ha, now, I shall send him on his way. Extending his claws, a surge of murderous intent emanated from him, dark energy coalescing to sharpen and enlarge his talons. In an instant, his gaze exploded, a blood-red abyss engulfing the Victor's assassin, rendering it unable to discern Lu Tian's location. Super claw cut. The razor-sharp talons slashed towards the Victor's assassin. Upon contact, it was cleaved into countless fragments, reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of a complete body. This cannot be. My Victor's assassin. How could it be so easily vanquished? This is impossible. The Apparan descended into madness, terror consuming its mind. Lu Tian turned his attention to the Apparan, advancing step by step, each movement exuding an aura of hellish death. The palpable killing intent rendered the Apparan momentarily paralyzed, its body beyond its control. At that moment, only fear and panic remained within its heart. Lu Tian spoke slowly. Next, it shall be your turn. Instantly, the Apparan snapped out of its earlier terror, realizing that if this continued, it would surely perish, and in a most gruesome manner. No, no, I cannot resign myself to this fate. It glanced toward the spatial rift, suddenly recalling its super beast legion it had not yet lost. With this thought, the Apparan erupted into a maniacal laugh. Do not think this can defeat me. It is merely a dream. I still possess my super beast army. I have not yet lost. Do not presume that vanquishing 3 formidable beasts renders you invincible. My army of extraordinary creatures is an insurmountable force. Arise, my legion of beasts. With a command from the Yabo people, the spatial rift began to tremble, gradually expanding, emitting waves of dark energy. In mere moments, the sounds of the beasts echoed from within, drawing ever closer. This time, I eagerly anticipate witnessing how you will contend with my army of extraordinary creatures. Chapter 68. Destroying the spatial rift, Lu Tian gazed up at the rift in the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Super Beast Legion, is it? Intriguing. However, whether they can traverse into this realm remains uncertain. The Yabo people, witnessing Lu Tian's apparent lack of fear or trepidation, felt a sense of astonishment. Could it be that this individual possesses an undisclosed ace? His Super Beast Legion, unrivaled across the lands, surely cannot be thwarted by a mere Ultraman. Yet his unwavering calmness sent an ominous chill through the hearts of the Yabo. What do you mean by that? They inquired. With a playful tone, Lu Tian replied, nothing of great significance, merely the literal interpretation. Despite their foreboding instincts, the Yabo remained skeptical. They could not fathom that their Super Beast Legion would falter against an unknown Ultraman. You believe you can contend with my Super Beast Legion? How utterly foolish. A mere glance from Lu Tian pierced through the air, reminiscent of a harbinger of doom, sending a shiver down their spine. You may attempt to see for yourself. As Lu Tian regarded the spatial rift, a flicker of concern welled within him. After all, he had no knowledge of how many super beasts might emerge. Though numerous super beasts posed little challenge to him individually, dealing with them one by one would prove excessively cumbersome. If only there were a means to obliterate all the super beasts in one fell swoop, it would be ideal. System, is there a method to directly destroy the spatial rift? Detection indicates the rift was created by the Yabo's dark energy, which harbors a ferocious malevolence. By utilizing a powerful dark energy to counteract it, the Yabo's dark energy can be neutralized, thereby sealing the entire rift, preventing any super beast from descending into this realm. The system's explanation was clear enough for Tian to grasp. Nevertheless, he still harbored some confusion. So, it's a matter of employing potent dark energy to counteract, akin to fighting poison with poison. What must I do? Unleash a beam of light. Precisely, the host can utilize the Dark Cross shockwave to strike the spatial rift directly. However, the dark energy contained within the rift is immense. Thus, the host must maximize their own dark energy output. The system's instructions were concise, and Tian understood. Therefore, he would need to channel all of his dark energy into the Dark Cross shockwave. Yet, he realized that focusing all his attention on the spatial rift would undoubtedly provoke the Abo, who would not allow him to destroy their final gambit. If he were to dismantle the rift, they would be left with no hope, and they would surely unleash their full might to thwart his efforts. With all of his attention, energy, and focus directed towards the spatial rift, Tian found himself unable to muster any excess strength to fend off the Abo people. This thought caused him a slight headache. However, at that moment, he noticed the severely injured Victory Ultraman beside him, and an idea began to form in his mind. Victory, I have a task for you. I cannot spare any energy at the moment. You must hold him off, or else this earth will face obliteration. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang positioned himself to confront the Abo. Very well, I shall keep him at bay. The Abo, realizing Tian's intentions, erupted into laughter. Huh, do you think I am unaware of your plans? You aim to destroy the spatial rift, do you? How laughable, with your feeble abilities. The thought of shattering the rift is mere folly. Tian then unleashed dark energy that enveloped him, emanating a sinister aura of darkness, decay, and death that surrounded him. Then open your eyes and watch. The dark energy gradually coalesced at Tian's chest, causing the timer embedded there to glow a deep crimson, saturated with a sense of foreboding. Ultimate Dark Cross shockwave. A series of dark rays surged forth, striking the spatial rift, which immediately entered a defensive state, generating a dark barrier to counter Tian's assault. Upon witnessing his Dark Cross shockwave collide with the barrier, Tian was taken aback. How intriguing. It appears this rift can conjure a defense of its own. The Abo, sensing victory, laughed triumphantly as he pointed at Tian. I told you, you are but a fool to think you can dismantle the spatial rift. Unperturbed by the Abo's mockery, Tian remained resolute. I hope you can maintain your arrogance for a while longer. Tian then intensified the dark energy, expanding it further as he concentrated it into his Dark Cross shockwave. In an instant, the dark energy surged again, infused with a violent force, and struck against the dark barrier. Ultimate Dark Cross shockwave. The barrier began to fracture under the relentless assault of the Dark Cross shockwave. The Abo, witnessing the impending destruction of the rift, was thrown into a panic. No, this cannot be. I must not allow him to continue. Otherwise, all hope will be lost. Stop. Cease this at once. The Abo rushed toward Tian, his voice laced with fury and desperation. Sensing the oncoming threat, Xiang gathered his remaining strength and charged forward. Victory slash. He delivered a powerful kick that sent the Abo reeling backward. Xiang positioned himself to block the Abo's advance, extending his hand to impede him. You shall contend with me. I will not allow you to pass. Boy, step aside, or I shall obliterate you right now. The Abo people charged forward, and Xiang exhibited no hesitation as he confronted them head-on. At the UPG base, an atmosphere of profound anxiety enveloped the personnel. What one might ponder, is Ultraman Yu doing at this moment? A member of the team, Terra Yu, retrieved a tablet from his possession and began projecting the data from the spatial rift onto the large screen, elucidating the findings one by one. According to my analysis, this spatial rift connects to other universes, harboring potent dark energy. Furthermore, it can be detected that a multitude of super beasts resides within. Should they descend upon Earth, it would herald a cataclysmic disaster. Chapter 69. Victory Ultraman. Invincible is that spatial rift the passageway for the super beasts? A temple friend pointed at the rift on the screen, narrating with fervor. Indeed, if we do not seal the spatial rift promptly, it will spell disaster. For now, we must rely on him. Go forth, Ultraman, and ensure the annihilation of our foe. The Dark Cross shockwave shattered the dark barrier formed by the spatial rift, reducing it to ashes. The Ebonians, witnessing the destruction of the rift, let out a desperate roar of fury. What? No, in an instant. The spatial rift was swept by the Dark Cross shockwave, the violent dark energy suppressing it and obliterating the rift, unleashing the furious howls of the super beasts within. The Ebonians could only watch in helpless despair as the rift was shattered by Tian, their own powerlessness fueling their rage, as if they wished to consume him whole. How dare you? Before he could finish his words, Victory Ultraman delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ah! The Ebonian fell, his cries echoing around them. Tian advanced step by step towards the fallen creature, pushing Victory Ultraman aside. Yu Xiang was at a loss for Tian's intentions, his mouth opening to speak, but finding no words. Without turning his head, Tian stated coldly, "Silence, this matter no longer concerns you." He then approached the Ebonian, who was attempting to rise. With a decisive kick, Tian sent him crashing back to the ground, pressing down firmly upon him, rendering him unable to move. How infuriating! Let me out, please. The weak do not deserve to inhabit this world. No, 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 my master will avenge me. He will avenge me. With a powerful stomp, Tian obliterated the Ebonian where he lay. The Ebonian's energy surged into Tian, transforming into his strength. Xiang approached Tian's side, inquiring, "Who might you be? Your prowess disappoints me greatly. You are nothing but a worthless being, utterly unworthy of engaging with me." With that, Tian transformed into a flash of darkness and vanished from sight. Xiang, incensed by Tian's words, seethed with anger, yet found himself unable to locate Tian's presence, leading him to abandon his fusion. In outer space, Joda and Mold sensed the Ebonian's demise, the atmosphere thick with tension. Mold erupted in fury, his face contorted in a snarl as he bellowed, "This worthless creature has utterly disappointed me. I initially sent him as a vanguard to gauge Ultraman's strength, and yet, how little time has passed before he was obliterated, truly pathetic." Joda approached Mold, aware that since the defeat of Victory Ultraman, he had come to recognize the formidable power of this group of Ultramen. He understood that the Ebonians alone could never hope to vanquish Ultraman. However, he did not anticipate that the Yabos would succumb so swiftly. It seems that the extermination of Ultraman must be undertaken by us personally. We cannot rely on this incompetent bunch beneath us. In the midst of his fury, Mold suddenly came to a realization, and the anger on his face dissipated in an instant, replaced by a grave expression. No, do you not sense it? There exists a formidable dark energy on Earth. Juder meticulously attuned himself to the energies of the planet and indeed felt the dark force Mold had described. How could such a potent dark energy exist? Could it be that someone has arrived on Earth before us? Mold was suddenly beset by a foreboding feeling, and he promptly declared, "If that is the case, how can we exact our revenge? No, I must personally eliminate Victory Ultraman and Galaxy Ultraman." With that, he resolved, "Let us swiftly restore our energy and lead our Gue Legion to eradicate these self-important Ultraman warriors, one by one." Their laughter was laced with malice, arrogance, and unrestrained delight. On Earth, Tian had descended to the ground and gazed up at the city, devastated by the monsters, letting out a helpless sigh. At that moment, Sho rushed over. Upon seeing Tian, he realized that he was the Ultraman from earlier. Without hesitation, he approached and positioned himself in Tian's path, speaking in a calm tone. "Wait a moment. Are you the Ultraman warrior from earlier?" Tian, however, was now indifferent to Sho, or rather, to Victory Ultraman. He had expected great prowess from Victory Ultraman, but the latter's performance in battle had thoroughly disappointed him. Tian regarded Sho with a cold, disdainful gaze. "What is it?" Sho, feeling the weight of Tian's stare, involuntarily trembled. Yet he pressed on, "What is your name, and from which Ultraman do you hail?" Tian shook his head, fixing his gaze upon Sho, enunciating each word with precision. "Where I come from is beyond your entitlement to know, and my name is even less so." Tian's words evidently incited Sho's ire, and he glared at Tian with an expression of fury. "You, Before he could finish, Tian interjected sharply. What of you? You are not worthy to speak with me. Unable to defeat a few monsters, yet you dare to boast before me. How laughable. Xiao, stripped of his bravado, was clearly incensed. How dare you be so rude? Seeing Xiao's obstinacy, Tian began to reprimand him earnestly. This is who I am. Now, if you have nothing further, do not provoke me. A waste of space like you should refrain from barking at me. You would be better off enhancing your own strength. Otherwise, next time, I shall not be inclined to assist you. Xiang trembled with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging as he hoarsely shouted, Who asked for your assistance? I am Victory Ultraman, having vanquished Dark Belial and Jiede. My strength is unmatched in this world. Upon hearing Xiang's words, Tian could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Unmatched? You've truly amused me. How can you claim to be invincible when you can't even defeat 3 super beasts? It's utterly hilarious. Unmatched? Is that what you call being overwhelmed and powerless beneath the might of 3 super beasts?